Chapter 1. I was Mao's dog. Helmer to his wife, Nora, but this is disgraceful. Is this the way you neglect your most sacred duties? Nora. I have another duty, just as sacred. Helmer. You can't have. What duty do you mean? Nora. My duty to myself. Ibsen, A Doll's House. It was a cold November afternoon. A stone's throw from the Beijing hotel, the black cars with curtained windows snaked their way through a phalanx of bicycles whose bells trilled like cicadas, along a narrow old street of ornate mansions called the Street of Righteousness. They turned noiselessly through a gray brick archway, whose heavy steel gates seldom opened. The secluded compound smelled of dust and stone. Here, during the week, Righteousness New China style was upheld, and on Saturday nights, in the compound's public security ceremonial hall, unrighteousness flourished as law enforcement officials watched movies of a kind not considered safe for people outside the steel gates to see. 9 men, most in khaki uniforms but without the red collar tabs that mark active military service, climbed unsteadily out of the cars and were led like docile goats up the stone steps of the entrance. Then a woman, dressed in black, spectacles dominating her ivory face, her neatly combed black hair gleaming, a suggestion of a smile at her purposeful mouth, was led after them. She walked directly with slow, almost regal steps into the ceremonial hall, which was set up for a trial, with a green rug, a row of 10 boxes for the accused, and 600 invited guests whose role was to be the public. Jiang Qing, last wife of Mao Zedong and a movie actress of another era, was to be tried by a special court for counter-revolution for framing innocent people, generally abusing her power as a senior member of her husband's government, and, not least, insulting the pragmatic new leaders of post-Mao China. Deng Xiaoping is a quisling and a fascist, she had shouted. The stately widow came last into the hall because of all the 10 defendants, the Gang of 4, the military associates of the former defense minister, Lin Biao, and Mao's amanuensis, Chun Boda. She had behaved worst in the pretrial interrogations. Had she not tried to ask, instead of answer, the questions? Did she not one day take off all her clothes to force her male interrogators to withdraw from the room? To put her in the number 10 position was the all-male court's way of slapping her on the wrist. It was safer, too, to put at the front Wang Hongwen, youngest member of the Gang of 4, who, before the trial, had shown his compliance by confessing even to crimes he did not commit, rather than risk an unseemly outburst from Jiang Qing, who might have used the number 1 position to express the utter contempt she felt for the tribunal, the current Chinese government, and anyone who dared to oppose her. Looking a decade younger than her 66 years, Jiang gave off more life and spirit than all the other defendants put together. On the faces of the military guards who dotted the chamber, one could read shyness, embarrassment, even guilt, all in sharp contrast to the haughty fearlessness of Jiang's expression. Not one wrinkle broke the chiseled grandeur of her face. Rumors over the years that her hair was false seemed laid to rest. No wigmaker could turn out a coiffure so perfect lest it look like a wig. Yes, Jiang Qing had taken care of herself in her time as China's first lady. Sipping the liquid from 8 boned chickens each day had been good for her complexion and the sheen of her hair. Not so, she retorted to the presiding judge's assertion. The voice was deep, feminine, and confident. I really have no idea, she declared grandly to an awkward question. Tossing her head up, she seemed to revel in the courtroom's anxiety at what her breathtaking defiance of convention might lead to next. Defendant Jiang Qing, what is your reply to this charge? The tribunal president rasped after a projector flashed onto a screen a photocopy of a document that suggested Jiang Qing had plotted against Premier Zhou Enlai. A furrow on her brow, Jiang leaned forward gravely, pressed a pair of earphones closer to her head, and looked up at the president. I am a little deaf. I did not catch what you said. The voice rose high with the cadence of an actress. I wish to go to the toilet, she said. Escorted by 2 young female soldiers, she sailed slowly to a side room. For an eternity she remained in the cubicle. The escorts and, after a moment, others too, wondered if the unpredictable woman would ever come out. Was Jiang Qing, called now the white-boned demon by Beijing's official press, in some strange way mistress of the bleak situation? Everything I did Mao told me to do. I was his dog. What he said to bite, I bit. Nervous laughter rippled across the room at this devastating rejection of the charges piled up against her. Jiang's real audience was larger than the 35 judges and the 600 invited guests, gathered like so many pieces of scenery from various provinces of China, housed together, virtually sealed off from the rest of Beijing, in the labyrinthine comfort of the Xijing guest house. Elsewhere within the public security compound, in a small room equipped with a row of closed-circuit televisions that showed the tribunal proceedings close up and from every angle, senior government figures huddled by the sets to see the white-boned demon without being seen by her. And Jiang Qing was addressing, too, the television audience of millions who each night of the trial saw selected portions of her latest, perhaps her last, struggle against one more bunch of enemies who had beset her all of her days. Having felt, since she was a small girl, subject to shackles of one kind or another, Jiang Qing had seldom borne any shackle with more dignity than on this day in court. She coped with the handcuffs at her wrists and the railings that framed her like a picture in her defendant's box. She did not look as if she belonged within the pinched, staged ritual that began to unfold in the ceremonial hall. She seemed to be appearing before a crowd of millions in Tiananmen Square, watching for the cues, alert to each camera's position, making an appeal to some absent, super-political force that could acknowledge her for what she believed herself to be. There are people who find the world outrageous. Jiang Qing was one of them. Society had allocated no reserved seat for her. Few people seemed to be able to speak the language of her deepest emotions. Life itself was neither logical nor fair. Why do people kill each other? She asked herself. Why is China, with all its long centuries of greatness, such a barbarous place? Why do women have to put up with more than men? It was a major puzzle to her that the world so blatantly failed to conform to her ideal imagination of it. She was far too confident to think that she was any part of the problem. But she was disarmingly aware of the gap, and her life was one long effort to bridge it through fantasy, in the theater, by blowing up her own individual will into a universe of its own. Finally, in a surge of political action relevant mainly to the imperious demands of her personality. "You're talking like a child," the husband says to Nora in A Doll's House, the Henrik Ibsen play that deeply influenced Jiang Qing from girlhood. "You don't understand the world you live in." And Nora, confused but stirring to assert herself, replies, "No, I don't. But now I mean to go into that. I must find out which is right, the world or I." The white-boned demon was sentenced to death, suspended for 2 years to see how she behaves. Long before the formality of that verdict, the propaganda pens, the street cartoonists, the upright mothers and dutiful fathers and filial children of the Middle Kingdom had declared her a traitor, a witch, a murderer, and a prostitute. She admitted to none of these charges. "We've explained that she is a bad woman," a high Chinese official said to me with irritation. "Why are you interested in a bad woman? Write about a good woman." To Jiang, it never seemed possible for a moment that anything she did was bad. Born to a troubled family, Jiang Qing had tried to put behind her the memory of a violent father and a mother whose work as a domestic servant bordered on prostitution. Jiang made a fantasy world for herself, and it seemed natural that she went into the theater. Hardly less so that she gave herself briefly to a string of men, who all felt the power of her smoldering will, a conventional young businessman in Jinan, a brilliant radical of high family position in Qingdao, a theater writer of romantic character and cosmopolitan culture in Shanghai. When the artistic world of Shanghai collapsed as Japan attacked, Jiang Qing again chose adventure. She presented herself at the dusty wasteland where the communists were keeping out of Chiang Kai-shek's way as they tried to win the future by standing for Chinese nationalism in the war against Japan. Mao Zedong, a farmer's son, fell for the new arrival from Shanghai's bright lights. Accepting a drastic change in her freewheeling life, Jiang married him, a man more than 20 years older than she, already married 3 times, and the father of 8 children, the top figure of the Chinese revolutionary movement. Mao treated Jiang as a Nora, his playmate and supporter. Jiang accepted the role, biding her time. The theater, politics, for Jiang the two realms were not much different. In both, her life mattered more than her art. When Mao finally woke up to the fact that he needed her, as Franklin Roosevelt came to need Eleanor, Jiang Qing used the same methods to make her mark on Beijing's politics that she had used to make her mark on Shanghai's performing arts. She did not wait to be spoken to, she made the approach. Flashing her puzzling but arresting smile, she had her say and often got her way. When Mao sank toward death, Jiang thought it the most natural thing in the world that she should step up to be empress. After all, Wu Zetian had proved more than 1,300 years ago that a woman could rule China effectively. Had Jiang not done an apprenticeship of 38 years at the side of the brilliant, elliptical, overbearing Mao? She had always thought that smart and powerful people took her for granted. Now she could prove them wrong. Her final act of personal fulfillment would take the form of the beneficent rule of an empress over the backward but adoring Chinese masses. Jiang Qing failed her climactic test. To her bitter surprise, she joined the fixed array of the Chinese pantheon of demons. The masses of the Middle Kingdom began to curse the woman they had yesterday honored above all others. "The Chinese are not a very civilized people," Jiang said. "In our time, some nations have torn themselves to pieces of internal volition. Cambodia, Rwanda, and Uganda are among the saddest cases. But only one world power worked itself into such frenzy over power, policy, and personality as to cause loss of life in the hundreds of thousands and years of diversion from rational purposes out of a fixation on settling old scores. China during its Cultural Revolution. In the story of Jiang Qing's career, we watch men and women pursuing goals that led to this chaos and suffering. We come upon events and customs that suggest the China of Mao and Deng Xiaoping was still a world apart, for all the comings together announced by politicians and the media. A world where children paid for the sins of their parents, truth meant nothing compared with ritual, merit gave way to connections, revenge was a way of life, and the greatest transgression was to step out of line with your fellow citizens. China tended to view a willful woman in a leading political post as a high-class prostitute who had used her feminine charms to get power. Having risen with Mao, whom she is alleged to have corrupted, Jiang fell with Mao, and she remained Deng Xiaoping's prisoner until her death in 1991. The power she won was never to be credited to her account. If sex was in Jiang Qing's generation virtually the only route by which a woman could gain power, it was a perilous one. Her power could be seen only as an extension of a man's. The prostitute may enter the halls of power many have in Chinese history, and perform great deeds there, but the nature of her path is never overlooked by the image makers. At her trial, Jiang Qing, having lost power, was in the dock as a prostitute. Her story is one of extraordinary will. Wolves, men, illnesses, she was always doing battle with an enemy. At the age of 19, she cut all past ties to go alone to one of the world's biggest, most dangerous cities and try her luck in the arts. Always, she felt poised on the tightrope of her will. Fame and power lay waiting on one side. Infamy and subjection glared from the other. Like Joan of Arc, she focused upon herself and saw visions. Like Eva Peron, she watched almost as a spectator her performances before the masses who were her audience. Like Eleanor Roosevelt, she displayed single-mindedness and belief in herself in picking up power that slipped from a weakened husband. In Jiang Qing, we Westerners, used to seeing the old civilizations of the East as exotica removed in time and space, come face to face with a living personality of universal dimensions, whose spirit speaks to the heart of ambitious women, and not a few men everywhere. Let us not go too much into it. A 1980s Chinese leader said of the Mao-Jiang Qing relationship, "Members of the Communist Party are not saints." Hu Yaobang went on, "Indeed, they are not." A moment later, though, Hu lambasted a fallen and dead leader, Kang Sheng, for the depravity of his liaison with Jiang Qing. I cannot find words to tell you about their personal relationship. For the truth-makers of the Communist Party, the personal relations of the leaders are never deemed proper for the public to know about until a particular leader is disgraced, and then the depravity of the fallen one is laid out in vivid detail. This is hypocritical, but that is merely its outward sheen. The really disgusting thing is the calculated effort to hide the basic workings of Chinese politics from scrutiny, foreign and domestic. Personalities don't count in our political life, the Chinese official told me. But it has turned out that the personal relations of the leaders are more important in China than in any other major country. In this book about one remarkable personality who came to wield more power than any woman in the history of communist politics anywhere, we see how family feuds and personal grudges made a plaything of policy issues. Simply put, the Maojiang marriage shaped the lives of a quarter of humankind. "It is all water under the bridge," another Chinese minister said to me testily. "Now all we're interested in is economic development." Not so. In China, under the communists, politics would always come first. The past would always have to conform to their worldview. The legitimacy of the power holders would always depend, given the absence of elections, upon the truth about the past. If Beijing's version of Jiang Qing's story should be a lie, then the Chinese communist regime was based on a lie. The Chinese have their ways of communicating, even if they are not the West's ways. The Chinese habit of saying nothing frontally about momentous events gives the impression of a deaf and blind history. When Jiang Qing exercised power, the newspapers gave no information on her past career, her previous marriages, or her children. When she was arrested, they reported nothing of the circumstances or one word of what she said to her assailants in her own defense. At her trial, the long indictment with its account of her actions during the Cultural Revolution never once mentioned the Red Guards, who were the shock force of those times. Of course, no one, except the naive foreigners, was expected to accept such silences. Subterranean networks filled the vacuum. In Chinese history, it has long been that way. The unofficial story was called outside history or wild history. It turns out that under the communist leaders, hardly less than under the dynasties, the real story never appears in above-ground organs. This book tells Zhang's story on the basis of the eloquent, unofficial voices of her country. Eyewitness accounts from people inside China. Testimony from expatriates who watched, knew, hated, or loved Jiang Qing. Documents from those in power that were directed at a small readership but have since reached me in the West. For the Beijing mandarins, history is moral judgment. In this book, history is part, at least, of the story of what actually happened. Chapter 2: Growing Up. Reaching Out. 1914 to 1933. I did not even have any underclothes.
Liumba, Jiang Qing.
In a lane of dust and dogs and gossiping neighbors, rich with the smell of vegetables piled on carts, an attractive but harassed-looking woman of about 30 gave birth to a daughter. There was none of the hubbub that usually surrounded the arrival of a baby in this lane off a main street of low brick and wood shops, in a rural town in northern China. A friend of the woman's served as midwife. The father was not present. The mother was fed gruel of glutinous millet and brown sugar. In a ceremonial feeding, the baby's mouth was opened with a few drops of water. She began to cry. It was 1914. The last dynasty of China had fallen 3 years before, but no fresh order had arisen. Traditionalists mourned the passing of a settled world. Moderns were angry at the obstacles on the path to a freer one. Chaos ruled the land, and the smell of war was at its doorstep. The common people, unable to shape events, took refuge in family and commerce. Their own tasks and troubles were quite enough to fill their days, leaving little time or energy to try to understand the strange new talk of revolution. The baby girl was going to have a lot to do with the Chinese Revolution. Her cries were purely personal. One day, they would become the cries of political battle. Jiuqing was a sleepy town of 30,000 inhabitants, enclosed by ancient walls and gates. The surrounding countryside was rich in corn, peanuts, tobacco, and wheat. The people of Shandong, it is still said, are tall and sharp-featured, dry in manner, dogged in their ways, and proud of their long, brilliant past, which embraces the lives of China's 2 greatest sages, Confucius and Mencius. Life there was more prosperous than in most of the towns of poor, crowded Shandong, although the standard of living had declined since a railroad was built 2 decades earlier between Jinan, the capital of the province, and the coast, bypassing Jiuqing. The town was near enough to the Yellow Sea to be influenced by foreign trade. And when China began to be carved up like a melon by the knives of more masterful nations at the turn of the century, the area felt the intrusion of Japan, which pushed Germany out of Shandong soon after the girl's birth. The infant, whose first given name was Xu Meng, pure and simple, was born into a troubled family. Decades later, when the child had become a woman of power and such a legend in her own lifetime that the facts of her youth were overlaid by myth, she remarked to a laborer in a receiving line during a visit to the city of Tianjin. "Your father was an oil worker, mine was a carpenter, we're both of the working class." But it was not quite so. The father was a carpenter, but he also managed to start his own wheelwright's shop, acquire a small inn, and later buy farmland. Dour at best, her father, Li Duan, drank heavily and had a poor reputation in Jiang. A man of 60 when Shumeng was born, Li took little interest in her, leaving her with a bad impression of him that never diminished. His relationship with Shumeng's mother, ambiguous from the start, was remote when it was not stormy. Shumeng's mother, much younger than the father, was one of 2 children, both daughters of a school official in Jinan, a city some 300 kilometers inland to the west. She cared for Shumeng and left a much better image in the daughter's mind than the father. Yet, she remained a puzzle to Shumeng. In later life, the daughter's remarks about her mother were devoid of affection and included no comment on her character. People in Jiang thought of Shumeng's mother as a tender but worn and harried woman. She was not the first wife of Li Duan. The age difference was too great, almost 30 years, as was the age gap between Shumeng and various older brothers and sisters, the youngest of whom was a dozen years older than Shumeng. At one point, the household contained 9 people, of whom Shumeng was by far the youngest. When Shumeng attended primary school, one of her father's sons, Li Qing, was a senior Ponce officer, and a daughter was already married. It is also remarkable that Shumeng's grandfather, the school official in Jinan, should have allowed his daughter to cohabitate with a craftsman in a small town 300 kilometers away. Shumeng was puzzled at her mother's nocturnal comings and goings and defensive about her mother's motives. The child's reaction was understandable, for her mother was not the regular wife of her father. She was Li Duan's concubine, or little wife. To this day, her name is unknown, as are other facts about her life before and after Shumeng was born. The family as a whole was not poor. Shumeng's father employed a full-time laborer as well as 2 blind men to do grinding and occasional extra labor. His workshop did well enough during Shumeng's early childhood for him to sell it a few years later at a profit, which he invested in a large piece of land outside the town. At home, conditions were crowded when all the father's children by his regular wife were under the roof, but the house was comfortable enough. It was of whitewashed plaster, with brown wooden beams and fragile paper windows. It had 3 or 4 rooms, including a large kitchen, with its never-cold stove, greasy black woks, and dried vegetables hanging from the rafters. The floor was mud that had been packed hard, the furniture plain and solid and made from local wood. Oil lamps gave light. When Shumeng lacked proper food and clothing, as she sometimes did, the cause was family quarreling and, to a degree, the social disorder that threatened the entire province, not insufficient family income. In Chinese, one word, jia, covers the meaning of the 2 English words, family and home. So basic in Chinese tradition is the idea of a family's physical togetherness. Childhood was supposed to be one's golden age. The whole meaning of life was contained in family relationships. When a young person got married to a partner generally chosen by the parents involved, it was a terribly important event, at which one set of binding family ties was reinforced by a new set of family ties. Shumeng's life was to be most untraditional in all these respects. Her first problem was that she was a girl. So earnestly did parents in old China hope for the birth of boys that it was not unusual to express disappointment at the arrival of a girl by giving it a first given name such as Xiao Quo, little mistake. A daughter was not reared to remain in the household. She was a short-term blossom, to be plucked by anyone who wanted her, then taken off to his family hearth. Shumeng once heard her father curse the bad luck of having daughters. She felt that was strange. Her father himself was born of a woman. Could it be so wrong to be a woman? Shumeng's feet were bound, which was not too surprising in Jiang before 1920. The compressing of a girl's feet with tight swaddling was meant to make her look dainty and to signal that she was destined not for work but for marriage alone. She hated the whole idea of it, a classmate recalled of Shumeng. She took off the binding, so we always called her renovated feet. Of course, The binding of her feet left its ugly mark and gave a bandy-legged look to her walk for the rest of her life. If Shuming's parents would have preferred a boy, the fact that Shuming's mother was her father's concubine made matters worse. She was resented as an interloper. Her presence created complexity in the all-important matter of inheritance. The fact that she could hardly have been much older than Li Duan's eldest children must have added to the strangeness of her and Shuming's position. Shumeng met with violence and caused some herself. Her father beat her, and so did a stern half-sister. Yunlu, much older than Shumeng, had the same strong, longish face as Shumeng but was less wild. Shumeng was cheeky to Yunlu, and her love of fantasy led her into pranks that annoyed her older half-sister. In retaliation, Yunlu chased Shumeng around the house with a feather duster, beating her bottom in fury whenever she could catch her. One evening when Shumeng was about 5 years old, her father, whose nicknames included Thieving Wolf, Lang Zhe, and Master at Cursing, excelled even his reputation. It was the Lantern Festival, when the town was gaily lit and people drank and ate special fare, including cake so large it took 2 people to lift one. Perhaps Li had grown tired of his concubine. Perhaps the tensions between her and Li's regular family became too great for him to endure. Even if Shuming's mother was not as immoral as official Chinese accounts assert, she was so much younger than Li that she may well have associated with other, younger, less bad-tempered men. For whatever reason, Li flew into a rage and ran after Shuming's mother with a spade. He beat her on the back, then on the hands, breaking a little finger. Shumeng sprang to her mother's defense. According to her own story, her father's flailing spade banged into the child's mouth and broke a tooth. Fleeing this nightmare, played out in the open streets of Jiang Qing, with Shumeng strapped to her back, the mother also fled from the life of the thieving wolf. There was family pressure on the father, related an observer of the relationship, to pay the concubine, Shuming's mother, a sum of money in order to get rid of her. This must have been part of the background to the Lantern Festival fight. The parting between the young concubine and the older man did not seem to be sudden and complete, however. Shumeng was seen at her father's farm, bought in 1920, after the climactic fight between her parents. Her mother retained some contacts with Li Duan's family, no doubt out of some hope for her inheritance rights. The mother slowly sank. Despite some continuing links with Shuming's father's family, she spent most of the following years as a domestic servant, moving with Shumeng from one household, after mysterious ructions, to the next. For Shumeng, violence gave way to pathos, family tension to loneliness. It was rare for a woman to be sent away by, or walk out on her husband, and Shuming's mother found herself in a sorry state. Alone with her child, she was far from her own parents and hometown, open to all kinds of exploitation, an easy target for gossip about the ways of a wandering single woman. Soon after the split with Shuming's father, mother and daughter retreated to the home of the mother's father in Jinan. They soon returned to Jiang Qing. The mother was not ready to give up her tenuous claim to an inheritance, that is, financial support, from Shuming's father. But dealings with the father's family proved hopelessly difficult, and whatever additional money the mother got from this direction, she still took to the road looking for work. At 2 primary schools, which she attended with interruptions due to family exigencies, Shuming's image and character began to take shape. She was a tall girl, a bit gawky, with a mouth a shade too large but a winning smile. Her hair was in 2 long pigtails, which brought her agony because the ordinary mode was a single pigtail, and 2 were considered newfangled and were fun to pull at. More embarrassing were her clothes, which were neither new nor girls' clothes, but cast-offs from her half-brothers. Some fellow pupils at the second and better class school laughed at a broken-down pair of shoes she used to wear. Big brother, they called the big toe that stuck out of one shoe. Duck's eggs. They cried in mockery of her protruding heels. She was usually quiet, opening up rarely but impressing others when she did so. She was easily upset and quick to say what she thought or to burst into tears. Her appearance could change strikingly from one day to the next, as her emotions made a plaything of her body and illness began its lifelong pas de deux with her moods. In school as in the town at large, she was the target of the epithet, "girl without a father." particularly at the second school, which was a good one run by the county for the daughters of the relatively well-off together with some scholarship pupils like Shumeng. She was an awkward, controversial child. This was probably because her family background did not equip her to look and behave as the other girls did and as the school expected. She often fought with other pupils, perhaps because they bullied her for her appearance and odd family background. Several teachers found it necessary to hit her. After she daydreamed in class, one dragged her to the toilet and gave her 5 blows on the hand with a board. Chinese society did not set a good example on questions of violence and cruelty. Shumeng learned to count how many criminals were executed each night by listening to the number of rifle shots that cracked against the brick-town wall. At the little east gate, quite near her home, she saw public executions by decapitation. Walking home from school, she watched in horror as heads were carried dangling from a shoulder pole, still dripping blood. All this was done with the legal authority of the state, which made some people wonder if the existing state would last long. After only 1 semester, Shumeng was expelled from the county-run school, probably for fighting with other pupils. "I vowed never again to let anyone bully me," she later said of her experience at school, indicating that she had transmuted her awkward social situation into a sense of personal grievance. Shumeng's mother, meanwhile, was leading an almost nomadic life in service to wealthy households. Even if one draws a veil over the later Communist Party view of her as immoral, it is too automatic a condemnation. Shumeng's own later remarks about her mother lead us close to the conclusion that sex was involved in her domestic service. Years later, Shumeng told an interviewer that a landlord who had a wife and several concubines, but still no male offspring, asked her mother to join his family as a servant, and she conveyed mixed feelings about her mother's acceptance. "When I was only 5 or 6, she said several times, I learned to walk in the dark in search of my mother," a remark that left the astute interviewer wondering just what her mother's nocturnal employment was. A resident servant, after all, is not habitually out late at night. She recalled staying in villages with her mother, as well as occasions when she was alone in Jiang because her mother was away. Why was the mother often out at night? Why would a hard-up, separated woman make trips out of Jiang? Why the moves from one household to another? These are not easy questions to answer on the assumption that Shumeng's mother was simply a domestic servant. She was probably giving sexual favors as well as doing household work, a common occurrence in the establishments of the gentry. Perhaps she had been doing this for many years and met Shumeng's father in the course of such a transaction. By the mid-1920s, life in Jiang for mother and daughter was insupportable. Contacts with Shumeng's father's family, the father himself died of typhus about this time, were empty of benefits to the needy pair. The social situation of a mother not living either with her husband's family or with her own parents was excruciating. The rumor mill ground on. Nor was life in the houses of the gentry stable or tranquil. Shumeng grappled with a landlord's daughter, who had tugged at her pigtails, and she struck the sister of another on the breast for an insult. She tormented dogs belonging to gentry until they turned on her and bit her. In her traumas, she concocted a fantasy with wolves cast in the role of her ever-present enemy. The mother, in poor health now, gave up. She wrote a letter to her parents in Jinan, expressing anxiety about Shumeng's future and stating her desire to return to her own family's embrace. The parents were willing to care for both mother and daughter. It was unusual for a couple to assume responsibility for the daughter of a daughter. But they were old and in need of care and company. They had only one other daughter and were happy to take a peach in place of the pair, a phrase for the building up of a family with substitute elements. And, as grandparents, they were curious about how Shumeng, whom they hadn't seen for 4 years, was turning out. The mother sold some possessions, apparently including a portion of a house she had acquired from Li Duan's estate, bought train tickets, hired a man to help prepare and carry the luggage, took Shumeng around to say farewells, and the two of them began a long walk northeast to the railroad town of Jiaoxian. It is said that during their walk, a handsome carriage came close to running them down, and a fat man shouted from the carriage window, "Are you looking for death?" He leered at mother and daughter hatefully and went on, "You're just like dogs there on the road." To his own child, sitting beside him in the carriage, the elegantly dressed fat man said, sneering, One is a woman dog and one is a girl dog. Xu Ming's mother, in tears, murmured to her bitterly, "Who made you be a girl?" At Jiaoxian, Xu Ming and her mother boarded the 9:30 p.m. train, supplied with mantou, steamed buns, and pieces of vegetables. By next evening, they were settled into the grandparents' house. The provincial seat of Jinan was a big, grand world compared with Jiuqing. Lying 9 kilometers south of the Yellow River, Jinan was a city of houses in ancient Chinese style and brick shops with open fronts. The street names reflected the city's political role: Judicial Yamen Street, Provincial Treasury Street, West Magistrate Street. There was a generous sprinkling of temples, theaters, and flower houses, brothels. The whole was set off by natural springs, due to outcroppings of sandstone, and one of China's loveliest urban lakes, called Darning, Great Brilliance. The contemporary guidebook's description: a festive city, a commercial center, and also a political pillar, which in its vanity has not yet cast off the air of the late Qing dynasty, was apt. Although warlordism had unsettled the city's life, its handicraft economy was holding it back economically as other Chinese cities began to modernize, and the population of 400,000 now included 5,000 Japanese. The grandfather's house was a comfortable, low-brick one built around a courtyard on Control Department Street, in a quiet but central part of the city. Xu Ming resumed her education at No. 2 Primary School, attached to No. 1 Teachers Training College, on a graceful corner of the same street as her grandfather's house. She was given a new name, either by the family or at school, to mark a new phase of her life: Yunhe. Crane in the Clouds, a rustic name. The name did not suit her, said one of her classmates. She had very little of the harmony and serenity that Crane in the Clouds suggests. The name also had a literary flavor, which, in the classmate's view, was beyond the scope of the girl's narrow mind. Perhaps the grandfather devised Yunhe. In additional ways, the grandfather's help was important. Yunhe was able to leave behind the turmoil, violence, and gossip of her family's life in Jiuqing and set her feet on a path that potentially could lead to a settled life in a city of culture and refinement. There were only 12,000 primary school pupils among Jinan's 400,000 people, 2,500 middle school pupils. Crane in the Clouds was among the fortunate of Jinan's children. Yunhe said she studied hard, but her personal ordeals and the sharp gusts of her likes and dislikes seemed to dominate her life. Once a boy hit her, and some girls who were standing around applauded him for it. Yunhe did not fight back, despite her mortification, knowing she was isolated. Yet neither did she ask for mercy as more blows came upon her. She clenched her teeth and stared at the ground. That night, members of her household scolded her for coming home late and then noticed a bruise on her face and a broken strap on her school bag. But Yunhe would say nothing of her ordeal. Too proud to complain, she preferred to endure in silence the pain. She abhorred discipline. The Confucian 3 obediences and 4 virtues seemed to her inventions of the devil designed to prevent self-expression. She had a point, for the 3 obediences were: a woman in her maiden home is to obey her father, a married woman is to obey her husband, and a woman after her husband's death is to obey her son. Yunhe's family argued that, as was the custom, she should study hard in gratitude to the family, but Yunhe felt unusually little family loyalty. Anyway, it was far more difficult for a girl to bring honor to the family than for a boy. Still more fluidity entered Yunhe's life in 1926 or 1927, when she and her mother went north to the port city of Tianjin to stay for a while with a half-sister of Yunhe's. She did not go to school there but helped in the household, cleaning the rooms, washing clothes, shopping. Already a hater of housework and of the confinement of female members of a Chinese household in the 1920s, she sought a job with a tobacco company, in the ranks of the children who sat in rows hand-rolling cigarettes. But the family vetoed the scheme. Back in Jinan, during 1928, Yunhe's mother faded from her daughter's life, so much so that many people who knew Yunhe thought her mother had died. It seems likely that the mother married again. Yunhe did not lose all contact with her, and later on, when she got a job, she sent money to her mother, but the close relationship between mother and daughter was over. For years, Yunhe's mother had been her protector. Often, Yunha had sat at home, alone and forlorn, waiting for her mother to come home, terrified that she had fallen foul of a cruel man and would never return. It was not that Yunha really understood her mother's world, or admired what she did understand of it. She did not express to others any heartfelt sympathy with her mother. The remarriage in 1928 probably added to Yunha's reticence in talking to friends about her. The mother had doggedly fulfilled her duty to Yunha, but there was not much in Yunha's childhood years for her to look back on fondly. Her mother was a victim of old Chinese society, unable to be a truly free person, as Yunha was determined to be. Yunha's strongest reaction to her mother's sufferings was a passionate determination to get out of the world her mother had been trapped in. She wanted to throw herself into something fresh and different. Yunha, in her 14th year, was virtually an orphan in a strange city and a disordered epoch, a girl of fantasies with no clear plan or prospects for fitting into the world she found herself in. The grandfather wanted to see her better educated. But Yunha was not one who liked to be disciplined, nor was it easy for a girl to gain admission to a middle school. In Shandong, a province famous for its theater, there were, in addition to established prestigious theater companies, a number of low-grade underground troupes. They performed vivid excerpts from local opera. Often connected with secret societies, these troupes obtained talented recruits from kidnapping gangs on the lookout for footloose youth. Golden boys and jade girls, as the most attractive of the available young people were called, were supplied at a price by the kidnappers to families who needed a domestic servant or who sought an attractive adopted child. To the brothels that were numerous in the Darning Lake area, girls as young as 16 could register as prostitutes. And to the theater. During 1928, Yunha became part of one such underground troupe, based at Liqing, a suburb of Jinan. Either Yunha had been kidnapped or confused, alone, and yet hungry for a fantastic adventure. She willingly joined the troupe to try her luck and earn her keep without having to rely on her grandparents. During many months, perhaps more than a year, with the troupe, Yunha appeared in small roles, and she did manual jobs as a new recruit was required to. She was living in the company of people who were tough but also intriguingly different from any she had previously encountered. Did not boys and girls of the troupe find an excuse in the demands of their roles to slide a hand against each other? Did they not glimpse more of each other's bodies, while pulling off their gaudy costumes, than an ordinary Chinese man and woman saw of each other's body in a lifetime of marriage? Did not the applause turn the heads of these golden boys and jade girls for whom modesty was supposed to be a great virtue? It was all true, and it changed Yunha's life. She loved new things, she was drawn irresistibly to fantasy, and the period in the theater troupe gave her a proof of an alternative world, with fewer constraints than in the household or at school. In this alternative world, she could be an extrovert, which was the impulse of her own personality. It was as natural to be so in the theater as it had been unnatural in more conventional grooves of society. Like a melon not ripe but soon to be ripe, Yunha was attractive but still possessed an air of innocence. She was considered a girl who spoke well and was capable of elegance when she was able to avoid impulsiveness. Her breasts were large for a girl of 14, her eyes were glassy in their brightness, and she was often taken for an 18-year-old. Her confidence in her attractiveness made her haughty and vain, said one observer. At the same time, she was sensitive to her poor upbringing, and there was a streak of servility, together with a gradually growing anger at the world. Some of the men in the troupe found her highly appealing. Others thought her forward, a flower not content to await the attentions of the bees and butterflies but waving itself high and wide to meet them. Yunha loved the stage, finding excitement in the makeup, costumes, and bright lights, and she began to see in it a possible career. Still, a whiff of prostitution hung over the underground troupe, in which the jade girls were not only free of family supervision but also subject to the whims of money-making bosses. This gave Yunha further experience of the predicament of a woman in a situation, however appealing in its trappings, of fundamental powerlessness. One night, Yunha's grandfather and his wife took an evening off from sitting around worrying over Yunha's disappearance to see a performance of Beating the Princess, a Peking opera about a princess who is beaten because she doesn't want to attend a birthday party for her husband's father. Who should they see on stage, playing the main role of Duke Fengyang's beautiful but hapless wife, in a brilliant blue silk dress and a hat encrusted with pearls, her face powdered white like a freshly baked loaf, but their own lost granddaughter. Did Yunha want to go home? In recent weeks, the hard-bitten, shady middleman who controlled the troupe apparently had begun to maltreat her. Future prospects were bleak in such a low-class circle, where a young girl was not free. Yunha's first taste of the theater had enticed her, but she also saw the troupe as a battleground of sex and money and male power. Although she probably had mixed feelings, she agreed, under her grandfather's persuasion, to go back to Jinan. The grandfather scraped up the exorbitant sum that the troupe's boss, viewing his golden boys and jade girls as money trees, demanded for her release. Yunha bowed 3 times before this sinister figure, and then she departed in silence with her grandfather. The old man wished her to go to a conventional school again, but somehow the bees and the butterflies had turned the flower's face toward a fresh horizon. Yunha had tasted the potency of fantasy as an answer to life's frustrations. For Yunha, home now was Jinan, an old city facing the challenge of reform. A new wave of leftism, nonconformity, and feminism pitted the progressive fringes of Jinan against the city's establishment. The conflict had a sharp personal meaning for Yunha. Very likely her grandparents were seeking to arrange for her a marriage with a young man who would draw her off into a solid, secure household. Was there a way of avoiding such a fate by swimming with Jinan's new wave of modernism? Yunha heard about the newly formed Experimental Arts Academy, subsidized by Shandong Province, that was offering places for young people to pursue a career in art, music, and drama. She put down her name for the entrance exam. There was nothing to lose, she told friends. Unlike a try at the examinations for becoming an official, there was no loss of face if one did not succeed at an arts exam. And for a girl, more than for a boy, the risk of failure was less, simply because everyone's expectations of a girl were less. To her delight and surprise, she was accepted as a student for the spring 1929 session. Kerosene has to go in the kerosene flask, the grandfather said with a sigh of pessimism, taking the view that some flaw in Yunha's character was pulling her down to an inferior destiny. Theater people had always been looked down upon socially, yet the reforming waves of the anti-imperialist May 4th movement washed away some of this prejudice. The Experimental Arts Academy was a respectable, serious place. Its weekend performances by advanced students became events of note in Jinan. It was a sign of the new situation that the school was financed by the Provincial Department of Education. Each student received an allowance of 6 yuan a month as well as free tuition and meals. We had chicken, duck, fish, and meat, a set phrase meaning an abundance of food, recalled one student. Without the subsidy, Yunha would not have been able to enroll. Her decision to seek entry was, in part, a decision to escape her grandparents' control, which was possible only if she could dispense with their financial support. Housed in an old Confucian temple, the Experimental Arts Academy taught classical music and drama, but it also was a harbinger of a new approach to the performing arts in a Shandong under Nationalist Party sway. Teachers such as Zhao Taimu, a well-known man of the arts who was the academy's head, and Wang Bushing, whose drama classes influenced Yunha, knew Western culture, and believed that China's progress required a blend of Eastern and Western values. On opening day, she was jumping around with vigor and excitement, an observer recalled. She wore a white shirt, black skirt, and her 2 long pigtails, a sweet, innocent girl. She was given the nickname Little Rabbit. She began rising at dawn to practice her scales and trills, and using the long mirrored wall of the rehearsal room to work on her gestures and facial expressions. Recruits to the academy were supposed to be a middle school graduate or the equivalent. Little Rabbit, not a middle school graduate, crept in under the ropes of equivalent. A classmate, Wang Tingshu, recalled, Yunha was one of only 3 girls, and, because girls were in short supply for the performing arts, the standards were lower for them than for the men. There were 2 entrance exams for the academy, one held in Jinan and one in Beijing. The Beijing route brought in some of the best students, and these recruits spoke a clearer Mandarin, the speech required for the stage, than the Jinan recruits. Yunha passed the Jinan exam, classmate Wang explained, and she would not have succeeded even in that but for an accidental factor. She had long, flowing hair, common in southern China but rare in northern China. One of the teachers, Wu Ruian, worried because she lacked girls with long hair who could play the part of saucy maids, was delighted when she saw Yunhe's flowing locks. This helped Yunhe pass the exam. But once admitted, Yunhe cut off her hair. Influenced by the new wave of modern social thinking in Jinan, she wanted to demonstrate that she was a professional, just like the men, and not a pretty, helpless creature waiting on the sidelines until a man came to scoop her up. Wang, a dashing, stylish man, thin and energetic, who had entered the academy by passing the Beijing exam, went on. Teacher Wu was terribly chagrined when she saw the long hair of her new student cut off, but Li Yunhe was not the kind of girl to be obedient if it didn't suit her to be so. Yunhe would have been perfect for the role of the saucy, rural maid in modern dramas. For the time being, shorn of her hair, she wasn't suitable for any role. In old China, the arts were seen in functional terms, as cement to keep in place the bricks of the Confucian social order. The plots of the operas reinforced filial piety. Storytellers were the common people's history teachers. Songs were meant to be sung as one worked. But at the academy, Little Rabbit studied plays that were weapons in the war of social change, anti-feudal plays. In the communist cliché of a later day, she read foreign literature that, in contrast to Chinese tradition, celebrated individual will. A Doll's House was to color her thinking for life. As soon as she read it, a classmate recalled, she wanted to play the role of Nora and began to think of herself as a Nora who knew very well that she wanted to smash the door of the doll's house. Yunhe did not learn any foreign language or receive any of the social or scientific teaching of a university education. But the studies at the Experimental Arts Academy were potent and exciting. They opened the students' eyes, changed their lives by turning them from ordinary youths into performers of potential star appeal, and put them into the bohemian avant-garde of a society torn between the bonds of a crumbling tradition and a raw passion for reform. It was a westernizing education. In the music department, the other two were acting and playwriting. Each student had to choose a Western or a Chinese instrument. Yunhe chose the piano. This meant putting a foot outside Chinese tradition. She learned music as individual self-expression. As for drama, the very idea of a country girl being taught to dress up and perform on a stage was inconceivable without the Western influence that came through Wang Bushing and Zhao Taimu. It was not that Yunhe shone as a student. In Peking opera, she used to get out of time with the music, Wang Tingshu explained, and she'd reach for a certain pitch and fan to stay on it. Then there was the curse of her broad Shandong accent. Wang gave his interviewer a wry smile. I'm sorry to say we laughed at her. At the piano, Yunhe's tempo was irregular, which led the teacher to hit her wrists with bamboo sticks to force her to play with more control. Although Yunhe was a bit crude, she was sexually attractive to many of the men students. She was definitely the prettiest of the girl students, said Wang enthusiastically. She had a friendship with a music student called Tan Wen and an affair with a student of Peking opera called Wei Helling. That she quarreled noisily with some other male students, including Gao Yonghui, a specialist in modern drama, suggests either that she was a tomboy or that an aura of sexuality hung over her. The centerpiece of the innermost chamber of the temple building was a grand, forbidding statue of Confucius surrounded by his 72 disciples and adorned with a ceremonial headdress. We were all young and new to this old temple, Wang recalled, and the place reeked of superstition. The buildings awed us, and although we thought we were moderns, to a degree they scared us. No one dared to go into the innermost chamber, and especially at night it was considered spooky. One day, one of the students announced a really terrifying competition. He said the aim was to discover which of the men really had guts. The prize would go to the one if, indeed, there was one who would steal into the inner chamber after midnight, approach the statue of Confucius, climb up, remove his ceremonial headdress, and bring it out into the light to prove his courage to his classmates. The offer remained open for several nights. No student was able to conquer his inhibitions. Then one night, the dormitories erupted in amazement. A girl came out of the inner chamber clutching the ceremonial headdress, a look of brassy triumph on her face. It was Li Yunhe. After that, she was unforgettable, said Wang Tingshu. It amazed us that a girl had done that. We men were really too frightened to do it. And it never crossed our minds that one of the girls would do it. It was Confucius himself, after all. But that girl just went and did it. She was a shocker. She made storms. She drew attention to herself. During her 1 year or so at the Experimental Arts Academy, Yoonha learned quite a bit, developed her taste for self-expression, and eventually won praise for some intense, if melodramatic, acting. In the traditional operas, Yoonha played Qing roles. These were mature leading lady parts, of serious, tragic figures, as distinct from the Xiao Dan roles, portraying servants, younger sisters, or flirtatious girls. Those who liked Yoonha's acting, and not everyone did, liked the vivid wild colors she brought to her Qing roles of tragic heroines. But as she advanced, the more so as she advanced, Yoonha felt herself to be living in a jungle where struggle was at a premium. Each day, she girded herself for the next insult and tried to plan a way to deal with it. Like almost any girl of talent in the China of that time, she was faced with a contradiction. Not expected by her family to earn money or bring much honor to them, but merely to catch a man. She was encouraged to make herself pretty, even coquettish. Yet, that very coquettishness in a girl of spirit was easily taken for pushiness, and her talent was viewed maliciously, virtually as a prostitute's offering. So if Yoonha was an angular spirit, the reasons lay not only in her own personality but also in the situation that she, as a girl from a humble family in a college of mostly well-off boys, found herself in. She was obviously from a fairly poor family, said Wang Tingshu. Most of the students received money each month from their parents, but not Yoonha. In the case of Yoonha's family, no one asked about them, because, knowing their situation was a lowly one, we had no desire to meet them. The three girls shared one dormitory room which, like the classrooms, was part of the former Confucian temple. Yoonha fought with both her roommates. There were disputes over roles in plays and because Yoonha felt slighted by remarks about her odd clothes. And tensions arose from the fact that one girl was a sister of Professor Wang Bushing and from Yoonha's habit of seeing more boyfriends than the other two did. One evening, Yoonha seized a chance to turn the tables on one of her privileged girl classmates. At the popular weekend performance of Tragedy on a Lake, a play by Shanghai writer Tian Han, the leading role was being played by the student who was the sister of Wang Bushing. But on this Monday, at an additional show, Yoonha was given the role. Though the audience was smaller than on the weekends, she saw an opportunity to vindicate herself. Yoonha hurled herself into the role of the tragic heroine so fully that nearly everyone in the auditorium cried. Whether in the emotion of the moment or in excitement that she had struck back at her enemies with a triumphant performance, tears began to stream from Yoonha's own eyes. Backstage, as she wiped off her makeup, the academy director and her drama teacher strode in to praise her. Overcome by jostling, disparate emotions, she again burst out crying and rushed from the dressing room, leaving her mentors open-mouthed. A young man named Fei, a middle school graduate who liked Peking opera and modern plays, went to the Arts Academy to see a performance of Tragedy on a Lake. Yoonha happened to be appearing that night. Fei, the son of a Jinan merchant, was transfixed by Yoonha's style and her beauty. Some years older than Yoonha and quite presentable, Fei was a practical man of filial character. Yoonha was pleased that her appearance in Tragedy on a Lake had electrified a man in the audience. She and Fei met several times. But, in late 1930, the Shandong Province Experimental Arts Academy closed its doors, a victim of political change that sliced away its budget. The half-trained students had to face a precarious world. The arts in Jinan were being pinched and pressured by warlords and the Japanese. A few students were taken on by Beijing theatrical companies. Others found work in the more modernized world of Shanghai movies. Many abandoned the performing arts for mundane jobs. Yoonha and I and some others went to Beijing, Wang Tingshu recalled. Our teacher Wang Bushing took us. He included us in a singing society that he formed, and he helped us get small roles in the theaters of the capital. But Yoonha did not succeed in Beijing, despite brief appearances in Beating the Princess and an opera about an ambitious prostitute. She just wasn't abreast of the Beijing style, explained Wang. With her local ways and speech, She was not accepted by peaking audiences or theater companies. Back in Jinan, no one offered Yunhe a position, nor did she have a comfortable, acceptable family world to return to. She knew, at that moment, that she was handicapped by the lack of a regular advanced education and a secure family background. It seemed to her that only what she could grab by her own talent, personality, or scheming would ever be hers. With the academy doors closed, Yunhe was at a loose end and hard up, her semesters at the academy having put her even farther at a distance from her remaining family members than previously. Her thoughts turned to her young admirer Fei. More than one friend advised her to bend before the prevailing wind and accept security. One must not let the golden turtle get away, was the maxim for a girl in the face of a good offer. At the end of 1930, she married Fei and went, as custom dictated, into residence in the merchant Fei's house. It seemed a backward, very traditional step. Perhaps Yunhe's grandparents reasserted their influence. Yunhe still was only 16 and played a role in encouraging Mr. Fei. There was a wedding price to be paid by most brides, Wang Tingshu recalled. At the academy, we all assumed it was impossible for this reason for Yunhe to marry at that time. Perhaps family members paid the wedding price for her to marry this young man. Or perhaps Yunhe made the decision entirely by herself, simply seeing no alternative until another door opened in the world of the arts. The marriage lasted only several months, the last weeks full of turmoil and recriminations. Gossip had it that Yunhe was lazy, sleeping until the sun rose to the height of 3 sticks, about 10 a.m., sitting around like a rich madam who expected others to go to the kitchen and bring dishes to her. She was accused of lacking respect for Fei's mother, being unaccustomed to household rules, always away at a party or with questionable friends, and unable to grasp that she was no longer on the stage but in the real-life situation of a newly married woman, ranking lowest in the Fei family. Life in the Fei household was economically comfortable, but that was not what mattered most to Li Yunhe. As tensions mounted, Fei is said to have blazed at her. "You make even the chickens fly and the dogs run." Before the marriage, the idea of living with an actress was exciting to Fei, but afterward, exercising his prerogative to possess his wife's body and soul, he expected the flightiness to give way to homely virtues. Yunhe, for her part, on this occasion as in later life, did not see why marriage should be allowed to stunt her personality. The common old saying, "When you marry a chicken, stick with the chicken, when you marry a dog, stick with the dog," was altogether too stoical for her nature. On a stone park bench beside Darning Lake, as pleasure boats glided across the porcelain blue water and ducks cried out a mad message, the unhappy pair transmuted anger into grim negotiations. Yunhe is said to have demanded a small household, Xiaojiating, which would have meant splitting up the stem family, a 2-generation family, and living with Fei as a household of 2. She told Fei to choose between a wife, herself, and a home, Jia, the larger Fei family. A simple nuclear household was unusual for China in 1930, and it was outrageous for the young wife, as distinct from the parents of the husband, to propose it. Fei concluded, surely correctly, that such a demand was a tactic, that his actress was no longer his and that she wanted a divorce. Most likely, Yunhe wanted Fei to propose divorce. That way the property settlement would be more in her favor. In the modern fringe of Jinan society, it was almost fashionable, if still a bit daring, for an educated young woman to seek a divorce. It was like the opposition to foot-binding, prostitution, and the custom of paying a wedding price, and like support for free marriage and celebration of Women's Day on March 8th. A badge of emancipation. Yunhe consulted a close girlfriend, a modern and bohemian person. The girlfriend went to Fei and bargained on Yunhe's behalf about the terms of the divorce. An unconditional divorce, meaning that the husband's side would make no claims upon the wife, was arranged. Yunhe, confused, relieved, having made a mistake and corrected it, and beginning to realize that she was attracted to normally forbidden realms, enjoyed a momentary and melancholy freedom. The divorce was a great embarrassment to Yunhe's grandparents. It cut her off even more than before from her family moorings. Yunhe's mind turned to Shanghai, China's largest city and the hub of its entertainment industry. Tan Wen had gone there, and she was quite fond of him. Wang Tingshu was also there. She knew he liked her, and if she concentrated on him, perhaps she could like him. But Shanghai was 560 kilometers to the south. And Yunhe had no connections outside Shandong province and too little money to wander anywhere for long. She had experienced much for a girl of 16, but her feet were set on no clear path, and a gap yawned between her daily life in Jinan and the dreams she had begun to have for her future. Yunhe inquired about the former Arts Academy director, Zhao Taimu, who had praised her acting in Tragedy on a Lake. She heard he was in Qingdao, as dean of its new university, and academy classmates told her that this port city, 80 kilometers east of her hometown of Jiang, was a lively spot for the arts and politics. Perhaps Zhao could help her. She bought a train ticket, bundled up her few possessions, carefully secreted in her clothing the money she had received from Fei at the time of the divorce. Feeling she had little to leave behind in Jinan, she went east to Qingdao. Each time Yunhe broke up with a lover, she left town and started a fresh life in a different city. It happened with Fei. It would happen in identical fashion with her second and third husbands. Qingdao was newer than Jinan. With its cotton mills and German cobblestones, Qingdao was an ocean-minded, industrial city of some 400,000 inhabitants, a creation of the treaty port era that had brought China and the West jarringly yet seductively into contact. If Jinan belatedly had begun to modernize under the nationalists, Qingdao was, in its bones, a modern city. In avant-garde culture, socialist ideas, and nationalist agitation against Japanese aggression, it was ahead of the Shandong capital. In atmosphere and layout, it was a semi-Western city. Yunhe wrote a note on a card to Dean Zhao, who was also a professor of literature, identifying herself as his former performing arts student from Jinan. But Zhao did not offer her a job or a place as a student at Qingdao University, either of which she would have jumped at, even when she burst into tears at his desk. All she got from the dean was a temporary room in a dormitory, where she sat wondering how she might break into Qingdao's cultural life. Yunhe decided to use the back door and approach Zhao's wife. She took a horse-drawn carriage, mache, to the house of Yushan, who was a specialist on Peking opera, as distinguished as her husband. An elegant woman from a social class several notches above Yunhe's, her family influenced by Protestant Christianity, Yushan was taken by the girl's spirit and sympathetic toward her plight as a wandering divorcee in a family-minded society. She helped in two ways. Qingdao University Library employed a host of minor clerks, as Chinese libraries did, and Yunhe soon found herself one of them, thanks to Yushan's intervention with her husband. The library building, on a hillside with a view of the sea, was Germanic and concrete. The campus had been a German military base, with red tiles and glassless windows of an attractive lattice pattern, painted red to match the roof. Yunhe sat at a tiny wooden table just inside the front doorway, its top decorated with a half-moon portico, in a cotton dress of Western style, and wrote out book-borrowing cards in her stylish handwriting. The library was in the middle of the campus, lecture halls on one side, neat Western-style dormitories on the other. Yunhe met people and felt the pulse of campus life. She drew attention to herself. She gossiped intelligently. When news reached her, it went in one ear and out her mouth. As a library clerk, she had the right to audit classes. She went to lectures on the history of literature, Chinese and foreign, and on creative writing, most of them given by professors of left-wing views. Many had studied in the United States and, returning to a China in flux, were now immensely influential on the minds of a questing generation of Chinese intellectual youth. She wrote stories and poems in the zealous style of the time. She even wrote a play whose crime. It was about a young leftist, whose political activities brought about his mother's death and his own arrest. But none of them was good enough to make anyone feel she had a career ahead of her as a writer. In reaching up to the field of literature, Yunhe showed her brassy way of knocking on any desirable door, however much it may have seemed to be above her level. As always, Li Yunhe made a striking impression on some people, but marred her prospects by fighting with others and overreacting to small setbacks. She was quite unable to find a middle path between outbursts that were unfair to others and wounded retirement that was unfair to her. Professor Jiang Qing, author of a famous novel, humiliated her, she said. Her drama teacher, Professor Zhao Binge, laughed at her as a political fool. Dean Zhao marked her down as a troublemaker. Many of her fellow students, moreover, often found her aggressive, awkward, or unpredictable. Never mind. At Qingdao University, Yunhe's days were soon full of things more delightful and important than academic details. Yuxian's second contribution was to introduce Yunhe to a brilliant student and political activist, Yuxian's own younger brother Chiwei. He was fairly tall for a Chinese, said NYM Wales, the wife of journalist Edgar Snow, a little unkempt in his long Chinese gown. His face was handsome and expressive, with an easy smile. Mrs. Snow, like many others, was greatly impressed by Yu Chiwei's character and ability. He was cool and calm and gentle and tolerant, she recalled. He had the quality of leadership. It permeated the room as he walked in, even though his manner was quiet and rather shy. Women liked him. Yu Chiwei was a leader of the communist underground, which, in Qingdao as elsewhere, enjoyed complicated, ambiguous links with above-ground performing arts and literary circles. He was an upper-class youth and had leaned down socially to aid the communist cause. Yunhe was a girl of humble origin looking upward for any cause in which she could fulfill herself. After being frequent guests at Dean Zhao's house, on a leafy hillside where the two-story brick villas with red tiles, tall chimneys, and green-painted window frames recalled a seaside city in Europe, the pair grew closer. The city's center of attraction is Qingdao Pier, long and handsome, with chains hanging gracefully between its steel posts, each one holding up a magnolia lamp, and a pavilion in traditional style at the pier's far end. Yunhe and Chiwei went there at sunrise, when the smell of salt and fish filled the nostrils and the city began to present itself like a German painting against the hills. More often, they went to the pier at night. As moonlight made a silver field of the sea, they would huddle together against the railing, watching the boats, whose lights twinkled like stars in a black velvet sky, or go for long walks by the seashore, chatting about the women's movement, socialism, free love, Dream of the Red Chamber and other novels, and China's peril in the face of imperialism. Qingdao is a city of beaches, and Chiwei would go swimming, while Yunhe, who did not know how to swim, she had never seen a beach until she came to Qingdao, would sit in a boat and watch him in his brief, modern swimsuit. They went for long walks on the fine white sand of the seashore. They combined business with pleasure by going as a couple to seminars and progressive cultural events. The pair fell in love, a close relative of Yu Chiwei's recalled, and during 1931 they began living together. It was a modern marriage, without a certificate and apparently without any ceremony. Yunhe had found a partner light years ahead of Fei, a young man of wit and knowledge, a biology major whose grades would have been even better if he had not spent so much time on politics. Yu was from a family that combined idealism with social prominence. His involvement in radical politics gave him, in Yunhe's eyes, an attractive aura of mystery, of having a sense of mission. Living with him in the modern, anti-feudal mood of Qingdao at the time brought no daughter-in-law's servitude and few household chores. Thanks to Yu, whose job in the university's communist group was chief of propaganda, Li Yunhe entered the circle of the Communist Cultural Front. She joined the League of Left-Wing Theater People and the League of Left-Wing Writers on the strength of a few manuscripts, much enthusiasm, a forceful approach to older men, and Yu's influence. After the September 18 incident of 1931, which led to Japanese seizure of 3 provinces of northeastern China, and at Qingdao University brought class boycotts and faculty struggles over how radical the modes of resistance to Japan should be, she joined the emotionally red-hot anti-imperialist league. She threw herself into the Seaside Drama Society, a group typical of the times, which pitted the power of dramatic art against that of Japanese guns, taking to rural communities plays such as Lay Down Your Whip, a patriotic story of Manchurian refugees suffering under Tokyo's rule. She felt a part of history, caught up in a movement that promised to lead China and herself to a new highland. Yunhe's feelings of national indignation were strong and genuine, but her political knowledge was meager. She did not even know the difference between the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party. She was becoming an actress of some accomplishment and an asset to Communist front circles. Still, this activity gave her little status and was second best to creative writing and academic studies, areas in which she did not shine. She was really an appendage to the dynamic Yu Chiwei. Yu charmed her, lifted her eyes to new horizons, not least the gathering cloud of the communist movement, and introduced her to interesting people who, although socially elite, were on the verge of being political outcasts. For months, Yunhe did not know that Yu was a communist. If he returned very late to the apartment, she would accuse him of being out with another girl, when, in fact, he had been at a cell meeting. But gradually Yu, as a committed political activist, worked an influence on the malleable Yunhe. Yu was really a superior kind of person, NYM Wales recalled. And so I have always thought that Li Yunhe could not have been terribly different, otherwise he simply would not have linked up with her. One chilly day in February 1933, as a fog lay over the harbor, Yunhe walked with her arm around a thin male student along a cobbled street in the industrial quarter, inconspicuous amid the pale, drawn faces of laborers making their way home from breweries and cotton mills. The pair moved slowly, heads inclined together in amorous talk. Yunhe had worked hard for this moment and paid money for it, though she barely knew the man whose arm held her tight. It was not Yu, and she did not know the destination of this late afternoon stroll. Near a small park with cypress trees, prune shrubs, and a pavilion housing a marine exhibit, they turned into an alley. The man swept his eyes to the rear, and the two disappeared into a warehouse. Half an hour later, Li Yunhe was commissioned as a member of the Communist Party of China, Qingdao branch. For all the danger involved, which called for subterfuge in dealing with key party figures, Yunhe had taken this step out of a fuzzy motivation. It was true that she had come to hate the old Chinese social order, a natural, if not sufficient, springboard into the communist faith. Yet, had it not been for Yu Qiwei, she would not have found herself in the warehouse, signing on with the Chinese Revolution. Even as she crossed that threshold, her heart remained set on the liberty and fantasy that could be found in the theater. Given the mood of the time, when the arts were left-wing virtually by definition, an ardent young person did not have to choose yet between the self-expression of the stage and the self-abnegation of the Communist Party. Party member Li Yunhe sometimes looked like a scarecrow, but she was not without style. It was de rigueur, when it was not unavoidable, for young political activists to look down at heel, eat irregularly, and flout all conventions. Yunhe was no exception. Two Stalks she was nicknamed, for her skinny legs, short dresses, and lively gait, but she stood out as a woman of unusual attractiveness when, at a special event or during an evening of relaxation, she would appear in a blue silk qipao, with its high mandarin collar and slit skirt. She would smile enticingly and listen intently, flatteringly, to the passionate political utterances of the men in her circle, only now and then adding in a resonant voice a brief, modest remark of her own. Then Yunhe lost Yu Qiwei. The nationalist government began a crackdown on the 50 most influential communists of the city. Qingdao University was under pressure to squeeze out the communist students. Some were offered 50 yuan as an inducement to leave. In the tightened political atmosphere, Yu Qiwei was tracked down and arrested while conferring one evening with two communist colleagues in a park on Sun Yat-sen Street. He was put in prison, and Yushan sent for Yunhe to tell her the news. Yunhe was devastated. She cried, and she lost her grip on herself. Weeks passed, but she remained deeply shaken, wondering if the communist path was for her. Yu's family was the type that could bring political influence to bear. Yushan contacted Qiwei's uncle, Yu Dawei, Yu Tawei, a senior official in the nationalist government at Nanjing. Yu Dawei intervened on his nephew's behalf. "Be of quiet mind and not agitated," he cabled Yushan, quoting Confucius. Yu Dawei felt that his nephew and his circle were really just eager patriots. They were young and opposed to foreign bullying of China. "I did not feel that they belonged in prison." Yu Qiwei was released. After Yu Qiwei came out of prison, he left Qingdao. The Communist Party evidently assigned him to new tasks, and he went to Beijing to work in the radical student movement there. Yunhe was bereft. Only when Qiwei was in prison did she realize how much she cared for him. Perhaps she felt that he could have stayed on in Qingdao had he really wanted to. While Qiwei was in jail, she had eased her loneliness by taking a boyfriend, a student of physical education named Xiao, and this act may have turned Qiwei against her. It is also possible that Yunhe betrayed Qiwei politically, whether knowingly or not. when she was questioned about him by the police. Or perhaps Yunhe began to think that the entire Yu family, Chiwei the communist, Yushan the elegant woman of the arts, Yu Dawei the uncle who was an important minister in the Chiang Kai-shek government, dwelled in waters beyond her depth. At a low ebb, she decided to leave Qingdao. As in Jinan, the end of a marriage made her wish to change her entire environment. Nothing held her back from an effort to make a fresh start in a different city. Why not head for the bastion of self-expression, China's New York, the bitch goddess city of Shanghai? Yunhe's lonely childhood resulted in an almost un-Chinese individualism of spirit. She resembled the young Eleanor Roosevelt, who was also a lonely child, not close to her parents' other offspring, orphaned early at age 10, and often embarrassed by the inappropriate clothes she was given to wear. Both women turned the traumas of their early years into sources of creativity and independence of spirit. Most of the people around Yunhe were brought up to be, and sought to be, like everyone else. As average Chinese children, they traveled a road from indulgence during infancy to harsh discipline during youth. Yunhe was different. With her blazing will and her stock of what she considered to be especially unhappy memories, the last thing that she wanted was to be like other girls. She did not have the experience or the problem of a father pushing her into an extremely feminine role, molding her into a dependent little girl, preparing her as a doll for a future master's amusement. On the contrary, she lacked the constant love of a male protector into her adolescence, just as she missed out on the give and take that close brothers and sisters provide. After the early years of her mother's coddling, Yunhe, instead of being sharply reined in, was left much to her own devices. Her self-esteem was not struck down, in the usual Chinese style, by a heavy weight of parental authority and group pressure. She was terribly alone, for better or for worse, which is the last thing a young Chinese expects to be. Along with independence of spirit, there grew in Yunhe a conviction that she would be required to struggle if she were not to be trampled upon. Disorder and strain in her upbringing led to anxiety about what might befall her if she were unwary. She had to resist older men, her father, the underground theater troupe boss, Mr. Fei. She dealt with and meted out violence. She was conscious of living in a disintegrating society that could not promise justice or certainty. It did not seem natural to Yunhe, though it was the Chinese family and social way, to seek peace at any price and put into her stomach, meaning hide, any feelings of hostility. She would create polarization even when the ingredients for it were hardly there. Far from masking her feelings, she used them as weapons of struggle. Her experience of family quarreling probably gave her a narrow-minded, scheming streak. Feeling deprived, Yunhe sought revenge, and so a third basis of her personality, together with independence of spirit and the impulse to struggle, had shown itself as she grew up and reached out in Shandong. Filial piety and a general ingrained deference to authority were supposed to make a young Chinese person stoical about trials. Yunhe, however, often hit back at her enemies. And when she could not do so, she stored up the grievance for a future accounting. "Her career seems amazing to me," said Wang Tingshu, Yunhe's Jinan classmate. "When I think back to the Li Yunhe I saw day by day, she eventually became a theater lord, spinning the artistic life of China around her little finger. But I know she's a naive person, tough, yes, and very passionate, but simple and narrow." Wang's eyes shone with the memory of those times together in Shandong. "Should I feel pity that a lofty label has been put on such an ordinary piece of goods? Or should I be comforted that she made it, that the Yunhe I knew rose so high?" Chapter 3 On Stage in Shanghai. 1933 to 1937. "All I knew was that I wanted to feed myself and that I adored drama." Jiang Qing. Sailing down the coast from Qingdao to Shanghai, cooped up in a tiny berth, Li Yunhe worked herself into a high state of nervousness, wondering how she would fare when faced with the new levels of talent, beauty, and toughness of the city for sale. When the dumpy steamer eventually left the East China Sea and entered the winding yellow strip of the Huangpu River, around which Shanghai clusters, she felt weak from the assaults of two of her perennial enemies, illness and the male sex. She vomited most of the way, for the sea was rough and she had never been on an ocean-going boat before. Worse, an unwelcome activist from Qingdao, Wan Leian, formerly of the Arts Academy in Jinan, where Yunhe had met him, had been assigned by United Front circles in Shandong to keep an eye on her during the voyage. He paid more attention to her than she wished. He took advantage of her seasickness to try to dragoon her into sharing a hotel room with him on arrival at Shanghai. As the steamer docked amid the sailboats, foghorns, cluttered wharves, and impatient crowds of China's largest city, Yunhe fled the deck as fast as she could, her high heels hardly keeping pace with the scramble of her long legs down the gangplank. So desperate was she to put her sickness out of mind and the presumptuous male escort out of sight. Would Shi Dongshan be there, as planned, to meet her? Her eyes searched the pier for this movie director, a friend of Dean Zhao's and Yushan's, at whose house he had met Yunhe. Anxiety almost brought on another fit of vomiting. Shi suddenly appeared with a silver-colored Morris taxi and whisked her, minus a piece of luggage that in her agitation she left behind, to his room in a crowded section of the inner-city district of Hongkou, mouth of the rainbow. Shanghai was just past the peak of its career as a Western toehold in China and a magnet for the Chinese entrepreneur. Exciting but heartbreaking, hedonistic yet full of Christian missionaries, corrupt and, at the same time, a nest for left-wing idealists, rich in opportunity and rife with injustice. A congenial base for cocky Europeans doing business in the Far East but poised for the destruction of its freewheeling old ways by assaults from Japan. Shanghai was a cauldron of contradictions, a city that wore its heart on its sleeve and took in its stride the epic's kaleidoscope of greed, thrills, and death. If Beijing was about politics, Shanghai was about money. The nationalists ruled harshly and inefficiently. Even people who closely followed politics took little notice of the recently decimated Communist Party. Virtually no one outside the thin ranks of the party faithfuls had heard of Mao Zedong, the peasant communist who was in the inhospitable mountains of Jiangxi province, in southeastern China raising an army. The Shanghai headquarters of the squabbling Communist Party espoused an urban path to power, while Mao and others, who had been driven out of the cities by warlords and nationalists in 1927, resisted the urbanites and trod a rural path. Shanghai's communists, who disapproved of Mao's bent a knee to Moscow, worked underground. Yet, as in Qingdao and on a grander scale, they wielded enormous if indirect influence on literature and the performing arts. The girl of 19 arriving to try her luck in Shanghai, like the city itself, had no awe for the past or long-term vision of the future, but only an eye for what the present moment could offer. Insofar as she was a leftist and since she couldn't tell millet from sorghum or pick a mule from a water buffalo, the urban path suited her. Young and energetic, aspiring to be an actress, she had come to the one city where success, if it was within her capacity at all, could be won, and where failure, for a woman of humble origin seeking work in the arts, would very likely bring the bitter alternative of prostitution. You could see she had a rustic background, recalled Rang Jin, a movie actress whose career unfolded in the same years as Yunhe's. She was a frugal girl, not especially dressed up, as people later accused her of being. She was quite attractive, but her clothes hung on her, and her legs seemed too long. Of her acting potential, the very successful Kang Jian, who had arrived in Shanghai from Nanjing, and who was to have boyfriends who were also at one time or another Yunhe's boyfriends, had a mixed view. Not bad as a stage actress, but she lacked a good camera face. Too bulgy in the jaw, teeth too prominent. From Nanjing wasn't up to Shanghai sophistication. Li Yunhe, when she first came, was very far from it. If you weren't Shanghai, people could tell, and you had to be Shanghai to get the top movie roles. Shanghai women shocked Yunhe at first. To a northerner, even one like Yunhe who fell short of Beijing restraint and taste. The females in the upstart city of Shanghai were brash, loud-mouthed, flirtatious, gaudily dressed, and overly made up. Yunhe was amazed to see Shanghai women snarl and scratch at each other in a street quarrel and to hear the prostitutes of Nanjing Road shout for customers like boys selling newspapers. She did not think of herself as a sheltered wallflower. But perhaps she would be too sedate for Shanghai, after having been too pushy in Shandong? Shanghai seemed a liberated place for a young woman to live. Mae West was a cult figure among the shopgirls flocking to the movies, whereas women still were viewed as chattel in most of rural China. Still, appearances were deceptive. Quick changes had bred anomalies and brought dislocations. In the 1920s, a feminist movement sprouted in China's cities. Women paraded in men's trousers, swore never to marry, and gave support to firebrands such as Han Ing, who urged a system of hate and said the entire male sex was the enemy of the women's movement. Women 15 or 20 years older than Yunhe, shaped in this Mary Wollstonecraft era, developed attitudes toward men, marriage, and work that were far apart from hers. In the 1930s, the feminist movement, in Shanghai at least, was overtaken by a rising wave of general political radicalism. The chief enemy is not men but capitalism and imperialism. It was equally compromised by the quick spread of the Mae West syndrome, the seductive image of a Western-style liberated woman who could be casual about men, do without men most of the time, find them fun on occasion, but would never be obsessed by them as either boss or enemy. Trousers and close-cropped hair and manly ways gave way to qipao and flowing hair and high-heeled shoes. Yunhe was a young woman of the 1930s, and she felt in her own life the ambiguities of the Mae West syndrome. Unlike women of the previous generation, she enjoyed some modern education and had not been pinned to a marriage bed for life. So she had not felt the full brunt of feudal oppression. She did not hate men. She had arrived in Shanghai untrammeled and open-minded, wanting only to feed herself and pursue drama. Yet, Yunhe was to learn sobering things about being a woman in the liberated 30s. Shanghai was an enclave, but not one that could remain impervious to what transpired in the rest of China. Independence was fine, but Shanghai was a social and economic jungle whose inhabitants were not born equal. Many a young woman's pleasure at being free was clouded by the pain of encountering male supremacy at every turn. To be an actress, in particular, was to walk a fine line between being a star, in control of affairs, and a doll, a toy for one's patron or director. Could one in the end be sure that a man's support was not desirable? On her first evening in Shanghai, Yunhe dined alone with Shi Dongshan. This director and writer, now in his 30s, had been in the Shanghai theatrical world since 1921. He was active in left-wing cultural circles, although not a Communist Party member. At a small brown table in the vast restaurant of Dal Sun Department Store, a landmark in the shopping paradise of Nanjing Road, the experienced director told the hopeful novice about the League of Left-Wing Theater People and its personalities. A key group for one with Yunhe's interests, the League, as a needle's eye, caught up many of the tangled threads of art, politics, passion, and feuding that made up Shanghai's left-wing bohemia. As they ate Western dishes with a Chinese personality, a name that recurred in the conversation was Tian Han. A playwright who had studied in Japan, he wrote Tragedy on a Lake, in which Yunhe had played the heroine's role on a memorable evening at the Arts Academy in Jinan. Her main teachers at the academy, Wang Buoxing and Wu Ruian, were both associates and admirers of Tian. By the time the couple strolled out of Dai Sun into Nanjing Road, which pulsated with life as no street Yunhe had seen before, the young actress had decided to present herself to Mr. Tian. Tian Han was a brilliant, opinionated man, older than the young bohemians gathering in the new world of the theater and with an established reputation as a playwright. He was a romantic. Wine, music, and cinema, he remarked, are man's three greatest creations. At the same time, he was a secret member of the Communist Party. For some days, Yunhe stayed in the large Tian family tenement house opposite the China bookstore in the mouth of the Rainbow District, so that Tian's entourage could assess her talent and reliability. But Tian Han took little interest in Yunhe. Occupied with 100 projects, he appointed his younger brother to help Yunhe. Yunhe was disappointed. She did get a role in a minor troupe doing plays for working-class audiences. She began to earn her living with part-time teaching jobs. But brother Tian Hong was objectionable. He was too interested in her as a pretty girl and too little interested in her as a professional artist. He traded on his brother, said Yunhe's future husband, agreeing with her low view of Tian Hong, and made a nuisance of himself. He followed Tian Han everywhere, poking his nose in. He wasn't an artist, he was an idiot. Later, Yunhe would come to know Tian Han on a more equal plane, thanks to her future husband. For the moment, she had to be content with a meager place on the fringes of Shanghai's left-wing theatrical life. With courage, persistence, and charm, she tried to bore her way farther into the honeycomb tunnels of this world. She was not bent on contacting the party, as she would later put it. The Communist Party, after its catastrophic experiences between 1927 and 1930, was a dangerous organization to be in. Few people, especially of Yunhe's interests and personality, sought to join it in the early 1930s. And after she lost Yu Qiwei, her appetite for Communist Party work declined. From Tianhan's side, caution was the policy.
Jiang Qing's
White terror was such that the Communist Party had to be extremely careful about taking in new members for fear of spies entering the ranks. Yunhe could serve the cause as an actress in left-wing plays, but she did not seem a suitable recruit for party organizational work. For Yunhe, membership in the Communist Party was not necessary for her artistic and personal purposes. Her communist sympathies existed, a legacy from her time with Yu Qiwei. But in Shanghai, they were just another string to her bow, not her central concerns, which were acting, meeting interesting men, and exploring the city's life. Still, there was a hard political streak in Yunhe. She wanted to throw herself into politics as well as the theater. She thought it was the right thing for the times, and she also loved the self-expression it afforded. If Tina Han was unsure that she was serious and reliable, she would make her militancy so unmistakable that he would have to take her on board as a communist. The days and nights were a merry-go-round of rehearsing, handing out anti-government leaflets at street corners, and performing under conditions that were often grueling, makeshift, and dangerous. Yunhe conversed earnestly in Honko coffeehouses with other young, idealistic bohemians about the role of art in society. She audited classes at Shanghai University. She joined in theatrical events to harness the rising tide of patriotic fervor against the encroachments of Japan. There was time out for sleeping around, and time spent on the gossip and heartbreak that resulted from the revolving door romances common in the Shanghai theater world. As a teenage newcomer, Yunhe was a very small fish in the murky if alluring pond of Shanghai theater. The large fish mostly cruised by her with unseeing eyes. The lesser specimens, of male variety, saw a chance to bully or toy with her. Envy and rivalry held her back from friendship with women in the pond of theater plus politics. All the while her allotted task was mundane maintenance work on the dirty bottom of the pond, far beneath the real vocation of a first-class cultural fish, which was to leap and turn in the clear surface water, where the lights caught every wriggle and spectators nodded appreciation at the pond's edge. Yunhe's political activity during 1933 and 1934 was carried out as a member of the Communist Youth League, in which her guide was Su Yong, a plain woman with a rasping voice and moles on her face. Sister Su, as Yunhe came to call her, considered her new charge interesting but flighty, and the two were to have a close but checkered association. A position which Yunhe gained at a night school for women workers and peasants in the fall of 1933 probably was due to Sister Su and the Youth League, not to intervention by Tianhan and other moguls of left-wing culture. This interesting school was supported, in part, by the YWCA, from its big British-style building on what was then Bubbling Well Road, now Nanjing Road. The job was humble, tough, and far removed from Yunhe's real love of work in the theater. She taught basic language and general education 2 classes a day to fit in with the hours of shift workers, to shop assistants, seamstresses, and operatives in sock workshops, cotton mills, and cigarette factories. The women were raucous, smelly, and, exhausted by the day's labors, hard to teach. There was no one to take charge of our singing class, a woman from a Shanghai cigarette factory recalled. Night school teacher Su asked the communists if they could help. So Li Yunhe arrived as our teacher of singing. She came twice a week and was always punctual. She used to introduce a new song by playing it on the arrow, 2-stringed violin, while singing the lines in her lovely, wide-ranging voice. Struggling as she was, Yunhe did not consider herself a proletarian like these women, the presumed backbone of the communist cause she was on the fringes of. Was she not a girl of some education? Were the bright lights of the stage not beckoning her? She did not dress in a worker's tunic as her pupils did, but in the Western-style clothes of a middle-class or intellectual Shanghai woman. She occupied a room of her own, at the back of the school premises, while the women worker pupils were packed in several to a room at the front. In money matters, Yunhe was, at times, in difficulty. She had no funds from family members, unusual for a 19-year-old, but, in addition to the pittance she earned from the night classes and a lesser amount from other bits of part-time teaching, paid by the hour, she apparently still had money from the divorce settlement with Mr. Fei and savings from her 2 years' work at the Qingdao University Library. Yet, there was a moment when she lacked even a few cents. For a tram ticket, after having impulsively bought a top-price seat at a play, when she could have made do with an inferior one for 1/6 the cost. A year later, after Yunhe had left the YWCA night school, a roommate called Ai Gue, who worked as a household servant, scrounged boiled rice and an egg from the table of her employer to feed her, a day after she had just bought a fine blue silk, qipao, with a fancy white embroidered hem. 1 month, she could not muster the rent for her attic and had to pawn a wristwatch given her as a keepsake by a lover to pay some basic bills, having splurged at an expensive eating house, where she perched at a window table, observing and on display. As at Qingdao, there were puzzling financial transactions between her and some political figures, with the lines of obligation far from clear. Her second short-term living place, after she left the Tian home, was with a member of the League of Left-Wing Theater People, Liao Masha. Why she moved into Liao's garret, when she had to sleep on a tiny table and evidently was the subject of bickering between Liao and his wife, is not easy to fathom. Even less so is why, in order to escape from the suffocations of the household, she paid this left-wing notable the substantial sum of 20 yuan. Perhaps she feared Liao was out to control her, as she felt the Tian brothers were. Perhaps, as Liao himself hints, she was attracted to Liao, which caused her to leave Tian Han's house for Liao's garret, and provoked bickering between the Liaos. For all the vagueness of her political beliefs, Yunhe possessed revolutionary idealism and took political risks. For a while, she worked as a part-time clerk, virtually without pay, in a movement that sought to bring knowledge to the villages far from Shanghai. The leader of this enterprise, which was in the Russian tradition of intellectuals going to the people, was Professor Tao Xingji, a kind, persistent man bent upon doing good. Yunhe would go to his office, often tired from her other activities, and file papers, send out letters, and make travel arrangements. This greatly impressed some of her friends, including her future husband. One night she acted in a play to benefit striking tobacco workers. The Murder of the Babies was a drama in the service of social justice, and Yunhe played the role of a harassed, battling working woman. All afternoon, people had been arrested in Shanghai for demonstrating against the management of the British-American Tobacco Company. Proceeds from the evening would go to the struggle against this corporation. As she put on her makeup, Yunhe felt the danger and excitement of theater that was also politics. Everyone knew that the Indian Sikh policemen of the international settlement might well storm the theater during the performance and arrest cast and audience alike. Yunhe acted well, spurred by the special attention to her art that came from the risk of the situation, seeking vindication against those who thought she lacked guts. When the final curtain fell on the Murder of the Babies, actors and audience filed out a tiny back doorway into a main street and joined the swelling ranks of the continuing demonstration. Yunhe was exhausted, hungry, penniless, and immensely excited. Street demonstrations, circulation of leaflets, anti-government plays, all were subject to the penalty of law as interpreted by a nationalist government that was almost as opposed to Chinese communism as to Japanese encroachment on China. In some ways, a girl of stunning naivete, not least about her own impact on other people, Yunhe often was unaware of the high risks she was running. Nevertheless, she gradually learned the arts of deception and discretion that were part of the mental uniform of a left-wing activist in the Shanghai of the early 1930s. When she spotted a team of police sniffing for a raid, as she traveled on a tram or a bus with a companion or a document judged subversive, she learned how to slip off the vehicle with an innocent face. Or, if the bus was flagged down and a confrontation with the police became unavoidable, how to charm the surprised officers with elaborate courtesy, and how on desperate occasions to shout and scream so outrageously that the police would be paralyzed by sheer embarrassment. As an actress dabbling in politics while working as a teacher to make ends meet, she seemed to be leading her disjointed life in front of a mirror. She was sincere to a substantial degree. If comfort and pleasure had been her goals after all, she could have sought out a businessman and become his mistress. Yet, the drama of a dangerous moment was more real to Yunhe than the danger itself. The sense of hurling herself vigorously into a cause was more compelling to her than the cause itself. The cause was left-wing politics, a life-and-death one for many people and of inestimable importance to China's future. But the point of it for Yunhe seemed to be her self-expression as a person trying to command a response from the world. In Shanghai, as recurrently in later life, Yunhe mixed up in her own mind political persecution and personal affront. It was not always clear in her reminiscence, or perhaps in her original perception, whether an unwelcome man had come to her room to rebuke her for an error made in trying to push the communist cause, or to rape her, whether troubles encountered by her night school students were due to a nationalist crackdown, or to an attempt by enemies within the left-wing camp to get at her by making a scapegoat of those under her guidance, whether an eruption of contention in a left-wing cultural group had to do with a disagreement over political tactics, or with a bitter chase after her affections by a crowded field of lustful actors, directors, and editors. This was the kind of person Yunhe was. She didn't stand for much then, recalled movie actress Rang Jian. She didn't know much, but she was able to dramatize things. If she came to dinner, recalled a male artist who knew her then, one found oneself quarreling with one's wife when she had left, whether out of exhaustion due to a tough routine, or dissatisfaction at her low status, or personal turmoil in the wake of rocky affairs with men used to nibbling any candy within reach, or simply because the chill of October made her quarters at the night school bleak as never before. Yunhe left Shanghai in the fall of 1933 to take a look at Beijing. She spent several months in the northern city and did not participate in any theater. She hung around Beijing University, going to lectures in the social sciences, neither her chief interest nor a realm in which the fruits of any serious study ever became evident. Her purpose was to contact Yu Qiwei. If only out of nostalgia, her lover of Qingdao days, now an important figure in the communist underground at Beijing University, might be willing, she apparently surmised, to help her gain a better foothold in Shanghai. She needed an entree to top cultural circles in the entertainment capital of the kind you had provided for her in Qingdao. If Yunhe hoped to resume the marriage, that did not occur. If she expected a job, that did not materialize either. She existed on an allowance of 7 yuan, probably arranged by Yu, which after the rent was paid for a miserable room left less than 5 cents for each meal. No clear purpose was fulfilled by Yunhe's winter in Beijing. She contacted some former classmates from the Arts Academy in Jinan, now working in the Beijing theater, but she really had no business in the capital if the embers of the affection between Qiwei and herself were beyond resurgence. It may be, as an important source declares, that she became pregnant by Qiwei, ending in an abortion, but then she quarreled with him. The relationship, at any rate, did not pick up. In early 1934, Yunhe took the train back to Shanghai. New opportunities and perils faced her. Yu, whose family was even better connected in Shanghai than in Shandong, wrote letters to some of the fractious, haughty comrades in Shanghai on her behalf. Yunhe was caught in a vicious circle during late 1934. Yu's contacts provided a way to a better foothold on the crowded ladder of Shanghai society. Yet, she was far from adept in the realm of left-wing politics, and, particularly because of her impulsive ways, she was exposed to hair-raising dangers. Major trouble came through contact with a handsome young man, an old friend from Qingdao, who had a double motive in wanting to associate with her. A cashier in the Shanghai post office, the Qingdao man ran into Yunhe on the street and soon asked her help in some progressive cause he said he represented. He also invited her for meals and strolls in rich harvest gardens on Nanjing Road. Problematic as the dashing cashier's blending of political and personal attention was, and despite her recollection years later that he worried her, Yunhe met with him repeatedly and accepted at least one copy of a radical magazine called World Knowledge from him. This young woman of ardor and curiosity permitted, once again, the pleasantness of being sought after to blur her judgment of the relationship that was taking shape. Immediately after one meeting with the old friend, 2 plainclothes nationalist police officers nabbed her, marched her to a police station, confiscated the issue of world knowledge she was carrying, and announced that she must leave the territory of Shanghai City proper that night. It was in character that Yunhe's first emotion was not fear, but anger that she had allowed herself to fall into the clutches of unreasonable brutes. For the moment, she was locked up in the women's cell on the second floor of the station. As it happened, Wang Tingshu, the classmate from the Jinan Theater School, now in a Shanghai drama company, walked into the police station. So many theatrical people were leftists, Wang recalled, and one of my friends had been arrested. I went there to see him. Wang entered the large gray building. It was brightly lit for the processing of the crimes of the night. One of the clerks at the reception desk turned out to be an acquaintance of Wang's from Shandong. You know, we've just had a young miss from Shandong brought in, the clerk remarked to Wang. Immediately, I thought to myself that it must be Li Yunhe, Wang recalled. He soon verified her identity. Wang Tingshu stared down the cheerless corridors in indecision. I was afraid of contact with Yunhe. I knew she had become a leftist, since she quit Jinan and came under Yu Qiwei's influence in Qingdao. And that was dangerous. Wang wanted to visit his male theatrical friend, but to do this he would have to pass by the grill of the long women's cell. I was afraid Yunhe would see me, Wang explained, and call out to greet me by name. She was that kind of person. Then the whole police station would turn eyes of suspicion on me. Wang walked out of the building without seeing either prisoner. Yunhe's account of what happened later that night suggests that the drama of the situation eclipsed fear and anger alike, and perhaps colored her memory of what the police actually did to her. She was not suitably dressed to walk to the fringes of the city, she complained, whereupon the resourceful police found for her a gaudy Chinese gown made of velvet. There was apparently a consensus that this was suitable attire for the journey. While the policemen covered their eyes, she took off her Western dress, donned the velvet gown, put the Western dress back on over the gown, and, as if to make herself larger than life in every respect, then struggled into a wool-knit waistcoat to cover gown and dress. This created an effect that allowed her to be released from the police station, and she began a walk through the night toward the vegetable plots of Shanghai's suburbs. That the police were taking Yunhe seriously as a revolutionary may be doubted. That Yunhe feared posterity might not take her seriously as a persecuted communist is suggested by her addition to the story of a quite unbelievable item. Before heading out into the night, she took from her discarded underclothes a secret application form from the party organization and tucked it into the comber of her waistcoat. By widespread testimony, no such form existed in the Shanghai Communist Party of 1934, nor did party members or followers carry any document of party identification. As she strode westward, more than one strange man tried to waylay her. She ate the party application form while sitting in a rice paddy field. She was again kidnapped by nationalist plainclothes agents. Whatever the truth of these recollections of Yunhe's, it is a fact that in October 1934 she found herself in prison. She had fallen under suspicion for her diverse associations with people the nationalist government considered subversive. "You ought to spend your time catching real communists," she shouted to the wardens as they locked her behind bars. The remark may have been melodramatic, but it rang with truth. It was a terrible setback. She stopped coming. The former student from Yunhe's night school class of cigarette workers recalled. Teacher Su came in with a very sad look on his face and told us that Teacher Li had been arrested. We took up a collection to buy biscuits and other foods and supplies and asked Teacher Su to try and pass it on to her in prison, to express our respect and condolences. Yunhe recalled her 8 months in prison as a time of violence, oppression by men, and betrayal, but also of her own triumphant struggle against her captors. Her menstrual periods ceased. The afternoons brought on chills and fever. One guard slapped her face in a rage at her impudence. Another flicked his whip at any woman, in this women's prison, who dared to cry. But Yunhe sang arias from Peking opera. Would these not convince the wardens that she was no communist? Coached fellow inmates in replying to interrogation, received from the party organization, which she had never been able to contact, gifts of bread, bedclothes, and money, went so far in her defiance as to cry, "Why don't you shoot me?" and in the spring of 1935 was released when a foreign YWCA official turned up to vouch for her innocence. There is another version of Yunhe's 3 months in prison, less heroic, nearer to the truth, according to which she did, indeed, often prevail, but less by political shrewdness than by skillful use of her feminine charms, and, at the end, was released simply because she confessed. She chatted and drank with the guards, Chinese sources from the period say, and gave them photos of her stage appearances. She sang her favorite Peking opera highlights, not in order to prove herself non-leftist but to charm the guards into treating her leniently. She gossiped so much during the interrogations that she implicated a man named Xiao Zhang and others as communists, which resulted in their arrest. She was slowly won over by the guards' argument that she was young and beautiful, and would find her golden years ahead of her if she denounced communism as nonsense and declared her unshakable belief in the nationalists' 3 principles of the people. After writing a confession, Zisho, she was released in early 1935. I told her, "Your case is really simple," one of her former prison guards recalled. "Just turn over a new leaf, and everything will be all right." This guard prided himself on not striking Li Yunhe, although he says some other guards did, but on speaking kindly and reasonably to her. She had a most pitiable look on her face when I told her all would be forgiven if she converted herself. Soon she wrote out a confession. That Yunhe recalls the prison experience with overtones of melodrama, experienced it that way, doesn't mean that she did not suffer privation, humiliation, and injustice. If her menstrual periods ceased, she must have been weakened through weight loss. Being half spectator of her ordeal did not mean that its pain passed her by, or that she did not realize what was happening. Rather that she was deeply unsure how much of her outward political identity was the real, inner Yunhe, and that she was still trying to construct a reality out of her impulses and the external events she was caught up in. While still behind bars, she asked a soon-to-be-released inmate to assure the party organization that her true identity was still undiscovered by the prison authorities. It was still undiscovered by Yunhe herself. What is a real communist? Yunhe wondered. She felt herself to be one in a vague way because she was expressing the passions of the era in her nationalism and in her sympathy for underdogs. It was not fair, she thought, for people to look back with hindsight and judge Shanghai, where the Communist Party really was a propaganda organization by the standards of the Soviet era's Mao's territory, where the party was a political and even a military organization. Was the battle in Shanghai not one of ideas? And who was more militant in her instinct for justice than Yunhe? When a delegation of progressive Japanese writers visited Shanghai, Yunhe was among a group of Chinese theatrical women, all leftists, who met with them. She was thin and graceful, but there was something strong inside her, recalled the Japanese writer Seiko Nishi. Each of the Chinese wrote a message on a piece of paper for the Japanese delegation to take home and share. Yunhe wrote, "Please stop making movies that disgrace China." Whatever compromise Yunhe had made with the nationalists, she took fewer risks and was less politically minded after her imprisonment than before. A shift in her priorities occurred, from public affairs to personal ones, from political organization to the performing arts. Her idealism still existed, but her methods of expressing it became more prudent. The left-wing politics of the day was made up of a network of contacts, every relationship a vertical one involving discipline, none a horizontal relationship of equals who could relax with each other. One comrade sent to meet another would recognize the person by a cunning signal. The first and third buttons on the jacket would be left open. A hat would be held in the left hand at a certain angle, and the keynotes of such activity came to be wariness, furtiveness, and self-importance. It was a world without friendship, and Yunhe found it chilly. In her life and work she wanted, in addition to fewer risks, more emotional satisfaction. She did not return to the night school residence, where she had been surrounded by political activists, but went to live with a theatrical friend in the French settlement. For a fresh start, almost a remolding of her persona, she chose for herself yet another name, Lan Ping, which means blue apple. Her former teacher, Wan Leian, observed to her that Yunhe, crane in the clouds, not only suggested a passivity and retirement that did not suit her ardent nature, but even had the flavor of a Taoist nun about it. Daogu Qi. Wasn't this the moment to bury Yunhe and become a more forceful person? She thought of going back to Shumeng, but told friends it was too rustic a name for Shanghai. She also thought of using Luan, a name that figured in her family background, but dismissed it on the ground that theater fans, of whom she was determined to have an army, had difficulty with names that took so many strokes to write. Luan takes 22. She settled on Lan, blue, as a new family name, either because its sound reminded her of Luan, or because of her liking for the color blue, especially in clothes. To it she added Ping, apple, perhaps recalling the town of Yantai in her native Shandong, famous for its crisp, delicious apples. At 20, Lan Ping was born. You must see her, Hong She, a distinguished producer who had studied in the United States, and a close friend of Yu Shan, the sister of Yu Chiwei, said to Cui Wanqiu, Sui Wanqiu, Shanghai's leading literary journalist. She's a newcomer, from your own province of Shandong. She took some classes from me in Qingdao. She's very good. Cui, a sharp, elegant, bright-eyed man, took a taxi with Hong to a shabby hall in the French concession, where Lan Ping was rehearsing Ibsen's A Doll's House. There was a break in the rehearsal. Cui and Hong watched the actors and actresses milling around, sipping tea and smoking, some chatting in groups, others sprawled across the auditorium seats in repose. Hong pointed to an actress pacing alone along a corridor by a window, her head in a script, murmuring her lines. That's Lan Ping. Cui turned to see a slender girl in a dark blue qipao, her hair cut in a fringe. She looked rustic, Cui recalled. Not at all Shanghai. Hong beckoned Lan to come to the edge of the stage. She came quickly, with a shy smile, her script clutched at her side. This is Mr. Cui, editor of De Wanbao. He's a senior fellow provincial of yours. Oh, I've read your articles, Lan Ping said respectfully. And some of your books. Cui could tell that she had been coached in Mandarin for the theater, though a Shandong accent twisted it as she pronounced Zhucheng, the name of her hometown and county. Already when I was working at the library of Qingdao University, I knew your name. I pray for your success, Cui said, riveted by the charm and courtesy of Hong's young student and friend. When this play is over, Lan Ping said sweetly, I would like to come and visit Mr. Cui, to learn from you and also to chat about our native places. I don't know about learning from me, Cui replied, but you are welcome to come and chat anytime you like. Later, Lan told a friend about the introduction. It was important to meet him, she said evenly. And he's quite handsome, too, Cui recalled. I was impressed from the start by her serious attitude, going over her part while the others were relaxing or gossiping. As for her appearance, Cui, known as a ladies' man, summed it up. You could not call her a beauty, but with a slender body, clean-cut face, bright eyes, and nice red lips, and being so clever and quick in manner, she was a pretty girl. Alluding to a famous phrase for a beautiful girl in China, bright eyes and white teeth, Cui detected a flaw. Bright eyes, yes, but I couldn't add white teeth, because one of her front teeth was a yellow color. As a Shandong man, Hong said to Cui as they took their seats to watch a scene of the rehearsal, you'll be able to help her, to give her moral support, Peng. Cui said he would be delighted to do anything he could, through his paper and in other ways. She's promising, Hong concluded, and there's just something about her personality. The director, Zhang Min, signaled the start of a scene, and Lan Ping began her Nora, filling the character with rebelliousness. The League of Left-Wing Theater People, the umbrella organization of politicized art circles, combined characteristics of Shanghai bohemianism, nationalism, the romanticism of youth. Virtually all those with whom Lan became involved in work and personal life were in their 20s, and communism. Fault her as we may for not seeing the incompatibility of being a revolutionary and also an individualist, Lan Ping was typical in wishing to be both. Fuzzy as she was about the boundary line between theatrical art and political goals, she was little more so than a host of others in the League. Nor was the flightiness of her way of life, especially prominent during the second half of her 4-year stay in Shanghai, terribly unusual for an actress in her early 20s trying to claw her way up the ladder of the performing arts. Many a director expected his actresses to be available for sex. Lan and others knew that Zhou Yang, the leading Communist Party intellectual, was living with a young girl. Colleagues hardly raised an eyebrow. Outbursts of temper, declarations of eternal love, nights of weeping and fighting. These were the very proofs of the dramatic capacity of an actress. To confuse the two realms of life and drama, as Lan often did, was to demonstrate a magnificent absorption in one's art. Lan met a football star called Li. Theater people and sports people often sought out each other's company. They still do in China today, and the two were living not far from each other in Laffield Street in the French concession. Whenever I had a match at the Yiyuan or the Jiaozhou, two sports grounds in the French concession, Li recalled, she would always turn up and cheer to spur me on. He remembers Lan as a coquettish girl, fairly slender, of medium height, and good at presenting herself in social situations. She as an actress and he as a football player were dubbed by some friends, the beauty and the night. Their meetings were fleeting, awkward, and never really private, until one day, they both found themselves invited to a reception at the rich Harvest Gardens. They were seated together and, after an abundant meal and some wine, they stole away to the Carlton Cinema on Jingan Temple Road. This teeming movie house was famous for its couples who came as much to sit close to each other as to watch the screen. They settled into back seats to watch Beauty's Heart, a romance from Mingxing Studio starring the beautiful Hu Dai and the handsome Gu Meijun. When the story hit an enticing moment, Li said years afterward from his exile in Hong Kong, she turned her strange, yearning eyes on me. During a sexy scene, she would lean a little more firmly against my body. Making a bid for the dashing football player, Lan Ping was misjudging the degree of aggression suitable for the man and the moment. After all, Li said, I was a man with some prior experience and not bursting with inquisitiveness about sex with a girl. To her fantastic enticements, I made no response. Perhaps you don't care? Lan's gentle question was almost an accusation. No, Li answered with a hiss. I'm just absorbed in the movie and Hu Dai's great acting. A moment later, he cried out, well done! In the general style of Chinese audiences of the day, as Hu Dai saved her situation with a cunning maneuver. Lan Ping pushed her soft jade arm around Li's tight warm waist, trying to inflame him before the movie ended and the lights came up. The crowd soon poured out into Nanjing Road, some misty-eyed, some chatting animatedly. Her intention had already become solidly rooted in my mind, Li recalled. He felt he understood Lan well. She was young, fairly new to Shanghai, and on the rise but palpably eager to rise faster, and to clasp fame almost viciously like a gem in an anxious palm. Even to a football star, her ambition and exhibitionism were flagrant. What a risk-taker! The aroused, if slightly puzzled, Li marveled. As dusk fell, and the red and green neon signs of Nanjing Road lit up their excited faces, Li and Lan strolled to Champion Gardens restaurant, where at a corner table they ate an early dinner, in the Chinese style of fish and rice, together with a few glasses of sweet red wine. Darkness found them in a fourth-floor room of the Huizhong Hotel. Sedate in wood and silk, it was luxuriously furnished, with an ample bathroom and brocade lampshades shedding a dim, soft glow. The bustle of Nanjing Road seemed infinitely far below. All this added up to a suitable atmosphere for sexual activity, Li noted with Chinese practical sense. No sooner did I close the door and sit on the sofa than she was passionately upon me, with warm words and hot kisses. Are there any matches this week? Lan inquired in an urgent whisper as she put both arms around Li's neck. She moved against his chest like a child clinging to a parent. Which team will you be pitted against? Her words were beginning to seem irrelevant. No match this week, but I have to go to Suzhou, Li's hometown. Lan clucked in mock despair. You mean I'm going to have to do without you for so long? 1 week will pass swiftly, and then I have a match next Sunday. I love your vigor and courage on the field, Lan said ardently. Especially your skill in shooting. She began to adopt positions from scenes in A. Beauty's Heart, her body as hot as a bowl of steamed rice. All of a sudden, she took off everything except her underwear and hopped with a springing step into the bathroom. The bathroom was not fully closed off from the bed and sitting area, and Li, lying on the bed, flushed with the red wine and amazed at Lan's aggression, watched her reflection in the mirror over the washbasin. He saw a lithe form, a snowy complexion, flat, lovely eyes, and firm, round breasts. Near her right nipple was a pea-sized black mole. Lan returned to the bed, where Li had undressed himself, and the beauty and the night came together. She left me with the impression, recalled Li, who did not sleep with her a second time, of a promiscuous woman capable of going to extremes. It was almost as if her masterfulness was too much the center of the encounter, eclipsing the shared pleasure of the lovemaking. Her unique skill in bed left Li half dead and half lost. Yet, she was too conscious of herself as a performer, too busy telling Li about her charms, to be as good a lover as she promised. She rendered me great joy but not complete satisfaction. Lan Ping, at any rate, made a mark on the football player's memory. More than 30 years have passed since that night in the Huizhong Hotel, he recalled in Hong Kong. Her enticing power may now have gone, but I will never forget her. Lan was a great success as Nora in Doll's House, playing opposite the popular actor Zhao Dan, later a prominent figure in communist cultural politics. It was her breakthrough into professional acting. The sparse, powerful Ibsen drama, whose theme is the gradual, surprising growth of Nora's resolve to leave the domesticity of a conventional marriage to Torvald Helmer, a lawyer, for something anything else, had been Lan Ping's favorite play since her days at the Arts Academy in Jinan. I threw myself into the part, she said of the rehearsals, to which she devoted long hours each day for 2 months. On opening night, the Golden City Theater was jammed. Every beacon in the sky of the Shanghai Theater was there, including Lan's Mountain, Shi Dongshan, and all the leading critics, not least the handsome Tang Na of the important newspaper, Dagong Bao. Cui Wanqiu took his seat expectantly. Before the night was out, Lan had the audience at fever pitch by the challenge to Chinese tradition in the words falling from Nora's lips. Lan found a submerged aspect of her personality in turning herself into this woman rebel, her own phrase, when she later boasted with some reason of having gone beyond Ibsen's original conception of the character. Lan was able to shout across the footlights her own private message to Mr. Fei. We must both be perfectly free. Look, here's your ring back. Give me mine. She was able to explain her resentment of male directors. I've lived by performing tricks for you, Torvald. Lan Ping was Nora. For the rest of her life, she continued Nora's habit of humming to herself when something pleased her or when she wished to appear enigmatic. Doll's House ran for 2 months, unusually long for a left-wing production. Lan's performance brought high praise, allowing for the fact, as one must do, that as Nora and Torvald pitted themselves against each other, some of Zhao Dan's established glory rubbed off on Lan Ping. Miss Lan Ping has made us know the real Nora for the first time, a leading critic wrote. When she cried, everybody felt miserable. When she smiled, the whole theater was happy. Another prominent critic, not left-wing, later wrote, in the Shanghai Theater, 1935 was the year of Nora. Nora made her famous, Cui Wanqiu recalled. You see, it was breathtaking. She took Nora as such an extreme rebel, Cui added, with the fond but resigned smile of one who liked Lan but not her politics. And being her, she said this was all very revolutionary. As Nora, Lan had given those who cared to take note a glimpse of her personality. This young star, Cui murmured to a colleague as he left the theater, could never make a good wife. Anyone who marries her will have a tough time. Less than a year later, speaking to a man who was in love with Lan and who had been present at the opening night of Doll's House, Cui would repeat his opinion, advising him not to marry this brilliant rebel but inadequate wife. Cui went to his office at Wanbao, which carried on its masthead an English version of its title, China Evening News, and planned a series of articles on Lan Ping and her acting. Full of praise, they filled the theater page for days on end. Was Lan grateful for this coverage? Cui was asked in English years later. He merely smiled. You used too nice a word. Chui's charming and witty wife, Zhang Junhui, Chang Chunhui, observed to the questioner. Just say she was great. Chui's smile broke down a little. Don't go into that, he said evenly. The director of A Doll's House, the brilliant Zhang Min, a cosmopolitan man who was an exponent of Konstantin Stanislavski's doctrines, was impressed with Lan not only professionally but also personally. Hong Shem had brought her to his attention. From a number of fine actresses, some very well known, Zhang Min had chosen the unknown Lan Ping for the role of Nora. Zhang would now pay more and more attention to Professor Hong's talented, striking find from Shandong. One critic dissented from the storm of praise, and it was typical of Lan Ping's career that this man, writer and director Zhang Geng, was reacting personally as well as professionally to the woman rebel she had made of Nora. Zhang Geng, a smooth, confident man in his late 20s, had been Lan's boss at the work-study troupe in 1933. She's my girl, so don't touch, he would say of his new young charge from Shandong. Furious at being treated as his possession, Lan had battled to keep him at bay, refusing his constant offers to take her home after evening rehearsals or political meetings. Surprised at her spirited resistance, Zhang Geng cut through the knot of her obstinacy by announcing that he wanted to marry her. She refused him point blank. These were the days when Lan collected marriage refusals the way her friend Li, the football player, collected trophies. A year later, gazing coldly at Lan's portrayal of Nora, the distinguished director and critic found it rough, crudely assertive, and objectionably rebellious. He drawled his verdict, too naturalistic. Lan Ping's second detractor was Wu Mei, a well-known artist who had auditioned for Nora but lost out to Lan. She's a bitch, the pretty actress said, her face a mask of hate. She flattered Zhang Min from beginning to end. Wu Mei, a member of Tian Han's Southern Society, went into a black fury when director Zhang Min cast her only as Nora's neighbor in A Doll's House. She refused to attend rehearsals. Only the day before opening night did some of her friends, begging her to take into account the overall situation, succeed in persuading her to swallow her pride and play a minor role alongside Lan Ping's Nora. Lan had made another enemy. Despite Zhang Geng's negative judgment, which Lan Ping could have avoided by sleeping with him, Lan's Nora was her ticket to the movie roles she desperately wanted. After the success of Doll's House, and through the dogged help of Shi Dongshan, who felt a loyalty to their mutual friends in Qingdao and also was attracted to her, Lan Ping landed a 3-month contract with the Tse-tung studio at a modest wage of about 25 yuan a month. Tse-tung was a left-wing outfit in which the Communist Party had a heavy influence, whose movies, done on a shoestring yet often lively, were meant to raise social and patriotic consciousness. The difference between Tse-tung and a commercial studio like Mingxing, observed a leading critic, was that Tse-tung was new, underfinanced, run by the artists themselves, and committed to social justice. Tse-tung's films were intellectual films, not terribly popular among ordinary people, who preferred the ice cream for the eyes of Mingxing films. You see, Lan Ping was not an ordinary actress, said a young colleague, Su Fei, who was later to have a long career in the communist movement. As a Tse-tung girl, she was really simple, straightforward, and rather serious, compared with the pop actresses. Lan didn't cover herself with rouge, lipstick, and eyebrow paint the way a Mingxing girl would. Rang Jian recalled that she earned 70 yuan a month at Mingxing, nearly 3 times Lan's pay at Tse-tung. Lan Ping would still have to battle to secure roles, but she had launched a career as a progressive movie actress. She worked for a year at Tse-tung, from spring 1935 until spring 1936. Her assignments during the first months were humble, sewing costumes and erecting sets while waiting for a part. She was thought of as a girl whose life was as likely as her work to win the world's attention. She was known as a gregarious young recruit, singing through the studio gate on the arm of a director or chatting intimately with a handsome actor in an all-night noodle restaurant after a late movie at the Carlton Cinema. One evening, Lan went out for dinner with a group of friends that included Wang Ying, a well-known actress, and her actor boyfriend Zhou Buoxuan. They dined well at Peaceful China, a Russian restaurant just off Lupon Road, and drank much vodka. Later, when most of the group had dispersed, Zhou Buoxuan found himself with Lan Ping and his own Wang Ying, both drunk. Before taking Wang Ying home to his place, Zhou escorted an unsteady Lan Ping to the front gate of Jiang Tong's studio, where he asked the gatekeeper to make sure she got safely to bed. The elderly gatekeeper thought it best to fetch a studio colleague of Lan's, a male actor and director, to carry her upstairs. The young man did a thorough job. Next morning, Lan awoke to find herself naked, her clothes in a pile in one corner of the room. Glancing down her body, she saw red marks on her stomach. It was writing, done in her own lipstick, which sat uncapped on the bedside table. Was this message? Be careful next time, greedy drinker. Lan threw on some clothes and went to see Wang Ying. My dear, I was drunk too, Wang Ying said to Lan. I never knew Russian liquor was so strong. Ying, how did I get home? Zhou Buoxuan asked the gatekeeper to carry you upstairs. Hardly able to believe that the old janitor could be so mischievous, Lan went to see him. Yuan Muji took you to your room, the old man explained. Lan Ping summoned the brilliant young director to her room. Closing the door behind him, she cried, How could you? You're angry with me, but you should thank me. Lan's mood moved from anger to coquettishness as her handsome colleague spoke. If you really don't think I should have written the message, Yuan said with a broad smile, take off your clothes and I'll wipe it off. It was not the end of Lan Ping's roller coaster dealings with Yuan Muji. The world of Shanghai movies was, in a reflection of Shanghai itself, extravagant, tough and yet sentimental, cosmopolitan to the point of being un-Chinese, and as recent by the measure of China's long history, as mushrooms after spring rain. Talent and excitement existed in abundance. Shopgirls squealed and rickshaw pullers sighed at the sight of the star performers, even left-wing ones, and devoured trashy movie magazines with the concentration of brokers reading stock charts. In this young industry, a talented young actor or actress or director could fashion a career in months. Budgets were low, the technical level was abysmal, but the magic of huge audiences made up for much. Artistic standards were not high. There were no steady traditions to give definition and perspective to the present. Political imperatives often whittled art into propaganda. Many movies seemed neither fish nor fowl, cut off from Chinese tradition, but too imitative of the West to be truly cosmopolitan. Lan Ping, rootless and confused, was in an apt realm, where her weaknesses were almost strengths. Her mentality, in turn, flowered through experience in this plastic realm. In movies, the smile and the snarl were twins, poverty and glitter seemed to feed upon each other, and realities, from China's national agony at the hands of Japan, to the creaking social order, to Lan Ping's exposed situation in the jungle of Shanghai, could be crowded out of mind by fantasy, impulse, an evening of passion, or flickering images on a screen. Silver dreams was Tian Han's term for movies. Was it not a perfect place for Lan Ping, who had little to lose, to aspire to satisfactions that life had so far denied her? But she would have to walk a tightrope between fame and vilification, between freedom and exploitation. Women in particular were tossed about by the contradictions and shortchanged by the illusions of the performing arts world. An actress on the screen was a jade girl, adored, envied, the focus of each audience's dreams. When the lights went out, she was on a level in Shanghai society with vagrants, butchers, and prostitutes. Surely the actress was as liberated as a woman could be, free of the drag of family, expressing herself on an equal basis with men. That was one aspect of her life, like the crimson of a roll of silk, viewed from one angle, but a darker color hit the eye of the actress, like the brown of the silk when looked at from a different side. She was always under pressure to be a doll of the director, to whom she owed her role, and she was a slave in the whimsical kingdom that men of power liked to make of the entertainment world. Lan Ping could see both colors in the role of silk. But unlike Ding Ling, the writer and feminist, who toyed with the idea of acting in movies but rejected it because of the sexual exploitation of women involved, Lan Ping had few options, and her drive to assert herself by whatever means was so fierce that she could stomach, for the moment, many an insult to her own integrity. If Shanghai was an enclave within rural, tradition-bound China, The Bohemians of Shanghai formed a liberated enclave within the crass commercialism of their own city. Underneath Lan's easygoing buoyancy was a determination not to let anyone control or possess her. Her charm could turn to fury if she suspected that an actor or director was trying to manipulate her, as Jiang Qing did, into a situation at odds with her own goals. If a man paid for her at a theater or a restaurant, she would insist, the next time they met, on paying for him, even if she had to scrape the bottom of her purse to do so. Some people underestimated the intense will inside this pretty girl. The promiscuity that earned her the nickname Rotten Apple. Lan Pingua, a play upon her name, hid from easy view a streak of purposefulness. Theater colleagues would see her sitting in an expensive cafe, ordering only a cup of tea or a bowl of steamed rice, and assume she was waiting for a man friend, old or new. Often, a man would come in to join her. But that was not the only significance of Lan's bold ways. There was also in her behavior a self-confidence that was not manipulative, but an end in itself. Most people prefer to be constrained by duty and routine, it is said, than to be free. Perhaps that is true, and, if so, it is truer in China than in most places. Lan Ping, however, was an exception. She was happy to be alone. She had no craving to be dependent on a man, a director, a teacher, on anyone, while colleagues and rivals took her for a confident, even brazen woman. Lan burned with a sense that virtually everyone she dealt with despised her as an upstart without class or qualifications. Self-possessed as she seemed to be, a person more of calculation than of impulse, she was, in fact, emotionally fragile. She did not work well with others, especially women, and, despite her toughness, the turmoil of her life brought its suffering. Cui Wanqiu was poring over proofs in his office at De Wanbao, at 3 p.m. when the phone rang. It was Lan Ping. Doll's House had just finished its run, and she wanted to thank him for the shining notices she received in the theater pages of The Torch, the arts supplement to De Wanbao. Perhaps she could drop by for a chat? Cui had a date for dinner with Ying, a screenwriter for Mingxing Studio, but both men were happy to have Lan join them. This Nora seemed intriguing. While Ying finished up a piece of business at the studio, Cui took Lan to Avenue Joffre, Huaihai Boulevard, for pre-dinner coffee in the fashion of the time. Lan wore a pale blue qipao and plain shoes. She had put on a touch of lipstick, rouge, and powder. Her manner seemed an odd blend of bohemian, proletarian, and girl of pleasure. At dinner in the Jinjiang restaurant, a crowded landmark in the French concession, the talk turned to Peking opera, and Lan offered strong, anti-traditional views. Mei Lanfang was conservative, she said, in a reference to the leader of the most celebrated school of opera. Cui and Ying disagreed. Lan illustrated her point by ridiculing the portrayal of women in Heavenly Maidens Scattering Flowers, and other such Mei Lanfang operas. Sentimental women, she said with distaste. Now they titter. Now they are hysterical. She did not like the idea of a beautiful woman, so delicate that the wind could blow her down. The type who always needs a man to hold her up. Cui was taken aback by Lan Ping's forcefulness. I don't understand, she added as a parting shot. Why so many men like this kind of tubercular ghost? As empty dishes piled up like the results of a battle, the three diners quoted bits of operatic verse. Lan knew much less than Cui, and some say she could not sing the arias. Jing 11. In the professional manner, despite her hints that she could. Cui asked if she often went to movies. Movies are like textbooks for us, Lan replied. She expressed no preference for Chinese or foreign films, saying she devoured both. When they talked of the merits of the two most famous Chinese film actresses who die, the one whom Lan and football star Li had seen in Beauties, Heart, and Yuan Lingyu, an extremely spirited woman who committed suicide when she felt depressed about being treated as a plaything, Lan spoke up for Yuan. Who die was a wooden beauty, Lan said. Just like a statue. Cui and I thought that was unfair. And she danced the night away with Zhang Shuliang, Lan remarked with a frown, the very night of the September 18th incident, when Zhang, who commanded the forces in the northeast, should have been on duty resisting the Japanese invaders. Lan Ping and I arrived in Shanghai at exactly the same time, Cui recalled with a smile years later. She from Qingdao, I from Japan. After Hong Shen's introduction, they had a pleasant acquaintanceship, he as a leading editor, she as a junior actress. Briefly, perhaps, there also flowered a personal friendship. He knew her well enough to introduce her proudly on many occasions to visiting Japanese intellectuals. Lan would often utter fierce anti-Japan sentiments when she met Cui's acquaintances from Tokyo, but that did not deter him from showing off his junior provincial. She wrote a few articles for my literary supplement, Cui said. They were not terribly mature. She was delighted to have something published. Payment to her was 3 yuan per 1,000 words. Guomorwa Xia Yen, Liao Masha, whom Lan had quarreled with, and the other big stars received 10 yuan per 1,000 words. No political collaboration existed between Lan and Cui. Cui was not a leftist but a member of the China Youth Party, a group then critical of the nationalists but far closer to them than to the communists. It was true that Lan, now a modest success in the theater, was less preoccupied with revolutionary politics than before her imprisonment. But it was not the case that Cui was a nationalist spy and that he lured Lan after her release into secret work for the Chiang Kai-shek cause. Cui was kind to Lan, not out of political cunning but because he liked her and felt her acting was worth encouraging. One man who had liked Nora very much was the brilliant, sentimental arts critic for the newspaper, Da Gong Bao. Tang Na had a handsome, open face with a large expanse between mouth and nose. His big eyes danced with humor and excitement. Natty in a western suit of light cloth, his gleaming black hair slicked down. He was seldom without a cigarette bobbing up and down in his gesticulating hand or relegated to the comber of his mouth, so as not to interrupt his rapid speech. That night in the Golden City Theater, he had sat entranced with Lan Ping's acting. He found her strong, exciting, and attractive. Meeting her was only a question of time. It was a warm evening, and Tang Na was walking to the studios of the Diantong Movie Company, where he had supplementary work as editor of its magazine and as a director. Huaihai Boulevard in the French concession was crowded with strollers, food sellers, entwined couples, beggars. Tang suddenly saw her walking briskly in the steamy night, her hair cut in a girlish fringe, the silk of her blue qipao, lit from the neon rays. Only a careful eye could notice the too heavy ankles and the slightly bandy-legged walk, legacies of childhood foot binding that were never to go away. Lan knew who he was, just as he knew who she was. They both paused. Tang smiled broadly like a handsome cat, and Lan put out her hand. Tang said how much he admired her Nora. Of course, Lan said. She was well acquainted with the writing of Mr. Tang Na. I'm a revolutionary, she burst out to the man-about town of Shanghai's cultural left wing. She looked wonderful. Her strange, unsynchronized self-assertiveness did not deter Tang. Rather, it entranced him. It was enormously exciting to me, Tang Na recalled, that this new actress from Shandong, very seductive, said to me right there on Huaihai Boulevard that she was a committed revolutionary. Socially, culturally, and economically, Tang Na was several notches above Lan Ping. Born in Tianjin, Tang Na, as an infant, lost his father, a railway clerk who died after swallowing medicine meant for external application. Tang was sent, at the age of 14 months, to live with a widowed, landowning aunt in Suzhou. He took the name Tang from the nurse, Miss Tang, who moved him to the lovely garden city. Na came from the phrase, Rong Na, to be tolerant, a suggestion of his aunt's. His mother and brother remained in Tianjin. Like Lan Ping, Tang Na came from a broken family. My first article was for a local Suzhou paper, Tang Na recalled. How excited I was when the editor accepted it. My topic was chain letters. I attacked them. You know, all that superstition, if you didn't send off a letter, something terrible would happen to you. And if you did and enclosed 1 yuan, you'd become rich. Silly nonsense. An energetic teenager, Tang hated the Confucian education administered to him by the tutor his aunt employed. I had to recite the classics. If I got a word wrong, the teacher hit me with a bamboo slat. It amused Tang to recall his tactic of rebellion. Every few minutes I said I had to take a piss. My teacher knew it was just to escape from the monotony of the lessons. His fury rose. What do you like about Suzhou? Tang Na years later asked a friend. The bridges, the gardens, and the people are good-looking. I don't think Suzhou girls are as beautiful as people say. Tang came back, with his tendency to see another side to a question. Look at me, he added with a grin. I haven't always selected Suzhou girls. The dashing rebel of Suzhou became, in Shanghai's conditions, an unprogrammed leftist. At St. John's University, a foreign-controlled school, he was taught Chinese literature by an American. It wasn't so much a humiliation as plain stupid, he felt. Two things in Shanghai made me a leftist: foreigners lording it over Chinese, and the gap between rich and poor. Tang Na did not get into Communist Party politics, as Lan did in Qingdao. I just never thought of joining the Communist Party, explained this bohemian of effortless talent. We were a group of artists. We had the same ideas. We felt passion over the issues of the time. We used our pens, our voices, our bodies to help China. It didn't seem to require being in the Communist Party. Nor had Tang ever read a single book by Karl Marx or Vladimir Lenin. In politics, Lan Ping had a harder, more calculating, perhaps more serious streak in her than the charming critic she met on Huaihai Boulevard. The next day, Lan went to see Tang Na at the tse-tung studio, where he was under contract. She was open to an affair. She had not lived with a man since losing Yu Chiwei, and she still was adrift in the human sea of Shanghai. Her approach was to confront Mr. Tang as she addressed him, with a lofty wall of elaborate respect, which could not but please him, and also to permit an occasional, sudden shaft of flirtatiousness to play on the soft underbelly of his personality. Should a man already so accomplished have to come so often to the office to work? Lan Ping allowed herself to inquire, inspired by her effort to turn an acquaintanceship into a mutual exposing of the soul. Tang explained that he worked hard and also played hard. Was Miss Lan perhaps the same? Indeed she was, the young actress purred, putting plenty of stress on work, as if to bring into more enticing relief her flirtatious sallies. Pleasure could not be tasted at its purest by those who did not also work to their limit. Did Mr. Tang not agree? And yet, Lan ventured, a slight frown joining forces with a warm smile, just as each year offers only one spring, and not every day is a lovely day, so pleasure has its moment. It does not hang in midair, available always and automatically, but must be grasped on the rise, or it has a way of disappearing. Lan Ping may have been pushy, but she was fresh and exciting, and Tang Na found himself falling for her. In old China, a girl could only hint at her availability, showing her tiny red shoes beneath the wooden partitions of a home, standing on a veranda at sunset, playing on a stringed instrument, the qin, so that a young man down the street could hear it. In the Shanghai of the 1930s, a girl could be bolder. Even in Shanghai, she was exceptional, Tang Na observed. Don't think of her as a timid Chinese girl. Perhaps you are used to Chinese girls being retiring. Well, Lan Ping was not like that. She was one who did not hesitate to go up and talk to a man, to take the initiative, to put herself in a man's path. Oh, she was a bold girl. Lan strode in the gate at 405 Jingzhou Street, in mouth of the Rainbow District, to the tse-tung studio. She looked smart in a blue qipao, split to the thighs, her long hair gleaming in the afternoon sunlight. The Western-style property, formerly a middle school, comprised a 3-story hostel of suites for the professional staff and courts for basketball and tennis, as well as offices and workshops for sets and costumes. Being left-wing did not prevent the acquisition of pleasant premises. The gatekeeper escorted Lan to the tennis court, where actor Cai Zhao was in the middle of a game of doubles with 3 colleagues. Was Mr. Tang Na around? Inquired Lan Ping, who as a new member of tse-tung was unknown to the 4 playing tennis. He was not, in fact. Tang did not play tennis. Nor were Wang Ying, the leading actress, and Yuan Muji, the actor and director who had applied lipstick to Lan's stomach, whom Lan then asked about. She sat down to watch the game, a conspicuous presence because of her appearance and the mystery of her identity and what her business with Tang Na might be. Within a few minutes, her busy, magnetic smile had won her an invitation from C.I. Zhao to try her hand with the racket. Soon, a long, driving shot by C.I. struck Lan in the chest. She fell to the court by the net, where she had been positioned, and lay there in a dramatic heap. Massage by various eager hands revived her to a degree. For the next half hour, she watched from the sidelines as the others resumed playing. Only that evening, in the studio dining room, when the tse-tung manager, Ma Dijian, introduced Lan as the studio's newest recruit, did that afternoon's tennis players learn the name of the striking visitor. C.I. Zhao talked for days only of Lan Ping, while never daring to look directly into her face. But there were other actors striving to get to know more of the girl with the bruise on her breast. During a slack period just prior to the shooting of Free Spirit, an unremarkable film starring Wang Ying in which Lan had a small role, she was the focus of attention for the worldly yet slightly childish tse-tung actors. If it wasn't Tang Na asking her to a movie at the Carlton Cinema, it was C.I. Zhao strolling with her in Lotus Park, or Yuan Muji huddling with her in a sustained whisper, or the solidly built actor Zhou Buoxuan begging her to go out for a midnight snack at the open-air food market near the Park Hotel. One night, at 2 a.m., she was lying in bed checking over the lines for the next day's scene of Free Spirit, when a dark shadow at the window made her cry out in fright. "Who's there?" she asked, but received no reply. An hour later, after having dozed off, she suddenly awoke to see a man's hand reaching through the doorway of the room. This time, Lan's screams brought half the company rushing in nightclothes to her room. As the victim related her horrible experiences, some earnest expressions gave way to fleeting grins. Was she really in danger of her life or merely in need of relentless attention from one or another of the quartet of actors who found her appealing? The next morning, she saw outside her door a body sheathed in a quilt. Whipping off the quilt, she discovered Zhou Buoxuan, fast asleep, his moon face like a baby's in the morning sun's rays. "What are you doing here?" she blazed. Having languished in the course of passion's pursuit, the disheveled Zhou could only smile weakly, gather up his quilt, and beat a retreat to his own room. Lan Ping could not escape the presence of the four suitors, if escape was really what she wished even in the bathroom. A wave of toilet literature began. One piece of roughly written doggerel stared down at her from the cubicle wall. Little C.I. halfway through the night unbolts the door. Old Zhou has turned into a piece of the ground by sleeping always on the floor. Muji 3 times each night to her room is seen to steal. Tang Na for 3 days has not felt able to eat a meal. Meanwhile, as if to show that the men friends of the frustrated four could match the low levels of the mischievous girl colleagues of Lan Ping, perhaps Wang Ying had penned the poem. Various declarations of affection, "Miss Lan Ping, I love you," appeared on the wall of the men's bathroom, signed with the name of C.I., Tang, Zhou, or Yuan. When a letter reached Lan's mailbox, purportedly from the solidly built Zhou, arguing that his extra flesh amounted to a guarantee of extra passion, Lan, by turns angry, amused, battered, and bewildered, decided to take advantage of the completion of shooting of Free Spirit, to stay away from the studio as much as she could. She enjoyed the excitement of being chased, if these accounts from movie magazines are to be believed, though it irritated her when the label "loose" was draped on her. Among the young men interested in Lan, it was Tang Na who attracted her most and annoyed her least. After a period of absence from the studio, Lan was seen, one spring afternoon, strolling out of the compound with Tang Na, their hands clasped, their shoulders touching. That night, both failed to return to their rooms at the hostel. The company was agog. When the couple did not show up on the second night, Lan's other admirers were crushed. On the third evening at 6 p.m., Lan and Tang walked through the gate, arms interlocked and faces flushed. Saying nothing, they went directly into the office of the manager, Ma Dijian. At dinner, Ma rose to say he had good news to announce. Our colleague Mr. Tang Na and Miss Lan Ping, in mutual understanding and a meeting of wills, have decided to live together. The dining hall erupted. All the actors and actresses, there were 3 exceptions, laid aside their chopsticks to clap, gather round the shining pair to offer congratulations, and, in Chinese style, to demand details of how and when love had arrived. That night, Yuan was found distraught on a couch to which he had set fire, in some mad experiment to take his mind off Lan Ping. For his part, Xi Zhao ended the evening in a drunken fit under a table in the dining room. And Zhou, his layers of flesh heaving with grief but not devoid of lust, began a 3-day stay in a nearby brothel. Tang Na swept his unofficial wife off to Arden Mansions, in the international settlement, where the couple set up house in Tang's Western-style apartment of 3 rooms, easily the nicest living place Lan had known so far in Shanghai. It was a glamorous match that caused some excitement among the bohemians because Tang was influential, Lan was new and promising, and both were young, smart, and in the movies. In Tang, Lan Ping had found not only one of Shanghai's leading young left-wing cultural figures, but also a man who, despite lacking the organizational involvement that Lan had had with the Communist Party, was progressive and anti-imperialist. Communism and the performing arts climbed into bed together in the Shanghai of the 1930s. It was a natural partnership in that nationalist repression offended the impulse to free expression, and foreign trampling on China made the Communist Party's anti-imperialist position appealing. Was it not Chiang Kai-shek, mortal foe of the Communists, who was shooting writers? Did not the passions of nationalism prompt one to reject art for art's sake, just as the Communists did, and use art as a rapier against the injustices of the Japanese? For these reasons, many people in the theater, like Lan Ping and Tang Na, were natural communists, although ignorant of communist doctrine. Lan and Tang were strolling home after an evening of cafe talk over Shaoxing wine and dancing at a parlor on Bubbling Well Road. Suddenly, the sound of a fight rent the humid night air. Tang pulled Lan nearer to have a look. A towering white Russian was kicking and beating a rickshaw puller. Both Tang and Lan were purple with fury. A crowd gathered as the white Russian interspersed his blows with accusations that the rickshawman had asked too high a fare. Tang took the lead in speaking up for those in the crowd who were angry with the European, because Tang spoke good English, the language in which Chinese in Shanghai had to deal with foreigners. "Let's fix a fair price," said Tang as calmly as he could. Lan Ping stood by with fire in her eyes. Knowing the area well, he suggested 1 yuan, when the white Russian stopped his attack long enough to say where the ride had begun. 10 cents, snarled the white Russian. It was an impossible sum for 10 minutes in a rickshaw. The bleeding rickshawman began to fight back with extraordinary force. Tang and Lan led a movement among the crowd to escort both parties to the nearest police station. Once there, Tang and Lan found they had not reckoned fully with the bias against a Chinese protagonist on the part of authorities within a European concession. "What right do you have to arrest this European gentleman?" the police sergeant inquired icily to deflect the issue to fresh ground. "We are Chinese," Tang said with grim fury. "We cannot stand by and watch such injustice toward one of our people." But a friend of the white Russian had arrived, a European surgeon who was part of the informal network of informers that the police in the concessions depended upon. Tang and Lan had lost. A fine was levied against the rickshawman. Tang and others chipped in to pay it. Tang and Lan spoke some quiet words of encouragement to the crowd as young intellectuals holding the banner of mass radicalism, and then they walked quickly home, agitated, depressed, reinforced in their conviction that Shanghai was becoming ripe for revolution. Tang and Lan were night owls. They often ate late at Russian-style restaurants off the Avenue Joffre in the French concession that a generation of Chinese cooks, many from Lan's own province of Shandong, had apprenticed to white Russian restaurateurs, and having learned how to make borscht, chicken la Kiev, and other Russian dishes, they carried on Russian cooking without Russians. "It was cheap," Tang recalled. "For 20 cents you got a meal of soup and a main dish, and the tea was free. We bought a package of 6 tickets for 1 yuan, saving a bit by quantity." They both smoked, Lan lightly, Tang heavily, favoring an American brand, Washington, that came in a can. They drank a lot of bygone, a strong spirit, and Huangjiu, a yellow wine of the mellow Shaoxing kind. They were young, they had energy, and night after long night, there was much to argue and compare notes about in left-wing artistic circles. Sometimes after dinner, they would dance at a parlor on Bubbling Well Road or go to the racier scene on the 4th floor of Sincere's department store, The fourth was not, like the top floor, a haven for prostitutes, but it was dark, steamy, and intimate. Generally, Lan and Tang went dancing in a group. Everyone danced with everyone, Tang said. At the parlors in Bubbling Well Road, you bought a ticket for 1 yuan, and this gave you 3 dances with a taxi girl. Lan rested when Tang waltzed off with a taxi girl. They sat in rows around the room. Tang recalled of these pale, shining professionals. The mediocre ones prominent at the front, the really good ones, in our Chinese style, in the back rows. Tang Na did not have much money, but he and Lam still saw themselves as part of the elite. A maid came in to clean several times a week. They usually traveled on buses or tramcars, but they quite often took rickshaws and, when necessary, they could afford one of the silver, brown, or blue taxis of the various cab companies. "Did you ever go to the great world?" Tang Na was asked, and he laughed at the idea that the artists would be seen in this gaudy entertainment palace. It was for the lower classes, nothing to learn there. How could Lan and Tang care for shooting galleries, snake charmers, and fortune tellers? "Our maids went there," said a pretty young journalist on the fringes of the bohemian circle. They adored the jugglers. It was a hot Saturday afternoon, and Nanjing Road swirled with shoppers and young couples out for a stroll. Lan and Tang arrived at the entrance to the Carlton Cinema with 2 bundles of crudely cyclostyled leaflets. "We were there to demonstrate against an American movie, a corrupting movie, full of violence and capitalism. Its topic was American business life in the Orient." Lan and Tang were aroused because Hong Shem, the producer, famous in Shanghai for his translation of Lady Windermere's Fan, told them the movie was an insult to laboring people and also to China. "If you're Chinese, don't go in," Lan said to the bemused crowd. "Are you real Chinese?" Roughly dressed, her ankles bulging in cloth shoes, but tall and passionate amid the throng. She thrust a leaflet into each available sweaty palm. Neither Lan nor Tang had seen the movie. That mattered no more than the fact that Western student demonstrators against the Vietnam Va of the 1960s had never seen Vietnam. "Hong was older than we were," Tang recalled with a laugh, "and he was a professor educated at Harvard. Lan and I trusted his judgment." Sikhs in turbans rushed through the crowd. They were the policemen of the international settlement in which Nanjing Road lay. Lan, Tang, and others were arrested. It was quick and without violence. Lan swore a bit. Tang quieted her. They had to spend a night in jail, but they won their battle. The movie was taken off 2 days later. "Our lives were full of that sort of thing," Tang Na mused. "I think we were right. Of course, we saw Shi Dongshan." Tang Na recalled of those months. One evening, he said of the talented artist who had eased Lan Ping's way into Shanghai theatrical life, "He brought around a script he'd written about relations between women and wanted to know if I thought it would work. Being a lodestar of critical judgment, with access to foreign culture through his excellent English, Tang often was consulted. Some director asked us to come and have a look at Bai Yang," he said of the actress soon to be famous, who was then trying out for the movie Crossroads. "We went along to a rehearsal at a guild hall. We thought that her acting was good, but that her face was too flat." On one occasion, Tang played in a movie himself. Escape was a melodramatic tale of a rural hero arriving, innocent and expectant, in Shanghai. "He told me," Tang recalled of Yuan Muji, who wrote and directed the film, "to turn my head this way, smile now, point my cigarette there. It was all very easy and great fun." While Tang was away in northern China on location for the shooting of Escape, he and Lan missed each other keenly. Lan told friends she felt as if Tang were a soldier, her soldier, who had been sent away on duty to a far border country. One afternoon, Lan and Tang were at Tianhan's place. The rambling tenement served as a salon for young artists to talk about the theater, speculate on politics and trade gossip. Tianhan knew who Lan was by now. Tang had lifted her up, and the notoriety of her private life had put a spotlight on her. Tianhan had never really disliked her, as she felt he did, but simply had not taken much notice of her prior to her role as Nora and her coupling with Tang Na. "Oh, I've got a dinner appointment," Tianhan exclaimed. interrupting his role as the sparkling host. "If you're free, come along with me." Tian, in his above-ground life as a playwright, had many friends among wealthy merchants. One such had invited him to dine and to edify him and some of his friends with cultural conversation. Lan and Tang were pleased to join in, not least because the dinner party was at the Great Elegance,
Daya.
their favorite restaurant. Tian Han summoned 5 rickshaws. Dressed casually, chatting happily, Tian, Lan, Tang, and 2 others sped off behind their grunting rickshaw-men to Nanjing Road. "I've brought 4 friends," Tian said airily to his host as they all stared at a round table prepared for the exact number of guests invited. The merchant smiled bravely and waved his well-manicured hand in acceptance. Tian Han and his 4 young bohemians enjoyed the capitalist dinner party enormously and left some traces of left-wing influence on the mind of the host. If a new play was on, Tang and Lan never would miss it. Plays were known as People's Theater, Renmin 11. They were a new thing in China, which has little tradition of spoken drama. Older Chinese, and most Chinese of any age outside Shanghai, considered it vulgar to have people using everyday speech on the stage. But for Lan and Tang, plays were badges of a militant, forward-looking way of life. They went to them as Chinese of the hinterland might go to a temple. "The play about Wu Zetian is said to be powerful," Lan remarked to Tang Na. "Can we get tickets for the first night?" After coffee at a shop in North Sichuan Road where they were regulars, they took their seats at the Golden City Theater. Empress Wu was the only woman in Chinese history to ascend to the throne. By brilliance of mind, coolness in a crisis, and the use of any weapon at hand, she ruled China for 50 years. The play portrayed her as a great person, though flawed by excesses. Lan became absorbed in the play, more so than Tang, but after it was over she was irritable. At the cast party, she criticized the actress who had played Wu Zetian to her face, at first mildly, then as she became worked up, trenchantly. It wasn't clear, even to Tang, what Lan felt was specifically wrong with the portrayal of Wu. She was simply annoyed that she herself had not been given the role, because she felt she could have been a stronger, more convincing Wu Zetian than the other woman. Young, provincial, with no involvement in Shanghai's Western-oriented business community, Lan Ping had not mixed with Americans or Europeans. She never in her life visited the West, mastered a Western tongue, or had a close friendship with a Westerner. Yet, in taste and temperament, Lan Ping seemed for a while to be a paragon of the Westernized Chinese. She wore Western-type dresses and high-heeled shoes. She liked foreign movies. The YWCA, epitome of Western-sponsored internationalism, had provided her first job as a teacher in the night school for women factory workers. Lan was a modern, cosmopolitan woman in style but not in substance. She adored Hollywood while knowing nothing of the United States. She tilted toward Western literature without knowing the West or its languages. The theater gave Lan Ping a coloring of cosmopolitanism, nothing to do with any pro-West political attitude. Chinese movies, especially, were a virtual transplant on Chinese soil of Hollywood norms and techniques. It was the least traditionally Chinese realm she could possibly have chosen to work in. The pronounced individualism of Lan Ping's personality, with its roots in her childhood experiences, also made her seem more akin to a Western female than to an obedient, discreet, childbearing woman in a tradition that stressed the group and crimped the individual. Lan was akin to a Western person in that she usually looked forward, seldom back. With her social origins, she had little to cling to, nothing to save her from the necessity of standing on her own 2 feet, as a Western woman had to do. And she could enjoy being alone, which was more typical of a Westerner than of a Chinese. She felt she must ultimately rely on her own efforts. Leaning on other people had quite often failed to produce for her the hoped-for results. Tang Na's impact was another reason why Lan Ping in Shanghai was less narrow and traditionalist than might have been expected. At St. John's University, Tang was fed on Western culture. Lan's education had not included experience at a foreign-run school. Living with Tang, some of his cosmopolitanism rubbed off on her. Tang could see the influence and he felt it made her a broader person. Tang introduced Lan to her first European acquaintances. He taught her some English, enough for her later on to teach a dozen English words to others. With him, she better understood Western plays, because he was imbued with some of the individualism that flavors Western literature. In Qingdao, Yuqiwei had made a great impact on Lan, giving her a political sense and left-wing values. In Shanghai, Tang Na's impact was at least as great. It was cultural and it was internationalizing, pulling her beyond the purely Chinese realm. For the time being, Lan did not feel that there was a clear-cut difference between what was Chinese and what was Western. She didn't have to choose, as in Beijing after 1949. As far as her knowledge went, the world, especially her world of the theater, was a cultural unity that rose above national boundaries. As absolutely Chinese as she considered herself to be, she found it natural in 1936 to wear the same kind of dress as her idol, Greta Garbo, was wearing. Already in 1936, Lan Ping and Tang Na entered a stormy period of tears, slammed doors, and physical scuffling, temporarily made bearable by intervals of warmth. Moving a step away from Tang, Lan rented a small room of her own on the second floor of an apartment house within the international settlement. On the floor below, in an equivalent room, these Tingzi Jian were servants' rooms, tucked between floors of tenement houses. A tailor worked far into the night, the purr and staccato rhythm of his machine providing a backdrop for Lan's late-night reciting of her lines for the next day's shooting or rehearsal. In the same type of tiny room above her, the tenant was Ai Gui, a working-class girl who had come to Shanghai to find work as a domestic servant. Lan and Ai became friends, being kindred spirits, to a degree, as single women set adrift in the city for sale. Ai Gui, homely and practical, helped Lan clean her room and wash her clothes, and tided her over with food when Lan's chaotic schedule left her short of time, money, sleep, or all three. Once when Lan was hungry, Ai went out into the street, bought 2 caddies of tomatoes, washed them, and without fanfare put them on Lan's window ledge. Lan, of quite a different temperament from her plodding neighbor and having more glamour than money, would tell Ai interesting stories about the theater and sometimes, in gratitude for practical help, give the Good Samaritan upstairs a photo of herself on stage. One night, probably in early March 1936, Ai was in the middle of a dream when a piercing cry from Lan's room woke her up. Sounds of fighting alarmed the dazed Ai Gui. "Save me! Save me!" Lan shouted into the night. Ai scrambled down the small staircase that connected the box rooms, bruising herself in her haste, and burst into the second-floor room to find Tang Na and Lan Ping fighting each other. Ai's arrival, according to her own account, brought the fracas to an end. The weapons, unspecified, were laid aside. Apparently Tang left. Lan was saved. Soon after, to celebrate International Women's Day, communist circles put Lan Ping in charge of an amateur theatrical production, for which the parlor of a hotel was rented. It was something of a chore and a throwback to her political pre-professional days. Yet it was the kind of hearty, propagandistic theatrical organization that she excelled at. However, she was tired, sick, and vexed by the ambiguities of the relationship with Tang Na. She also said that she and Tang were in economic difficulties at that time, but this is hard to confirm, except in the sense that Lan, whatever her income, had a tendency to expand her expenditures to exceed it slightly. Members of the cast failed to appear for rehearsals, which led Lan to think her old suitor and foe, Jiang Qing, was practicing sabotage, no nest of singing birds, these leftists, to prove that she could not manage without him. Stage sets that had been promised did not arrive, so Lan, at once resourceful and melodramatic, strode out bristling from the rehearsal to arrange for replacements personally, only to slip on the stairs, in her haste and anger, and go hurtling like a missile down into the hotel lobby. Eventually, an audience gathered. Lan Ping would not let them down. As if gazing at her troubles in a mirror, Lan Ping turned affliction into art, or at least into a good cry for her working-class audience. Staggering onto the improvised stage for her own role in the production, she was too much of a wreck to remember her lines. "My head was as if lead were being poured on top of it," she recalled. Nor, as she began to sob uncontrollably, in no way part of the script, could she hear the earnest whispering of the prompter. The audience, moved by her emotion and reacting, she believed, to her intense misery over and above any reaction to the play itself, began to cry too. But her fellow cast members failed her. They did not realize the seriousness of my condition, she said later. So they did not help me. Indeed, one actor was so unimpressed by the situation that, making a temporary deviation in the character he was playing, he pretended to be drunk, moved swiftly toward Lan, and struck her a tremendous blow on the back to try to snap her from her fantasy. The play went on shakily, and Lan's fever of 104 degrees and her maudlin mood continued to feed recklessly upon each other. Summoning back the event after 36 years, she claimed that by the time the show ended, a low-grade infection had turned into pneumonia and that friends rushed her to a hospital, where she remained a patient for several days. However, an account she wrote at the time is not the same. "I took a rickshaw back home," she related, adding, "During that period she and Tang Na, spent much time at South Ocean Road. This address was Tang Na's apartment in Arden Mansions. It was there, not to the hospital, that Lan, sick and distraught as she may well have been, repaired after the curtain came down on her efforts to celebrate International Women's Day on March 8, 1936. Inside the apartment, Lan was in such a state that she lost her bearings and forgot why she had come back to Arden Mansions, rather than to her own
Pied-à-terre.
or to the Dien Tong hostel. Idly slumped at the living room table, she noticed a letter placed within a pile of books at one end of the table. Something made her reach weakly to see whose it was. She found two letters, one a love letter from Tang Na to a young girl he had supposedly gotten rid of in favor of Lan. The other a cascade of sweet nothings from this girl, her name was Aisia, back to Tang. "Heavens!" Lan exclaimed. "Can you possibly conceive of any human being suffering the torments I suffered at that moment? The triple horrors of illness, misunderstanding by friends, and her lover's alleged infidelity joined forces to beat like an iron rod upon her skull." She swooned. Coming to, she cried out, whether in relief or in the vanity of being a spectator before her own ordeal, "I am still Lan Ping." Would she leave a crisp message for Na and depart from his life in that summary way? No, she reasoned that she was not of that inconsiderate sort of temperament. She sat there pondering that she had no place to go. It seemed, for there were places to go, if getting away from Tang Na was her goal, that her spirit could not but wrestle on with Tang. She pulled herself together, left a short message for Tang, and took a bus to a theatrical club, where she thought she might run into friends who could comfort and advise her. She installed herself in a room available to actors during periods of rehearsal. The door soon opened, and in walked Tang Na. The dance of love and fury resumed. He begged her to return with him immediately to his apartment at Arden Mansions. She replied that, under the circumstances, she could not do that. "We cannot again tread the same path." But he cried terribly, like an abandoned baby. Could they not at least go back, he asked, quavering, talk matters through, and on that clear-cut basis part company? As she stood firm in her wounded pride, the pair came to the brink of one of their scenes of shouting, crying, and scuffling. Then Lan gave in and agreed to go home with Tang. "I was afraid of a dreadful incident erupting within the theatrical hostel," she explained. They took a taxi to Arden Mansions. Unable to reconstruct trust, but also unable to split up, they talked in circles. Futility and fatigue enveloped them. "At dawn I attempted to leave," Lan said. "But, alas, how bitterly this poor creature cried. Till the end of my days I will never forget his pitiful face." Tang asked her forgiveness for philandering with others instead of making her the center of his life. She did not grant it. He turned on his heel and rushed from the room. Uneasy that his mood had been terribly irregular. "Budui." She jumped out of bed, from where she apparently had conducted her conversation with him, and went into the reception room that he shared with 2 or 3 other tenants. On the table was a folded piece of paper. She picked it up and recognized the large, neat characters of Tang's handwriting. It was a message for her. He was going to kill himself. Throwing on a scanty dress, she rushed with every ounce of strength in my body into the steamy night to look for him on the crowded sidewalks. She found him and asked him to come back. But Tang in his misery was a man with a will for one act alone. Rooted to the spot, he asked her to give immediate balm for his wounds. Did she love him or not? The pair stood awkwardly amid the swirl of passers-by. Would she forgive him or not? My God, she said later. To have a man about to commit suicide standing in front of me talking this way, at her limits, grabbing at the imperfect to avoid the disastrous. Lan Ping gave in. I told him I loved him. I told him I forgave him. If Lan Ping's resistance to Tang Na's entreaties shows that she was a woman of spirit not easily controlled or bought for favors, her lack of readiness to cut him out of her life entirely is also remarkable and requires explanation. Perhaps she clung to a lingering hope that she could reform him? Perhaps she still counted on his help with her movie career? The immediate crisis over Lam relapsed into a 104-degree fever, mad talk, hushua, cursing people without reason and pounding her bed with her fists, in a general physical and spiritual breakdown. Tang was extremely kind and looked after her. In this way, he won her gratitude and, to some degree, her affection. At his suggestion, she decided to leave Shanghai with all its strains and stay in the Tang family home in Suzhou, the ancient garden town an hour or two inland by train. There, amid willows and graceful stone bridges, tended by Tang Na's aunt and visited weekends by Tang, Lan Ping rested and reflected for 7 weeks. Not all of Lan's dramatizations of Tang's faults were based on reality, and it may be that no one could have given all she was asking. Many of the Bohemians who knew both Lan and Tang were doubtful about the match. She is so strong, Cui Wanqiu said, and he is rather soft and refined.
Tai Venia.
A number of people felt that Lan had hooked Tang, in part, to have his eloquent pen and influential voice buttress her acting career. She'll do a real Nora. It was whispered behind the back of Tang, who was almost universally admired. She'll play the role in Tang Na's apartment, just as she did at the Golden City Theater. When the time is ripe, she'll walk out on him just as Nora walked out on Helmer. Non-Bohemians who knew Tang were even more skeptical. A strong woman could be stronger than he, Chun Jiang, a journalist on Dagong Bao, said of Tang. People like him were brought up in a hothouse, continued Chen, who was then a general reporter and not an artistically inclined man, so removed from the real world as to let their lives twist and turn according to their passion for a woman. Cui went to see Tang and talked indirectly about love and marriage. Character, Cui said offhandedly, is more important in a marriage than is beauty. One has to take into account, added the Da Vumbao editor, who was not then married, that a beautiful flower will attract every bee and butterfly in the sky. A great love between a man and a woman, Tang replied passionately, his large eyes fixed on his smaller, less dashing friend, outweighs all other considerations. Cui thought of Lan's willfulness and of the merry-go-round of romances in Shanghai's Bohemia. He looked into Tang's trusting face. Unwilling to hurt him, Cui said no more. In all the time I lived with her, Tang was later to tell a friend, I knew nothing of Lan Ping having been imprisoned and having made a confession. Whatever the exact truth of this matter, Lan was more politically minded than Tang. To become involved in the communist circle, in however amateurish a way, was to invite a shadow upon one's life. A traitor is a traitor, Tang said with hindsight of Lan's confession, though how far Lan renounced her communist beliefs to the nationalist prison authorities remains unclear. Tang Na denied that the letters to his former girlfriend Aisha were love letters. Lan Ping denied that the meetings she had begun to have late at night with Zhang Min, who had directed her in Doll's house, amounted to a sexual affair. Whatever the degree of these infidelities, they were consequences, more than causes, of Lan's and Tang's falling out. Both Lan and Tang were individualistic, career-minded, and passionate, all of which were common among actors still in their 20s. It is possible that one man would not have satisfied Lan Ping, and it is possible that one woman would not have satisfied Tang Na. Lan's conduct made her difficult to deal with, but she was not purely opportunistic in her approach to Tang. He did write nice reviews of her work, as she no doubt expected him to. Her financial problems were for a time eased by the proximity of Tang's ampler purse. Yet, pure opportunism is ruled out by the fact that Lan quarreled with Tang, almost from the start of their relationship. She would have been unwise to provoke him as she did if all she wanted was help for her career. She did care for him. She didn't sacrifice her feelings for her career. Lan Ping wanted vindication of herself as a person, her talents and her emotions. But Lan was not fair to Tang, because she wanted from him a loyalty she was not prepared to return. Many people in movie circles saw this, and Lan herself acknowledged the widespread feeling that she had failed to match Tang's commitment. The outrageous demand she made on Tang was not for nice reviews and help in securing bigger roles, but for his acceptance of her as an independent spirit, while at the same time expecting him to nestle contentedly in the palm of her hand and see no other women. It was a glorious spring day, and the compartment was full of colorfully dressed young artists in high spirits as the morning train from Shanghai to Hangzhou puffed through the green paddy fields. The chatter was about movies, romances, and favorite spots in the ethereally beautiful lakeside city ahead of them. China's many troubles, which were often on the minds of these politically tilted bohemians, seemed, for the moment, far away as they approached a place that
Marco Polo.
in the 13th century found so pleasurable that one fancies oneself to be in paradise. Jiang Qing, an actor-director known among cosmopolitan movie fans as the Chinese, Leslie Howard, and a close friend of Tang Na's, was ribbed by the others for not having a lover with him. "My lover is still part of the vast human sea," he said in self-defense. It so happened that almost all the other travelers were not only paired off but also on their joyful way to an exotic three-couple collective wedding. One couple was Zhao Dan, the actor who played opposite Lan in Doll's House, and the pretty young actress Yi Lucy. A second was the popular actor-director Gu Eriai and a very young actress named Du Lulu. The third was Tang Na, pleased with himself for having softened a wild spirit into a beaming bride, and Lan Ping, relaxed and apparently at peace with herself after her stay in Suzhou. After hiring a boat to glide around the porcelain blue waters of West Lake and making a picnic lunch at Yellow Dragon Spring on a rocky slope high above the lake, the party strolled to the pagoda of Six Harmonies. There the six who would be harmonious assembled quietly. Acting as a witness was Shun Chuanju, a lawyer and a close friend of Tang's and Lan's. Jiang Qing, later the director of the epic film Spring River Flows East, was best man. He orchestrated the six with his sense of style and timing, and Shin Chuanju helped him. The pair moved their finely attired friends from this rock to that mound as directors would move their actors. Each couple, using a variety of wordings and documentation, stepped forward and made a modern and bohemian betrothal. The collective wedding reflected the techniques of a studio publicist and the fantasies of actors who spend half their days on stage, more than the family-minded values and sacred references of an ordinary Chinese marriage. That evening, the young party took a train back to Shanghai. The wedding became the talk of Shanghai's bohemia. 10 days later, another reception was held in the YMCA at the Bridge of the Eight Immortals. Friends and relatives of the six married in Hangzhou gathered for a second bite at the cherry of celebration. "It was just a picnic," Lan said. "We wanted to make a symbolic act," Tang Na recalled, "that our relationship was stabilized, an act that our friends could recognize." Only Lan and Tang, among the three couples, omitted a marriage document. They talked about the matter thoroughly and, according to Lan, they both felt that a marriage certificate, Jiehuan Shu, was not appropriate for them. "If love is not there," Lan said, "a marriage certificate is not going to help. Meiyu Yongda." Lan was more reluctant to marry than Tang. Only after the International Women's Day crisis and the ensuing retreat to Suzhou, where the low-key atmosphere of the Tang family hearth may have softened her feelings, did she change her mind and marry the man who, she claimed, had recently driven her to the brink of madness. "We married for economic reasons," she later told friends. "There was no feeling of passion." She claimed that she and Tang, who were short of money because of unemployment and illness, felt getting married would enable Tang to get a bit of money from his family. It was Lan's third marriage, and she was 1 month past her 22nd birthday. In the city of Guilin a few years later, as a group of literary and theatrical friends, including Tian Han and the leading actress Wang Renmei, were reminiscing about the Hangzhou wedding, one of the group came up with the quip, "From the pagoda of Six Harmonies came six disharmonies." Indeed, none of the 3 marriages lasted long, and Lan's and Tang's was the shortest of them all. It is doubtful that Lan expected an enduring union, a settled life, or children. She did not believe that her future happiness would come mainly from her marriage. At that time, she wrote of the period immediately after the wedding. Although I had forgiven him, each moment I thought about that night, and those 2 love letters, my heart jumped around as if to break with grief. One of the suitors who lost out to Tang Na, Lipstick Yuan Muji, remarked to Lan as her affair with Tang bumped along, "If one of you doesn't submit, there'll be a tragedy." Tang adored Lan, and his life was disrupted by the passions of their affair. But it seems he wasn't ready to close his eyes to all other women, let alone to conquer his alleged strain of passivity in order to meet Lan's image of what a man should be. Lan Ping was too self-willed to submit, as she was to do in the different circumstances of a later marriage. Yuan Muji had seen the problem, but there was no solution to it. Mention Jiang Min, a movie magazine commented, and everyone thinks of Lan Ping. Jiang Min was Shanghai's great exponent of the ideas of Stanislavski, 2 of whose books he translated into Chinese from an English translation of the Russian. Zhao Dan and other prominent actors held him in high regard as a director and a theorist of the theater. He was married to a schoolteacher, a pretty but quiet woman who could not always keep up with him, and the pair had an 8-year-old son, Kellen, perhaps copied from the English name Colin. It was the spring of 1937 before Lan and Jiang Min lived together, but their affair began sometime in 1936. The Jiantong studio collapsed in mid-1936 due to government pressure and limited audiences for its strident movies. "They just stopped paying us," Tang Na recalled, "for some months until she won a contract at the bigger, broader Lianhua studio." Lan Ping was floundering for stage or movie roles and for money. She may well have hoped for help from Jiang Min, whom she knew was fond of her. At any rate, she got it, winning the lead in his stage production of The Thunderstorm by the Russian dramatist Alexander Ostrovsky, which did well. Tang Na felt cheated by Lan's liaison with Zhang, of whom he would forever hold an icy view, as did Jiang Min's wife, whose friends reigned around her and denounced Lan in loud, effective whispers. Lan was not deterred. She must have realized the hazard she was creating for her marriage. She simply told Tang she felt she had the right to see Jiang Min on the side. Later, in the spring of 1937, when Mrs. Zhang cleared out and Lan moved to Zhang's apartment, she met the son, Kellen, and boasted of how well she and the boy got along. It was only 5 weeks after the wedding at the Pagoda of 6 Harmonies that Lan and Tang had a big argument. Jiang Min was an issue, as was Tang's young girl, Aisha, and Lan's right to do whatever came into her mind at any moment. Distraught and lacking work, Lan decided to take a break away from Tang and Shanghai. She took a train to the quieter world of Jinan, where she saw relatives and friends and perhaps contacted Mr. Fei, her first husband. Tang Na, love-mad, as one observer described him, went after her. He earnestly wanted to bring Lan back to Shanghai and to win from her a clear declaration that she loved him and him alone. Although I doubted they would live together for a lifetime. Bai Tu, Shelao, Cui Wanqiu said, "I never dreamed they would fight and split like that so quickly." Tang Na arrived in Jinan by train on the evening of June 27th and went to the railway inn not far from beautiful Lake Darning. He sent a note to the house of Lan's aunt, the sister of her mother, where apparently she was staying. Lan replied with a melodramatic message about her sufferings and said she could not possibly see the man who was causing her such turmoil. Tang Na read the wild note with despair. That night he took an overdose of sleeping pills in his room at the inn. The owner of the inn discovered Tang in time. Shocked and amazed that the well-known critic from Shanghai should be reduced to such misery, he managed to contact Lan. She came to the inn, took charge, and the pair went back to Shanghai together. Lan and Tang could not live smoothly with each other. Neither could they live without each other. Tang Na's suicide attempt made Lan Ping far better known than ever before. The magazines soon reported that Lan's beauty, elusiveness, and unsubservient spirit had driven the sensitive, affectionate Tang to try to take his own life. If Lan's art had not yet brought her fame, her life was filling the breach. Tang Na was dining alone with Jiang Qing in Zheng's spacious, chaotic apartment in a tenement house. The director's wife, Huang Chun, also an actress and writer, was away. Lan Ping during this week was flying in her own realm. The grotesque incident at Jinan had warded off divorce without bringing peace. Tang, wounded in spirit but ever an optimist, was hanging on, sustained by his loyal circle of friends and his love of the theater. After dinner, Tang and Zheng sat back to chat and drink a few glasses of bygone. Jiang Qing, who knew almost every kiss and curse of the Lan-Tang marriage, waited for Tang to unwind and offer his brilliant aperçus on the new plays as he loved to do. "I have something to give you, Na," Zhang said during a pause in the conversation. Jiang Qing went to his bureau and came back to the armchairs with a letter. "You know who it's from," he said gently, handing Tang a pale blue envelope on which his name was written in Lan Ping's bold, slightly childish characters. "She told me to give it to you. I use her words, when you were in a good mood." A pleasant talk with his dear friend Jiang Qing turned, for Tang Na, into an evening of anguish and, before the night was done, one more effort to escape from his marriage in the starkest possible way. "You've been waiting a long time for these pages," Lan wrote in her 2,000-word letter. "I'm sure you will understand the bitter turmoil that I've had to endure," she said to the man who had just tried to kill himself over her. Lan was writing to say she had to leave Tang and to confess to an ambition that made it impossible for her to settle down, either to be Tang's wife or to be part of the Shanghai bohemian world he loved. After going into movies, Lan stated, "I felt a contradiction, growing sharper each day, between words and deeds. The agony of the contradiction, which once led her to the brink of suicide, was forgotten when she met Tang. He alone had made her feel good as an actress and as a woman. But Tang had lifted her up only to dump her down to an even more horrible predicament than she had known before their love soared. She had tried so hard to love him," she said. "Before I planned to go back to Jinan, just in order to please you, I agreed to try again for some happy days together." But she could not forget the fighting and the aching regret she always felt afterward, when she would wander in the rain, unspeakably unhappy, in an agony that ended only when a fainting spell engulfed her. "When I realized that I would have to leave you," she wrote in lines heavy with a sense of the drama of her own response to sufferings inflicted upon her. "And when I thought back over the things you told me, it seemed my heart was jumping into my throat, choking me. My body trembled fiercely. I couldn't move a step." She staggered into a taxi, she recalled, and went around to Zhao Dan's apartment. Confused images danced in her mind, of her married life together with Tang in the apartment on South Ocean Road, of how stubbornly she had loved him. The contradiction had tortured her, she pointed out, to have to say one thing yet feel another, to pretend to values that, in the depth of her heart, she was not attached to give Tang the impression that she could make her life with him, when, in fact, she knew she must turn her face elsewhere. But she would not give in to suffering, she explained. She, Lan Ping, would struggle. She would take her life back into her own hands. She had found a way to resolve the contradiction and make her life worthwhile by leaving Tang Na and, with him, the glamour and comforts of his way of life. "Your terrible bad temper in our last period together," she wrote, "really did me a good turn. Otherwise, she would not have been pushed to make the decision to leave him and to try to plan a life that would transcend the environment of the Shanghai performing arts. She and Tang had quarreled over whether she should settle down, both in the Shanghai bohemian life and in a stable household with him. You were right, but I was also right," Lan said. "Your truth holds true only for your own world, the world of you and Zhao Dan and the others. But I know another world. For 3 or 4 years, I tasted a different life." Lan was recalling her political activity and telling Tang, whom she saw as a child of the theater alone, that she had an additional point of reference that she could not deny herself. "Didn't you say I had made a great leap?" Lan continued, her letter a march of eyes most untraditional in Chinese writing, where feelings seldom are expressed so directly. "You're absolutely correct. Nothing is more bitter, she explained, than to return to the past after having made a great leap ahead. In moving quickly into the Shanghai bohemian world, she had proved herself, but she confessed that it was in her nature to have to keep on leaping. Lan was telling Tang Na that she wanted to leap beyond marriage and beyond the theater. At one point, she hoped she might be able to pry Tang away from the movies, she recalled, in order for them to find happiness together in another realm. But after long examination of you, I find such an idea impossible. If she could not put him first, she accused him of the same shortcoming toward her. You love the life of the theater more than you love me. In your pretty talk about love, one has to insert a few question marks. Lan said Tang had once stated that he wanted to take charge of her. But if so, she inquired, what reserve of strength do you possess in order to accomplish this? It was hard for Tang, or anyone else, to love such a woman. In her candor, Lan acknowledged this. I have not been a good wife, and also I have not been a good lover. Although her letter was full of accusations slung at Tang, Lan did not hide the main problem. As for me, I do love my work more than my lover. Lan's dreams were soaring beyond the capacity of any marriage to contain them, or any marriage that was possible in the China of the 1930s. You probably think I am being selfish, but had she not warned him at the beginning of your love for me that to love me would be to suffer? Tang had said he was quite prepared to put up with tribulations in order to have her. If it ever becomes necessary for you to leave me, she had asked, please do not hate me. Tang had responded, till my death I could never hate you. Now, as she wrote what was intended as a farewell letter, she told Tang how moved she was by his remark and how she would never forget it. For a woman of 22 who had considerable feelings for Tang and much to gain from her link with him, Lan was astonishingly resolute in protecting her independence. If it were possible to combine success at work and success as a woman, surely a life in the movies with Tang as her partner was the way to do it. Yet she was saying no to such a life. Within Lan Ping was already a demon driving her to reach beyond success, in career and marriage alike, for something grander. In all my troubles, she wrote, confidence in myself and a drive toward fame were the forces that enabled me to pull myself together. Several friends have said I worked an influence on you, Lan went on. In the first period, yes, there was some, for at that time you burned with love for me. She raised the question of his influence upon her. At times, I have tried to receive an influence from you and to fit in with the shape of that world, but the result was worse than before I tried. She felt that the demands made on her had cramped her. Lan said she ought to point out Tang's faults. There were 3, she realized as she looked back. He was promiscuous, as you men tend to be. You always said you loved me, but when a wave of licentiousness came over you, you forgot all. Tang's second fault was a passivity of character. You just let things go if they can be let go. Where was his ambition? She wondered. Where were his ideals? Wasn't it a sign of weakness that he would write his reviews at the last minute, only when the task could not be postponed any longer? You cover up your shortcomings, Lan wrote, reaching Tang's third fault. At times, you know you're wrong, but you say you're right, and you claim I misunderstand you. These 3 faults have blocked our advance, Lan declared. Perhaps they could be rectified? At any rate, she said, unless you correct your faults, you will not be worthy to say you once were my lover. Lan put down her stick, smiled, and said Tang, for all his weaknesses, was nevertheless a sincere and warm child, who had no bad feelings toward any human being. She observed, sometimes you are kind even to your enemies, not one of her own traits. I believe, she declared, that given effort, and if you heed what I say, you will achieve great things. What matters, she explained, is that you should remember me as a vivid, spirited woman, one who never caves in before men, who will never bear to be treated as inferior to men. Poor Tang was asked to think of the problem as some kind of triumph. Darling, don't be sad. In our respective future lives, we will be able to overcome the contradictions that we have been facing. He would find another wife, she felt sure, and she would be able to pursue her higher ambitions. The future does not deceive human beings. You 1L get a reward for your efforts. For her part, Lan said she would go back to teaching for the time being. Lan made a rare reference to the person who, for years, had been closest to her. As for my mother, I have made arrangements for her in the countryside, at Lan's half-sister's place. There's no need to worry about her. Perhaps Lan's mother's new husband was dead by now. Forget me now, darling. Go your own way, you have selected it. I congratulate you in advance on your success. Goodbye from your dearest Ping. Lan asked for Tang's fountain pen and watch as keepsakes. The pen, she told him, would serve her in writing down her life's experiences. She did not say writing poems or plays. The watch surely would spur her to more regularity in her work. In turn, she offered him an album of photos of herself, in poses of performance and relaxation, and a favorite white knitted pullover, as memorials, and to make him strive harder. By the time Tang Na had finished reading Lan's letter, he was in despair, and he soon tried to take his life again. Lan Ping had returned to Jinan for a further stay with relatives. Tang did not reply to the letter. I did not even know her exact address at that moment. Whether because Tang Na was love-mad, or because of Lan Ping's capacity to deceive herself, the marriage was not at an end. The two of them spent most of the rest of 1936 in a stable if not ardent attachment. Lan's expectations were reduced. After her letter, the marriage was alive only as an interim compromise. One reason for a lowered temperature was that her own friendship with Jiang Min, and perhaps other men, put her in a weak position to upbraid Tang for his philandering. One day, she found in a book Tang had been reading a newspaper clipping of a love poem he had written for Ai Xia, his former girlfriend, during the period of Lan's stay in Jinan. Tang denied that the poem was directed to a particular girl. But the demons of doubt came back to haunt Lan. She threw herself to the floor in despair. I lay there like a mental defective, she recalled. I stared through the window at the trees trembling in the wind and the clouds against the blue sky. But Lan did not leave Tang, or even confront him immediately over this outrage, as she had done on similar occasions. Lan was also afraid, she told friends, that if she walked out on Tang, the result would be another attempt to kill himself and more gossip against her as the cause of his sadness. If I took the knife and cut the thing into 2 pieces, she wrote of this period, we were afraid he wouldn't be able to stand it and would try suicide again. Indeed, she said that, at one point, she and 3 friends had to beg and persuade him not to make another attempt. She felt she had to establish a calm phase to allow him to build up some hope. She realized the marriage had entered its downward slope, but she hid this feeling from Tang, as she admitted, so he could be sustained by a feeling that an opportunity for the resumption of their love would come. One reason for a new stability in the relationship was that Lan put her work first. This is the year of reading for Lan Ping, she wrote on a strip of paper and pasted it to the wall of her bedroom at the start of 1937. She was seeking to deepen her knowledge of the theater and dramatic technique. She had recently played a substantial role in a film that did well. As the suffering wife in Blood on Wolf Mountain, from Lianhua Studio, she was in her element. She portrayed an embattled woman who was terrified of wolves, a symbol for the Japanese invaders, and who battled heroically against them, which were always for Lan a symbol of enemies at once vaguer and more personal than the Japanese. Months earlier, when Lan was filling her idle hours at Yen Tong's studio complaining to Tang about the film industry and declaring once more that she must leave its sordidness and seek some fresh air elsewhere, Tang had made a suggestion. Make one really good film, he urged her, then leave. Lan replied after careful thought that this was an unworkable suggestion. A good film would lift her from frustration and obscurity, and then she wouldn't want to leave the movies. Success in Blood on Wolf Mountain, and even more so as the female lead in Old Bachelor Wong, some months later, put Lan Ping precisely into the situation she had imagined. Meanwhile, the praise from critics and audiences for her vivid performance in Blood on Wolf Mountain made her a happier woman and made Tang Na happier to be with her. In Old Bachelor Wong, a harrowing film set in a slum, Lan played the role of a poor but determined young woman who meets Bachelor Wong and marries him, not because she loves him as he loves her, but out of gratitude for his kindness when her father dies. Poverty, alcoholism, and Japanese invasion add up to a life of suffering, but the woman struggles against, and in a sense triumphs over, the weaker Wang by outliving him, survival being the only realistic goal in such a life. The movie ends with Lan bent over his dead body, unfazed by tears and blood, swearing defiance toward her own and China's enemies. Word spread as the film was being shot that Lan was brilliant as Wang's plucky wife. Her performance made a deep impression on me, said Wang Tingshu, the Jinan classmate who now was in the Shanghai theater. Lan's morale rose. But, alas for Tang, one really good film led her to leave not the movies, but Tang Na. Tang wrote a review that praised old Bachelor Wang and Lan Ping's performance in it, but his stamp of approval meant less to her than in the previous year. Just as during 1936, her career frustrations made her difficult for Tang Na to deal with, so, during 1937, after she had 2 major movie roles to her credit, her success reduced her need for Tang as a mountain to lean on in society and emotionally. One frigid winter night late in 1936, a big crowd gathered at the Golden City Theater, Shanghai's premier playhouse, for the opening night of a play by the accomplished playwright Xia Yan, a colleague of Tian Han and an acquaintance of Lan Ping. With her little tongue, the billboard cried, "Our heroine saved 1,000s of innocent people in the city of Peking." Sui Jinhua was a dramatization of the story of a bold woman of the era of the Boxer Rebellion, when women were expected to smile without showing their teeth and walk without showing their feet. At first a prostitute, she became, for a while, a political figure and was later disgraced and impoverished. Her life, from 1874 to 1936, became one of those legends that the Chinese love to fashion out of a blend of history and romance. Tsai was the sort of woman who preferred to be independent as a prostitute than to be a meek appendage to a conventional man, as Lan Ping had preferred to seek her way in a risky profession rather than be an obedient wife to Mr. Fei in Jinan. Tsai, like Lan in her later political career, showed a natural talent for politics. Quite ignorant of theories, she nevertheless was brilliant at maneuver and at the dramatization of issues. Tsai was, like Lan Ping, a woman who, given the vagaries of Chinese politics and the obsession of Chinese culture to put a person in a category, could over a period of time be vagrant, toast of the establishment, and traitor. Lan Ping wanted the part of Tsai. Xia Yan made a heroine of Tsai, as she had wanted few parts in her life. She spoke to Tang Na about it and also to Zhang Min. Her desire to portray this colorful woman outweighed her unease at some aspects of the comparison between Tsai's life and her own. What mattered to Lan was that here was a woman who had struggled for a lifetime against her bad reputation but made an impact on both the politics of her time and on the imagination of the Chinese people. And the male lead in the play was the famous Jim Sham, Golden Mountain, the Clark Gable of the Shanghai stage. But Xia Yarn, a prominent left-wing figure who had studied in Japan, was not an admirer of Lan's. He gave the role of Tsai to the enticing Wang Ying, who often had been the leading lady in his plays and his Jian-tong movies. When she heard the news, Lan's fascination with the play turned into fury that a traitorous whore, like Tsai, should be made the subject of a drama. How could such a bitch be permitted to speak for China and eclipse the role played by the heroic mass movement of the Boxers? She went to such extremes in her opposition to the play which she had previously set her heart on starring in that members of the 1940s Society, which put on the play, made threats on her life in an effort to stop her shrill outbursts. As if both were too bloodied by past crises to face many more, Lan and Tang began to slide fairly calmly toward divorce. The love and the splitting up seemed to be parallel parts of the same drama, a serial in 100 installments with a new twist each week. Arguments about each other's rights replaced outpourings of the heart. Lan came under criticism in bohemian circles for stringing Tang along while caring for him less than he cared for her. Her version of events was that Tang was weak and unstable, but she admitted that she no longer loved him and that she was seeing Zhang Min. He stormed into her pied-à-terre one day. He was suffering too much, he said. He wanted to clarify matters. Qing Swan, with her. He pulled out a page of a letter from Ai Xia, just back from Japan. in which this former girlfriend grieved that Tang had spurned her for Lan. Tremblingly, Tang showed it to Lan as proof of his single-minded devotion to her. But there was no prospect of single-minded devotion from Lan's side. She made her position clear that day. I did not love him anymore. She was prepared to be good friends with him, she said. For Tang, this was almost worse than nothing. She asked if he wished to have news of a separation published in the press. Tang replied that if it were necessary for Lan, they would, but it was not necessary for him. She didn't see the need for it either, so they made no announcement. Tang decided to leave Shanghai for a time. Some weeks later, Tang appeared on her doorstep and began to curse her for seeking to advance her position and tricking him by sleeping with a man, Jiang Min. You mean to say that, when we've settled matters, I then can't love another? Then Lan went one crucial step farther. Even if we hadn't settled matters, I still have the right to love another. He cursed me, Lan recalled. I remained silent and let him curse. When he had cursed his fill, he left. She resolved that if he came back again, she would strike him. He did come back. In my apartment, she wrote of that evening. Apart from a small fruit knife and a pair of scissors, there were no available weapons. There was nothing to be afraid of. Let him come. I'm not going to budge. Closing the door behind him, she struck him a swift blow. He hit her back. A servant woman and friends heard the blows, but they could not get through the door that Lan had securely locked. When Tang left, he took some letters he had written to Lan, she claimed, and 2 notebooks in which she had recorded episodes from their life together. But Lan felt her pride, if not her apartment, was intact. He said he was going to publish an announcement of our separation, she observed. But he didn't do it. In a moment of black despair over Lan, Tang Na sprang from a parapet into the Huangpu River. It was daytime, his leap was seen, and he was rescued. Da Vumbao and other papers briefly reported the incident, but Lan Ping's name was not mentioned. A divorce was finalized. It was made easier by the absence of a legal marriage agreement. In May 1937, Lan left a loan unpaid at a Shanghai bank. Tang Na had to pay it off. She pawned Tang's watch and pen. During the affair with Tang Na, professional artistic work became the center of gravity of Lan's life. The consequences were great. Her money problems were solved. The fees from movie companies did not make her wealthy by any means, but poverty was behind her. People noticed that she spent more money on clothes and cosmetics, and her desperate awkwardness was essentially conquered. The heartaches of her life, the oddity of her ways, the willfulness that constantly brought her trouble, all could be transmuted, on stage or before the cameras, into emotions that were cathartic for Lan Ping and moving for her audiences. Although art and literature always were coupled in left-wing Chinese phraseology, in Shanghai during the 1930s, the foot soldiers of the performing arts, such as Lan Ping, were on quite another level from the writers, of whom Lu Xun was the most famous. Lu Xun insisted on a distinction between propaganda and literature, but the distinction between propaganda and the performing arts was harder to make. Sheer emotion could capture a theater audience, but on the printed page, sheer emotion counted for less. Lan Ping was far more effective in front of an audience, using the full range of her intense personality, than she had been writing stories and poems in Qingdao. Equally, the actress' way of life declaiming, rather than sitting down with a book on show for all to see, taking on one persona today and another tomorrow, brushing shoulders with a variety of people was quite different, and far more Lan's cup of tea, than the writer's way of life with its requirements of isolation, patience, and consistency. There crystallized in Lan's mind a quite amazing identification, which later colored her political ideas, between audiences and masses. She came to think that those who watched her perform were the people in the same sense in which the Communist Party's constituency of workers and peasants was the people. Both were her heroes. To both she would be a guide. Obsessively, she talked of her grassroots work. This did not mean political organizing, but an artist's cultivation of admiring fans. Lan forged an amalgam of theatrical and political passion that later would fuel her crusade to obtain and wield part of the supreme power of the Chinese state. Was the wolf who pursued her, as she played the role of the harassed wife in blood on Wolf Mountain, an animal from the dark recesses of her childhood memories that she could summon such emotion in fleeing from it? Or was she equating the wolf with the Japanese, as the critics said, or with the capitalist class enemy? It was difficult to tell. Lan Ping was an elemental person, not given to concepts. The roles she played, because of the passion she felt as she threw herself into them, shaped her own values as a wife and lover and as a citizen of China in the L930s. The wolves in Blood on Wolf Mountain became wolves in the landscape of her own life. The enemies she did battle with on stage and on the screen were readily transmuted into the class renegades, who were to be the targets of her political crusades. It is quite possible that her keenest feeling of economic deprivation and of hatred of Japanese aggression occurred not in her own life but as she acted in Old Bachelor Wong. Yes, she poured the passions of her experience into her art, but her life was also deeply colored by her memorable artistic moments. In observing anyone who moves from acting to politics, as Lan Ping was to do, it is hard to pin down the actor-politician's own ideas, because he or she has become accustomed to giving passionate expression to a variety of other people's ideas. One may look at a Lan Ping movie of the 1930s, aware of Jiang Qing's career during the 1960s, as at an old Ronald Reagan movie from the vantage point of the 1980s, and ask, which is the real person? Both are real. It is the same woman in more than the sense that the same flesh and blood is moving this way, and that for the passion that grips her on the two occasions is of a piece, to get even, to ward off nasty or lustful men, to move a crowd, to vanquish enemies by sheer assertion. She would never make a good wife, Cui Wanqiu murmured to a friend as he watched Lan play the role of Nora. Just see how strong, how convincing she is in denouncing Helmer and declaring her independence. Seeing Lan Ping's Nora, he felt he was learning something about Lan Ping herself. I cannot bear it any longer, Lan Ping wrote in the magazine of Lianhua Studio. I am going to tell the truth. The newspaper talk and gossip among Tang Na's friends about her cruelty toward him provoked her to tell the theatrical public her side of the story. It was May 1937, and she was living with Zhang Min, not having seen Tang for some time. At first, she said, I was just going to be patient with this nuisance. In heaven's name, do I deserve to be bothered yet again by Tang Na? Then she realized that if she didn't speak out, people would conclude she was guilty, and they would only insult me with added ferocity. No longer were there any murmurs from Lanscomer that she had been inadequate as a lover and a wife. The fault lay entirely with Tang. What was his method of loving me? She wrote. It was to ardently love someone else while loving me. That was his method. She had been naive, she said. Everybody knew he was in love with another girl when we first met, as friends, at Dian Tong's studio. She never asked him about Ai Xia until much later, and he said that affair was merely a smoke screen to turn prying eyes away from the love that was developing between Lan and himself. The matter flashed away from my mind like a shooting star, Lan wrote. But Tang was not finished with Ai Xia, she told the readers of Lianhua Pictorial. My self-confidence was wounded, for I used to believe that when a man loved me, he would not betray me. Really, she said, she had married him to avoid hurting him. Neither he nor I, she now asserted to the world, took the wedding seriously. It was the same in Jinan after his first attempt at suicide. My main idea, she explained of that anguished night in the inn near Darning Lake, was that I should get him to respect himself and then I could leave him. She felt that, in Jinan, her heart unbelievably softened, and she had given in to him. Out of sympathy and compassion, she said, I did the most shameful thing of my life. I came back to Shanghai together with him. To Lan, the same pattern was evident when the marriage ran off the tracks in late 1936. My best friends felt I should not divorce Tang abruptly, for that would have driven him crazy. Alas, the period of detachment itself had a bad effect on Tang. He was not resolute enough to reform himself, Lan explained. Mind you, I am not saying that if he had reformed himself I would have loved him again. No, Lan Ping could not love him further. The scars were too deep. Lan said Tang made a further attempt at suicide after she began living with Zhang Min. This drove some of Tang's friends, she claimed, to threaten her with physical violence. God, if these people would only show such courage and boldness toward the Japanese aggressors. Lan commented. China could still be saved. How pitiable that they vent their fury instead on a poor girl. Why Tang Na and I split up was an arrogant, devious essay. Lan was defensive, saying more times than seemed natural that she was convinced she had done no wrong toward Tang. She did not mention the name of Jiang Min and went out of her way to say that Fei Mu, another producer, had given her the breaks at Lianhua Studio, which wasn't the whole truth. She presented her rejection of Tang as a necessary, long-delayed step to preserve her own mental and physical health. Many times, she said, she thought of suicide, but Tang was actually driven to attempt it. I told him, she said of the period after his third attempt to kill himself, if you do kill yourself, I will go on with my own life even more resolutely than before. Lan Ping had not seemed the type to commit suicide. I must respect myself, was her battle cry. Whatever the season, the circumstance, the adversary, I have never given in to an attack. This is one thing in my life I am proud of. Only decades later would that resolve weaken. She contrasted herself with Yuan Lingyu, the beautiful actress who, at the age of 25, killed herself in despair at gossip about her divorce and her promiscuity. I was absolutely not going to be like Yuan Lingyu, wrote Lan, who was uncomfortably aware of the comparison as criticism swelled about her conduct toward Tang Na and her romance with Jiang Min. And kill myself out of terror at gossip. I will not yield. I will not give in 1 inch. Whether it was physical attack from Tang Na or verbal attack from Tang's friends and in the movie magazines, she would brave it all. Do they take me for a pitiable worm, to be trampled on at random by whomsoever? Well, I am not. Lan Ping is a human being, she wrote. She will never yield in 1,000 years, especially in the face of these miserable tricks of the gossipmongers who sided with Tang Na. She wanted a strong-willed man. But Lan and such a man would have been like 2 tigers in a cupboard, an excess of strength for the situation. She kept lashing Tang Na to think better of yourself. But would a prouder, more resolute Tang Na have found Lan Ping any less difficult? Political pressure, augmented by the chaos that followed Japan's full-scale attack on Shanghai in the summer of 1937, crippled the city's movie industry. Lan Ping made one more film at Lianhua, an anti-Japanese short called 20 Cents, in which she won respectable notices as the female lead. But Lianhua's operations soon spiraled down to a halt. Lan's personal life, too, had come to the end of a cycle. She was divorced. The publication of Why Tang Na and I Split Up made her a controversial young woman, even among the Bohemians. She was widely thought to have crossed the limits in twisting Jiang Min's arm to get the lead in The Thunderstorm. In Jiang Min's drama troupe, she was criticized for haughty behavior, trading on her link with the boss, as when she ate alone in a private room while troupe members consumed communal dishes in a cafeteria. There really was no future, even if she hoped for it, in the affair with the complex and overcommit Jiang Min. Above all, Lan was an actress in a city where the professional stage and screen were being dismantled by the weak. Like many others in the performing arts, she now had to reckon with politics as an overriding fact of life. Shanghai would not long remain politically safe for Lan. All those who had been arrested by the nationalists, a young actress who was later close to Lan observed, knowing they were on the nationalists' books, grew anxious in 1937 to depart for another political environment. I think this is one reason why Lan Ping left Shanghai. On the occasion of one of Lan Ping's preliminary farewells to Tang Na, she had proposed a scheme for easing the social pain Tang would feel at the separation. Say I am dead. It was a fantasy that suited both her sense of melodrama and her sense of her own fragility. Anyway, she wrote, as if safeguarding a connection between the real and the imaginary, I am leaving this bohemian environment. Isn't that a death? The plan called for Tang to say she had succumbed to meningitis. It will be a secret only between you and me that I actually live on. Her magnanimity flowered. I am confident of your ability to keep the secret. The fantasy was not needed. Lan Ping was, indeed, dying to her Shanghai world. In July 1937, she packed up her belongings. including a collection of photos of herself in performance, and left the city. As for Tang Na, he heard that she was moving, but he was not sure of her exact reasons. She was Jiang Min's worry now, not his. The apparent mysteries and paradoxes of Lan Ping's 4 years in Shanghai, her endless difficulty in contacting the party, her hot and cold relationships with Tang Na and other men, the blend of self-indulgence and courage in the pattern of her activities, are less puzzling when seen against the backdrop of her inner goal: to escape exploitation by the big ones, to be mistress of her environment, to express herself freely as an individual. Everything else, organizations, ideas, people, was merely the arena for her self-conscious personal struggle. These 4 years were, in a way, her golden age. "I was not a brilliant actress," she said years later, "but I stood out rather prominently among the new actresses." Indeed, for all Shi Dongshan's connections, Tang Na's warm reviews, and Jiang Min's subjective casting policy, for all the protective cocoon of communist-led arts groups, she advanced in large part because of her own will, energy, and talent, and because of an exciting passion in her approach to life. Little of all this can be said of some of her later periods, when she rose higher and looked back with embarrassment at the 1930s. But it can be said, to her credit, of her years on stage in Shanghai, perhaps Lan Ping was Jiang Qing at her best. Before leaving Shanghai, Lan wrote an essay called Our Life. It summed up the values she embraced in Shanghai, expressed some unchanging traits of her personality, foreshadowed her method of handling a fourth marriage that lay ahead, and presaged the political career that the marriage would ultimately lead to. In characteristic style, she began by placing herself in a position contrary to common opinion. How fascinating! How wonderful to be an actor or actress! People often say, but Lan felt they missed the point. "Ah, but she's one of those immoral actresses," people also say. This infuriated her. Drama is a tool of social betterment, she maintained, and in the Shanghai of 1937 it must be anti-imperialist. So it was not surprising that people of the theater were feeling insult and attack on all sides. The tentacles of imperialism, in an attempt to cling on to the old world, were making a target of the new theater movement and the sparkling fresh flowers it had brought forth. In such a chilly clime, the actor and actress, each time Lan used the character for he, she put she in brackets after it, to make clear that she was talking as much about women as about men, must train and discipline themselves, philosophy, and will no less than the body, to become as unbreakable as steel rods. "They are not mere dolls," she almost shouts. She seemed to be thinking of Zhang Geng, "She's my girl, don't touch." Perhaps with less ferocity of Jiang Min, and of her own struggle against being taken for granted as a mere pretty face, without a mind and will of equal worth with those of the male directors and writers. The playwright and director must rise to penetrating social analysis, if the theater is to fulfill its true social function. Even if a script is good, a director whose social analysis is inadequate or incorrect, she added, in a chilly foretaste of the dogmatism that later engulfed her, can ruin the play. But the actors and actresses, Lan Ping insisted, are a third component of equal importance in the creative process. They must have minds of their own and make original and correct analyses of society. They must not be just dolls with pretty faces, as in capitalist theater. They must not merely recite passively the lines that have come from the playwright's pen, adequate as that may be in a bourgeois scheme of things, but invest their own spirit in the play, creating an amalgam of their own values and the playwright's intention. Indeed, they have to be just as bright as the playwright and director, she avowed. They are engaged in a common endeavor with these two, and they are to be judged by the same measuring rod. The prose is flowery, the mood passionate, the stance subjective, and the viewpoint trenchantly left-wing. Our life is a battle cry on behalf of the values of strong will, creativity, and independence of mind and spirit. Many people think acting is an easy business, Lan Ping went on, that it's just a case of learning the lines, a smile here, some tears there, a twist of the waist or two, and, after all, can't anyone smile, cry, and twist their waist? Well, she may be young and new to the craft, but she will shoot down that nonsense. An actress may have talent, but unless she exerts her energy, unless her will is strong, the talent will wither and even become refuse. Nor is beauty and liveliness enough if energy and will are lacking. She declared, perhaps recalling Yuan Lingyu and other pretty young actresses who met tragic fates. And, I think, confusing the personal success of the actress with the fulfillment of the theater's social function. Was not Lan Ping telling the world that she herself possessed more than beauty and liveliness, that she had needed great energy and will to survive as far as she had, and that she would deploy these in whatever realm the future placed her? Meanwhile, at the tender age of 23, she felt able to give guidance to the aspiring actor or actress. If you discover you have dramatic talent, Lan advised, set about resolutely to educate yourself. The task, she said, in a phrase that seems to have come from reflecting upon her own past conduct, is to deploy both your spirit and your body, now one and now the other, to suit the various situations you are in. In her life so far she had done just that, and it had given people the impression that whatever sphere she was in, the theater, left-wing activity, a marriage, her eye was on more than the object of immediate attention, that her own persona always transcended the task or loyalty of the moment. With bows to Stanislavski now and then, Lan went on to dissect the craft of acting. No two personalities are completely alike, she observed, and one cannot go on stage and simply act as oneself. Role A may suit an actress better than role B, but it is always a creative act to put oneself into any role. Acting is an art, she burst out, not a way of life. With that declaration, Lan rebuked the directors who viewed her as a doll on stage and off stage, rejected the tired image of the immoral actress, and held high the banner of the actress as a creator. As she lambasted the Shanghai theatrical environment for being evil, she found her fundamental theme. She would insist, regardless of contrary pressure, on the separation of her theatrical art and her life. Into the theater Lan had put her acting skill, but she had not and would not put her life at the disposition of the theater. The creative talent she poured into her portrayal of Nora and Wang's wife in Old Bachelor Wang, and the woman fighting wolves in Blood on Wolf Mountain, was hers, Lan Ping's. She was a different person from these three women. She held in her own hands the ingredients of that difference. She was a young, questing, malleable individual in the maelstrom of revolutionary China. Her art, these past years, had been directed to the stage, but it need not in the future be confined to the stage. Just as a young man who is brought up in a religious household, finding that he has oratorical talent, might fuse his drive to express himself in front of others with a vocation to be a clergyman, Lan Ping had, for a season, harmonized her vaulting ambition with a vocation as an actress. But her drive to assert herself eclipsed her attachment to any art, any cause, any man. As Our Life rejected the idea of an actress as a semi-prostitute, a doll to titillate the audience or be played with by the director, so Lan Ping struggled to reject the role of a semi-prostitute as her destiny in life. Her struggle, deploying both my spirit and my body, now one and now the other, to suit the various situations I am in, was far from over. She realized she had to get out of Shanghai, Tang Na said to me. Her essay Our Life was her meal ticket to Yan'an, he added, in a reference to the communist base in northwestern China. Lan Ping had been too strong for Tang Na, and her ambition was swelling too large for the theater to contain it. Her next man would have to be extremely strong. Her next realm would need to take her beyond words and images, beyond emotions expressed for one night's audience and then gone, to actual control over big events. Never forget, she once said, that beauty is not as important as power. Chapter 4, Mao's Housewife in Yan'an, 1938 to 1949. Sex is engaging in the first rounds, but what sustains interest in the long run is power. Jiang Qing. Far from Shanghai, the town was a dust bowl in a valley beneath golden hills. Buildings in brown clay and wood with paper windows sat around a curving river. Chickens scratched in peace along the main street as donkeys with bundles on their backs slouched by. Smoke curled up from coal stoves on which millet was steaming. From the highest hill, a pagoda built during the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279, thin and neat like a pencil, blessed the scene. Only the uplifting slogans on the mud-brick wands, wiry soldiers practicing boxing and swordplay on a school sports field, and guards with Mausers by the homes of Mao Zedong and the other leaders on the hillside hinted that this cozy community in northwestern China was not simply a center for surrounding farms but an outpost of determined political pilgrims. As sunset came, turning the hills purple, a young woman sat on a rock by the muddy Yen River. Khaki fatigues rolled up to the knees, long legs wide apart and feet in the gurgling shallows. She held a lump of soap in one hand and her soiled uniform in the other. For a while, she did not notice the man standing to one side, Jack Chun, an artist newly arrived in Yan'an. Chun said hello, and the young woman managed a quick smile. There was a wry look on her face as she stood up, straightened her back, and contemplated her finished laundry. Preoccupied, she did not pursue the conversation with Chun, but she took her wet, clean clothes back to the reception center for fresh arrivals, where she was staying. For Lan Ping, the past few weeks had been ones of reassessment. As Shanghai crumbled under Japan's assault, the Communist Party tried to pick up the pieces of the politically influential performing arts groups and reorganize them into National Salvation Theater troupes to fan out and present anti-Japanese shows to an anxious, suffering China. But as Lan's own unit, the amateur experimental drama troupe, run by her boyfriend Zhang Min, took a train west to Nanjing, the nationalist capital, Lan wondered if she really wanted to go on to Sichuan province, where many of the Shanghai circle were headed. Lan's outspokenness, and the nasty taste left in many mouths by her breakup with Tang Na, had created enemies. Nor was she a top actress, for whom any door would open and any role appear for the asking. Shi Dongshan had been enigmatic. At times, she suspected he judged her mediocre. Lipstick Yuan Muji, a powerful figure in the central film studio being set up from Wuhan, had become a straight-out detractor. He had not enjoyed seeing Tang Na pluck Lan from under his longing gaze at Diantong studio. She reached Wuhan, about halfway between Shanghai and Sichuan, and here she hesitated for a week or two. Lan Ping asked to see me about a job, recalled Zhang Yongji, then a director in the central film studio in this city on the Yangtze River, approaching me through Yang Hansheng, secretary to Guo Morua. Zhang Yongji twice declined to receive her because he could not help her. I had no vacancies for actresses in July 1937. The second problem was that Tang Na was in my company. He had a terrible resentment against her. I couldn't have considered employing her, for Tang Na did not wish to set eyes on her again. I think she soon left Wuhan. In a declining industry, Lan realized she might lose out. She was as capable of putting up with hardship as the next person and was at least as outraged at Japanese aggression. But she also was a seeker after the limelight. Some friends felt there had already sprouted in her mind the idea of playing a personal, as distinct from a purely artistic role in the communist movement. Look, Tang Na told me, she had to get out of Shanghai, and once that was decided, she began to think of hooking someone in Yan'an. One cannot be sure. But she certainly itched for a new adventure. Lan had a dream that she could join her art and her life into a combination that would dwarf the separate possibilities of either. In Yan'an, she would work in the theater. At the same time, she would reach beyond the theater and press her personal drive for self-fulfillment within the communist political community. There were two men, both important communists, who might help her get a start. Her husband from Qingdao days, Yu Chiwei, was at this time also going to the northwest. Lan had kept in touch with him and probably knew this. And her fellow townsman Kang Shang, whom she had met when he became headmaster of Jiuqing Primary School. After he graduated from her own alma mater, Qingdao University, was heading back to the northwest after studying in Russia. Lan, surely, could lean on this mountain. So she set her face toward the Lus Hills, there to deploy her talents, now one and now the other, to gouge a niche in a world that would be different, as different from Shanghai as Shanghai had been from Jiuqing, and which just might have the future on its side. At the very least, it would be fun and a change from Shanghai. Xi'an, Western Peace, is an ancient city of broad, straight boulevards and low, sprawling buildings with courtyards. Buddhist pagodas rise above the flat geometry of the streets, as if keeping watch over the strategic gateway between the heart of China and the fringes of Eurasia. As the Japan-China War began in earnest, and the nationalists and communists nibbled at each other from their bases in different parts of China in a supposed united front against Japan, Xi'an became a political bridge. It was the transit point for traffic between Chiang's white area, in which Xian lay, and Mao's red area. Headquartered from January 1937 at Yan'an, Lan unpeeled herself from a hot and sticky railroad carriage one day in late July 1937. Carrying her 2 bundles and a purse with her savings, she took a mache to the liaison office of the Communists' 8th Route Army, a sort of embassy of Mao's China in the territory of Chiang's China. In the courtyards of these low, whitewashed barracks, pilgrims to the Red Desert farther north had to check in and be appraised. Lan had traveled part of the way to Xi'an with an actress who also felt herself to be taking a step away from the theatrical center. Li Lilian was soon to marry Otto Braun, the reclusive German, who as Comintern delegate to the Chinese Communist Party, was a tool in Moscow's effort to control the Chinese Revolution. The future Mrs. Braun saw the nervous, gossipy, curiosity-ridden, very feminine side of Lan Ping. Lan was not an ordinary pilgrim, any more than she had been an ordinary schoolgirl, an ordinary housewife to Mr. Fei, an ordinary actress, or an ordinary wife to Tang Na. No one had sent her to the Northwest. She had not arrived with a party mandate in her blouse, or a defined mission ahead of her, but on spec, to see what might turn up. "I asked to go there," she admitted. In Communist China, everyone belongs to a unit. The individual lives and moves within the cocoon of the unit. He or she speaks of it as a Westerner might speak of a secure but stiffing large family. Lan had a tendency to occupy a twilight zone among a number of units, moving from one to the other with an almost un-Chinese restlessness. In wartime as in peace, married or single, while holding down a job, and also when drifting, Lan always was fundamentally a unit of one. In her 2 weeks at Xi'an, she seemed at a tangent, strangely separated from any co-workers, to all externals without a purpose. She was a confident wanderer. Her floating condition aroused suspicion in some people, attracted others. At the hostel of the 8th Route Army offices, Lan found Sister Su, her plain and slightly sinister political mentor from Shanghai. In a new political season, Su had replaced her previous given name of Yong with Ming Qing. She had not seen her flighty charge for a while, and she marveled, with a slightly uneasy laugh, at how her little sister, Li Yunhe, had become the well-known actress Miss Lan Ping. It was the scheming side of Lan that Su saw and evoked. Shrewd in her calculations as to what the looming switch of roles would require from her, Lan already felt some anxiety lest her unstable and bohemian past go down badly in this stern new environment. How much would be known in Yan'an about her time in prison? There was that damn confession she had written in a weak moment. Still, the newly minted united front between Chiang and Mao would surely put her contacts with the Shanghai nationalists in an improved light. At least she hoped so. Some people, however, might point a finger at her promiscuity. And would she be able to convince the arbiters of proletarian virtue how tough and so, in a way, proletarian her childhood had been? Older sister Su and younger sister Lan, fueled by some kind of attraction between opposites and conscious of the possibilities of mutual help, sat around in the bone-dry heat, sandals off, hair awry, eating fruit and chatting about future plans. Lan was drawing nearer to the maelstrom of politics, and she needed the loyalty of her former organizational leader if she was to succeed. Many of the women in the hostel were dumpy. Lan was slender. It was the norm to neglect one's appearance. Lan was very conscious of hers. In the lassitude of midsummer, she moved with a Girl Scout's vigor, humming to herself as Nora did in A Doll's House, asking 100 questions about life in the Northwest. She was quick to smile, seemingly full of the joie de vivre that finds something to comment on or chuckle at every 10 minutes. When pleasure came to her face, the large bright eyes gave radiance to her features, and her calm, vibrant voice made people take notice. On stage, Lan had become skilled as revolutionary women fighters never were at putting on a particular garment in a particular way to create a particular effect. In discarding the qipao in which she arrived at Xi'an, she by no means discarded her instinct for clothes. She tied the cloth belt around the waist of her unisex jacket and trousers with a decisive flourish. Her clothes were battleship gray, but her shining black hair lit them up. The hair still was long. One could not, despite Sister Sue's urging, change everything overnight, but instead of allowing it to fall in a riotous cascade to her shoulders, She had disciplined it into 2 braids. She chose blue ribbons that lent a touch of color without looking showy. Even without makeup, her face stood out among those of the women pilgrims. A male chauvinist atmosphere, which can make women hate each other when they are potential rivals, also can draw non-competing women closely together. Sister Sue, plain as a bulging sausage in her uniform, lapped up Lan's tales of how her fans in Shanghai cheered her, wrote her letters, sent her flowers. Lan allowed her style and charm to work for her, while punctuating the conversation with self-deprecatory remarks and stressing that although she happened to be an actress, perhaps the point of appeal for Sue, her cause in life was revolutionary politics. The pair ate lunch, and they sat on their hard wooden beds speculating about the future of the war and the revolution. Their permission to go to Yan'an in hand, they decided to travel together. One shimmering morning at 6 a.m., they climbed into a truck for the first leg of their journey. For Lan, everything was fresh and new. There were black mountain sheep. The farmers wore blue denim, sunglasses to keep out the dust, and towels on their heads in the Shaanxi manner. In Shanghai, this China had seemed as far away as the moon and certainly farther from Lan's thoughts than Hollywood was. Compared with the Shandong province of her childhood, the farmers here looked dirty, the animals scrawny, and the dusty terrain inhospitable to crops. A storm hit the hills and turned the red lush soil into torrents of caramel sauce, pouring down to block the truck's path with rocks and mud, dissolving half the dirt road before the travelers' eyes. They tried to continue by mounting some scraggy horses produced by the copper-faced farmers. Some managed, but Lan managed only to mount a spectacle. While the country folk knew how to talk to a horse, Lan did not even know how to get on a horse's back. "I had no idea how to ride it," she later confessed merrily after her lifestyle had changed and she had come to adore riding. The horse she found herself on top of kept its head to the ground, as if humiliated by its exotic burden, and would not move, embarrassed to ask instructions. That would type her as a bohemian in this unbohemian part of China. Lan dismounted in silent fury, grabbed a willow branch, clambered back up like a child getting for the first time into an upper bunk, and began whipping the horse's buttocks with the branch. "That made him wild and he galloped away madly," she said, almost as if she were talking of one of her husbands. But the blows served no great purpose. In the soaking rain, horse and woman flew nowhere in particular until the horse, raw from the blows of Lan's willow branch, became exhausted as well. Lan, Sue, and the other pilgrims, skin splashed red from the mud, continued the trip in their army truck after the storm gave way to an eerie blue stillness and the road was cleared of its flotsam, arriving at Luochuan in the 3rd week of August 1937. In a low mud hut on a barren hill of this small town, the leaders of Chinese communism sat smoking at a long wooden table. An enlarged Politburo was discussing a report entitled, "For the Mobilization of All the Nation's Forces for Victory in the War of Resistance," written by the most powerful man in the room, Mao Zedong. Sue had been able to escort Lan via Luochuan because her husband, Wang Guanlan, a former student in the Soviet Union who had made the long march and was now land commissioner for the Communist Northwest, was taking part in the meeting, and she was to meet him there. Installed in one of the residential mud huts, the women, only men, sat at the long wooden table, waited for the meeting to end and the trip to Yan'an to resume. The next day, Lan awoke early. It was a morning to remember. The air was so still a donkey's bray could be heard from miles away. The brilliant sunlight put color into the lush hills, as electricity transforms a neon sign. They didn't look so miserable after all. And there was a wonderful blueness in the atmosphere Lan felt she could almost touch. News came with breakfast's millet soup no toast, as in Shanghai, that the Politburo meeting had ended halfway through the night and that everyone, including hangers-on such as Lan, would begin the 50-mile drive to Yan'an at 7. The political pilgrims piled into trucks. Lan sat with Sue and her husband, Wang, waiting for an order to set the convoy crawling into the morning calm. Some VIPs, fountain pens in their important-looking pockets, came out of the low mud hut, taking their time as they conversed among themselves, and got into a waiting sedan. Lan Ping was fascinated by the self-confidence of these communist leaders, rustic as was the stage and rude the sets and costumes, for the political drama they were rehearsing. She wanted to check her hair, but there was no mirror in the truck. One sedan in the convoy remained empty. As all eyes in the trucks looked toward the mud hut for the last arrivals, Mao Zedong, as the star who comes out last, emerged a fairly tall, lean figure with long hair and the face of a satisfied professor. "That's him," Wang Guanlan whispered to Lan. It was not right to point or stare, but the hangers-on felt like doing so, for there was glamour to Mao's entrance and an air of excitement that made it an entrance. Lan suddenly felt appalled at her youthfulness and political ignorance. In this world of the communist leadership there seemed to be nuances, secrets she might never learn. Would she be out of her depth? Was she a fool to be headed for Yan'an? Years later Lan would claim that at Luochuan, all the leading comrades of the Central Committee had come out to greet me. That was nonsense. Yet, Mao's top colleague and rival, Zhang Guitao, who was present, was only half correct to say of Lan that she was then an artiste who did not attract much attention. No one knew who she was, but she did attract some quick, admiring glances. The leading comrades may not have greeted her, but some of them did see her. When the glances were over and the vehicles began to move, Lan tried to look at the Shaanxi countryside as she felt a serious observer should. She pushed her eyes toward the terrible eroded fissures that scarred the hills with too few trees. But her mind ran back to the scene of the quietly confident communists coming out of their mysterious meeting. Mao Zedong looked more than 40. She found herself ruminating. To her, at 23, that seemed intimidatingly old. Where is his wife? She asked herself. Lan was still lost in her wary, yet oddly leaping thoughts when the snaking dragon of a convoy reached the outskirts of Yan'an. At the south gate of the city wall, she noticed an old inscription, "Calm the waves." Whose waves? Whence the calming force? Facilities in Yan'an, a makeshift coordination center for the communists' guerrilla war against the Japanese, superimposed on a sleepy market town of 5,000 people, were on the level of a European village of an earlier day. Industry did not exist. A car was as rare as a stegosaurus. The airport was a cloud of dust. Most Yan'an people confronted with a flush toilet would not have known what it was. The surrounding villages of Shaanxi province were among the most backward in China. Their people were said to bathe only twice in a lifetime, at birth and at marriage. During the famine of 1928 and 1929, some 3 million people in the province starved. Of the survivors, many were so ignorant that they did not know the location of Beijing, who the Japanese attackers were, or even their own birthdays. As Lan Ping had to wash her own clothes in a muddy stream, so each hour of the day she had to hide her shock and pain at the absence of amenities and entertainments that in Shanghai were taken for granted. In Yan'an, you were supposed to live for things of the spirit. In her own way and for her own motives, Lan, as much as most people, was able to look beyond dirty clothes, foul toilets, and lice in the bed to intangible satisfactions and long-term goals. If her motives in coming to Yan'an were mixed, so were many other people's. Parts of the nationalist areas offered much danger, little personal freedom, and uncertain prospects for education. Many a young person came to Yan'an to escape an arranged marriage, to be free of the family, to go to college, which he or she could not afford to do in Shanghai, or just out of curiosity. The Yan'an Communist commitment, like the Shanghai Communist commitment, was flecked with ambiguity. In Shanghai, individualism fueled the cause of communism, and would later seem the antithesis of communism. In Yan'an, a sense of adventure on the frontier fueled the cause of communism, and equally would later seem subversive of the wary-eyed conformism of post-1949 communist China. Among the young people who flocked to Yan'an in the late 1930s, Lan stood out for willpower but not for political sophistication. Her knowledge of Marxism consisted of phrases, wispy ideas, and militant opinions. When she talked about the issues involved in the revolution and the war, it sounded like a tale of heroes and villains in a Peking opera. We are right and they are wrong was all she knew. She felt the passion of it all and the sense of struggle, but history was a closed book for her. Her mind was the wrong shape for social analysis. It was a mind geared for maneuver. Lan Ping engaged in 2 maneuvers over the next 6 months. In the realm of her art, she needed a green light from the party to start work or a course of study that would enable her to resume a career. In the realm of her life, she wanted to make her mark as a woman who could bring to drab Yan'an a touch of Shanghai excitement. At the canteen of the reception center, Lan tackled her rations with what she supposed was jaunty proletarian enthusiasm. Eating a breakfast of millet gruel, she declared it delicious, though she hated the coarse fiber of the millet and missed the sweetness of Shanghai-type gruel. When her turn came for military training, no pilgrim was exempt from this. She moved her body nimbly and with an actress grace. She handled weapons a little ostentatiously but with relish. Something of the rural girl came to the surface. Perhaps the simplicities were welcome to half her spirit after the insecurities, rivalries, and revolving door romances of her life in Shanghai. In Yan'an, the rustic Red Army soldiers collected photos of Shanghai movie stars and White Russian ballet dancers from coupons in cigarette packs. None thought of Lan as one of those stars. In a larger sense, Lan Ping was not prepared to meet Yan'an's demands. In the Northwest, whatever one's special skills, a fine or at least sound political record was the key to acceptance. Lan did not have one. Going to Shanghai in 1933, she had entered a vast, tossing ocean in which each person made his or her way as that person wished. Going to Yan'an in 1937, she was knocking on the door of an armed camp in which the duties were fixed and admission was only by means of the Communist Party's approval. Lan was not accepted as an established communist, as were women who had made the long march like Mao's wife, of whom more in a moment, and Kang Kaching, backwoods Boadicea, the wife of the Red Army chief Juda, and those who had studied abroad and done labor organizing or education work in the 1920s and 1930s, like the spirited Kai Chong, the wife of Li Fuchen, and the dedicated Deng Yingqiao, the wife of Zhou Enlai. Nor was Lan accepted as an established intellectual, to be assigned work in editing or teaching, as was Ding Ling, by then a much-published writer of stories, who was made literary editor of Liberation Daily, the communist newspaper. Lan had to start at the bottom. She considered herself a revolutionary idealist. Yet her two main assets lay elsewhere: Shanghai style and a talent for getting men to pay attention to her. As in the early days in Shanghai, she was thrown back, in part by circumstances, in part by her own will to independence, on her resources as an attractive young woman of striking personality. She would not have been human, at any rate. She would not have been Lan Ping if she did not realize, once more, that her life mattered more than her art, that Lan Ping as a woman was a greater force than Lan Ping as an actress or a communist. When Lan met Zhu Guang, a 27-year-old Shanghai man in the party propaganda office, an affair began. They were always together, a resident of Yan'an recalled. Everyone, in the autumn of 1937, thought of them as a couple. Zhu, good-looking and voluble, had been a student at Shanghai University, where one of his teachers was Tian Han. Lan and he found a lot to talk about. When Lan Ping was applying to regain her party membership, said the official who first handled her application, she always came to my office together with her friend Zhu Guang. On those visits, Lan wore simple Chinese pants and a plain work jacket in the Cantonese style. She and Zhu, with vivacious faces and bohemian manners, were Shanghai wine poured into Yan'an bottles. The romance with Zhu Guang did not last long. Some say he was not effective enough as a mountain for her to lean on. We cannot be sure of her feelings about him. When the affair was over, Lan still was living at the reception center, still waiting for party approval and an allotted task. As winter approached, two loftier mountains came to Lan's aid. Wang Guanlan, Sister Su's husband, went to talk on Lan's behalf to Li Fuchen, husband of the distinguished woman revolutionary Kai Chong, and the senior authority dealing with new, untested arrivals from Shanghai and other white areas. None other than Yu Chiwei also talked to Li about Lan's desire to join the revolution. Now fat, Yu had lost the air of a half-starved student rabble-rouser and carried himself like a mandarin. He did not live in Yan'an but was on an extended visit to report to Mao and other leaders on communist activity in the white areas. Lan needed a good word from Wang Gunman and Yu Chiwei. Her worries expressed to Sister Su in Xian were well-founded. At best, her political activity in Shanghai was seen as vague. At worst, the stench of collaboration with the nationalists hung over those years. But Yu Chiwei could speak of Lan's work in the Qingdao years. She had, indeed, joined the Communist Party there in February 1933, and no one was in as good a position as Yu to relate the details. As for Lan's period in Shanghai, well, Yu really didn't know enough to be sure. Sister Su testified on Lan's behalf about the Shanghai period. True, Su had also been released from a Chiang Kai-shek prison after writing a disavowal of communism. But with Wang Gunman as her husband, her pushy personality, and an apparent willingness to embroider the truth, she was able to help Lan, whose glamour and strength of will awed her. As the wheels slowly turned in Li Fuchen's office, Lan went to see Zhang Guotao. She approached him, recalled a Yan'an resident, because she was impressed with his high status. But Zhang, now defeated by Mao, wielded no power despite his high post as head of the border government. A second factor worked against the flowering of a relationship between the veteran and the starlet. Zhang Guotao's wife, Yang Zili, a distinguished revolutionary, suddenly arrived in Yan'an to rejoin her husband at the end of 1937. Lan Ping is a licentious woman, Yang Zili snapped. She simply does not seem to be able to exist without a man. My husband's office was in Yan'an's only Western-style brick building, Yang recalled. Very comfortable with a bed and a stove. She described an odd situation. Lan was often with an actor named Wang, and when she knew that my husband wasn't in, she would take Wang there. They would keep warm by using the bed and the stove. Perhaps Yang Zili arrived in Yan'an just in time. Or perhaps Lan was just playing games, knocking on doors, spreading herself thin, making her presence felt in a general way as Shanghai's latest gift to Yan'an. She knew Zhang Guotao well enough, at any rate, to come in and out of his office as she pleased. Li Fuchen reached a decision. Lan Ping was admitted to the party school. Li was reluctant about this, said one who dealt with him on the matter. But Yu Chiwei influenced him. This was a step ahead for Lan. The school was not then, as it became later, an elite institution for fine-honing those already admitted to the party, but a place for short-term further education for those still being tested. For Lan, it was a niche, however modest. She took her place, one of 10 women among the 300 students, in the school's classroom, a former Catholic church. She was a bit like a goldfish among trout as she pored over Friedrich Engels' Anti-Düring and Mao's report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan, and listened with apparent absorption to lectures on military tactics. Lan Ping didn't say much, said a woman who taught her. She couldn't, because her understanding of politics was shallow. Some of the other women, veterans or with academic credentials, looked down on her. One day at the party school, Lan Ping, who was in class 12, joined several hundred other students in the school auditorium for a talk by a leading comrade. Notebooks readied, feet tapping defensively in the chilly afternoon, they awaited the speaker. When it turned out to be Mao, who came onto the stage from the left at precisely 2 p.m., people stood, beamed, and applauded. Some say Lan drew attention to herself by pointing at Mao and clapping a few seconds longer than anyone else. She herself, with hindsight, recalled the afternoon a little differently. Mao sought her out personally and offered her a ticket to a lecture he was to give at the Marxist-Leninist Institute. Lan wrote Mao that night. She recalled her past glimpses of him, introduced herself further, lamented that there were numerous gaps in her knowledge of ideological questions, and said that only a face-to-face meeting with him could supply what she wanted. Lan's detractors say she almost forced her way into Mao's three-room cave on Phoenix Hill. Without waiting for a reply to her letter, she turned up like a house on fire, cracking jokes, treating the guards as old friends, calling out a greeting to Mao before she had been told to enter. When she finally confronted Mao, these accounts say, he was cold to her, reading a document as she asked him questions and answering her only with the tiles of books and essays she should read to fill in the numerous gaps. If Mao did talk with Lan that day in the early spring of 1938, it was his decision to do so. Lan certainly was a bold young woman, and she often marched into a man's place unannounced. Yet, Mao's residence was not a bus station, for all of Yan'an's informality. Indeed, it was heavily guarded with Mausers. During the early spring of 1938, Lan's thoughts did not seem to center on Mao. She still hoped to make her way in the performing arts, and on this path she met a fresh bohemian lover in the Shanghai mold. There was in Yan'an a Lu Xun Arts and Literature College, a natural place for Lan Ping. She said years later that she had not been interested in it, but that was not true. She made efforts to transfer there from the party school. Yet, she did have pangs of doubt about working at Lusun College. Could she make the shift from the theater of glittering Shanghai to that of wartime Yan'an? Would her old enemies and rivals push her down? Lan knew that Yuan Muji, together with other former associates of hers, most of whom thought poorly of her, often for personal reasons, was setting up a communist-sponsored film studio in the Northwest. She was not asked to join. When it began work in Yan'an, its star actress was the lovely Chen Bo, of whom Lan Ping was jealous. It must have seemed doubtful to Lan that she would be successful, or even welcome, in the left-wing movie establishment. She looked upon Lusun College much as an injured ballerina might look upon her favorite pair of ballet shoes. Perhaps this explains why she later disavowed ever having wished to go there. She simply was not a success as an actress, said an observer of a performance Lan gave in a play called The Trampled People. In a commemoration of an incident involving Japan, this anti-Japanese play was produced for a January 28th festive evening in Yan'an's Best Hall. Lan auditioned, but she won only a minor role. The leading actress was Sun Weisher, who had just returned from the Soviet Union, where she studied acting in the Stanislavski style. This beautiful girl was brilliant, recalled one who watched the performance. After this January 28th commemoration evening, said the same eyewitness, Lan was not rated highly by audiences. She was never on stage again. Perhaps the role did not suit Lan. Perhaps she was overshadowed by Sun Weisher, gorgeous and 7 years younger than she. Perhaps she was out of touch with stage work or unsuited to the Yan'an variety. For all her doubts, Lan Ping, in March or April 1938, applied to go to Lusun College, if only to get away from the analytic rigors of the party school. She was interviewed by Chen Yun, an able, methodical man, later a high economic policymaker in Beijing. He did not take to her. Lan made the mistake of talking about Marxist concepts that she did not understand, fearful lest the unartistic Chen Yun think the theater was all she was any good at. It also seemed pushy of her to arrive for the interview with her luggage in her hands, in an effort to show her eagerness to begin her studies that very day. A major mountain came to Lan's aid. Kang Shang, back from Russia, had become deputy head of the party school. In China, people who come from the same district feel a close affinity, and they quietly help each other. If there are few of them within a larger grouping, they act almost like brothers and sisters. So it was with Lan and Kang. Some sources in Shandong say that one of the households in which Lan's mother toiled as a servant was Kang Shang's. Whether or not the Kanglan association was as early, as intimate, as poignant as that, in Qingdao days Kang Shang introduced her to left-wing activists and was a common acquaintance of her lover Yu Qiwei. Lan went to see Kang. In their local Zhuqing accent, the two of them gossiped about Shandong. Perhaps they slept together once or twice. Soon afterward, Lan was not only admitted to Lusun College, she was also appointed an assistant teacher there. With Kang Shang as a dependable friend, she was heard to remark, "No enemy can really hurt me." Chen Yun, not given to backdoor ways like Kang Shang, resented the interference with proper procedures that brought Lan Ping to a post at Lusun College. Before long, he took an opportunity to criticize Lan's acting in an internal college play. She was at Lusun College in the summer of 1938, recalled the party official who had first received Lan's application to regain her membership, and during that time, she fell in love with Su Yisin. Su was a man of the arts, dashing and brilliant, a senior teacher at the college. He was the kind of man Lan was used to, and Lan was the kind of younger actress Su was used to. With Su, Lan was coquettish, said an observer of the brief romance. This showed she loved him. Later, with Mao, she was quiet, which perhaps showed respect was her primary emotion. Su was in the mold of Tang Na and Zhang Min, and a big step up from Zhu Guang. To Lan's fury, Su Yisin paid more and more attention to Sun Weisher, the pretty young actress who had outshone her at the January 28th theater evening. There were loud scenes. Whether or not Lan would like to have settled down with Su, the choice was not hers. His infatuation with Sun Weisher was not to be stopped. They soon married. Lan picked herself up, busying herself with her duties as a teaching assistant. The college was a carrefour of the performing arts as sopranos, peaking opera exponents, cellists, folk singers, and devotees of European drama all worked at their craft. Lan was in the modern drama section. To friends in Shanghai, she wrote a letter, saying she was teaching drama and also serving the college as counselor on life to the students. One of the movie magazines that used to report the latest twists in her love affairs wrote an article about the new Lan Ping, based on her letter, which gave the impression that her life had simmered down and that what now bubbled up was her revolutionary art. But it was not quite so. Lan did not feel she had reached a satisfying plateau as a junior teacher at Lu Xun College. Nor had she gotten there purely on her own merits. She had turned once more to a man as a mountain to lean on. Was this the only way for a woman to advance? Of course that had been true in old China. Then a woman could really enter public life only through her husband or her son. But this was supposed to be revolutionary China. Surely in the new society taking shape among the red hills of Yan'an, a woman would be able to fulfill herself and be her own person, have a career, and choose to marry or not to marry according to what suited her. One day, Lan Ping would be free of the need to lean on a mountain. But that day had not arrived. Her work in the drama section of Lu Xun College was criticized, some sources say, because she was not sufficiently versed in dramatic technique to teach well, impressive as she could be in performance. It didn't matter as it turned out. Mao Zedong felt the arts were important politically, though his personal tastes ran only to established items from the Chinese tradition. And one day he arrived at Lu Xun College to lecture on the subject. As he rose to speak, looking not unlike a shaggy priest, a smile flickered on Lan's face, which was several shades paler than those of most of the students, who were of peasant origin or had been in the rural Northwest longer than she. At the end, she asked a couple of very innocent questions, and before Mao left she exchanged a few remarks with him at the front. If she had to have a mountain, let it be the loftiest peak in northwestern China. Yan'an was a small place, an elbow-to-elbow world, as NYM Wales, Mrs. Edgar Snow, called it, and Mao, whom Lan had glimpsed at Luochuan and met after his visit to the party school, was, in 1938, a human presence in the town, not yet a distant god veiled from view. People would see him stroll down from his cave on the hill to sniff the twilight air and look around the commercial district at the belly of the valley before he began his night's work. Everyone knew his car. There were so few others with its surreal inscription, Ambulance, donated by the New York Chinese Laundrymen's National Salvation Association. Most people who asked to visit him were able to do so. Now Lan Ping knew him. It was true that she had twice drawn attention to herself in his presence. That was her style. But Mao could have looked the other way had he wished. He did not. The two of them met several times over the next few weeks at Mao's cave owned by a farmer Wu on a slope of Phoenix Hill. It was not just Lan, a girl from the rank and file, who was singling out Mao, but Mao, the most powerful man in town, who, in his loneliness, was singling out Lan. Perhaps Lan Ping was fiercely attracted to Mao. Even in China, where love and marriage often did not coincide, that cannot be ruled out. Yet, Lan was 24 and Mao was 45. This monk of politics and military arts was totally unlike the dashing, romantic, fast-talking bohemians Lan had been attracted to in Shanghai and during her first months in Yan'an. Still, difference entices, and Mao was open to a new kind of relationship, and Lan was eager to advance herself by one means or another. One evening after dinner, Zhou Enlai, who like Mao worked much at night, received a disturbing cable from Chiang Kai-shek. It carried the danger of an especially serious dispute between the communists and the nationalists, who were supposed to be resisting Japan jointly. Zhou read it again and murmured gloomily to his secretary. A rejoinder must be sent that night, and Mao would have to decide on its wording. Zhou took the cable and walked along the ridge to Mao's cave on the side of Phoenix Hill. The chairman wasn't in, and, most unusually, his staff didn't know where he was. Zhou sat down outside the cave to wait. But he soon grew anxious about the reply to Chang and about Mao's whereabouts. Mao's bodyguards, for their part, felt bad about Mao's unexplained absence. It was decided to go out over Phoenix Hill to look for the absent boss. The two bodyguards and Zhou, each carrying an old-style Chinese lantern, its flickering light encased in paper, headed into the dark, still night, past scraggy trees that rose like drunken sculptures against the inky sky. It was Zhou who spotted the pile of bags on a grassy bank. The bodyguards advanced with their golden lanterns thrust forward. But it was not a pile of bags, it was the reclining forms of Mao Zedong and Lan Ping. Zhou, then as later a master of quick-thinking diplomacy, blew out his lantern with a strong, quick puff. He tersely ordered the bodyguards to blow theirs out. A split second, he hoped, before they had recognized their boss in his off-duty pose. In silence, the three retraced their steps back to Mao's cave to await the return of the chairman from his late evening break. It was in August 1938 that Lan obtained a transfer from Lu Xun College to a pleasant post as Secretary of the Archives at the Military Commission, near Mao's office. "I don't think it was just Mao's initiative," Tang Na said to me years later. "I think Lan Ping did to him what she did to me. She was attractive, and she presented herself as a revolutionary. The combination hooked Mao." Lan's previous husband went on. "I am convinced that if Lan Ping had not just come out of the Shanghai world, Mao would never have been enticed by her as he was. You see, our Shanghai life and Mao's life in the hinterland, where the peasants looked up to him as a god, were two different worlds." 9 months before, on a chilly afternoon in late 1937, when Lan was still at the Yan'an Reception Center, waiting for party credentials and an assignment, a 28-year-old woman checked into the hostel of the 8th Route Army in Xi'an. It was He Zixin, mother of 5 of Mao Zedong's children and still, in theory, his wife. She was sick and unhappy. She had fled from Yan'an, together with her 3rd daughter. A few months earlier, the same hostel had been a staging post for another young woman who was buoyant, aspiring, and on the way in. But He Zixin was tired, bitter, and on the way out. Like the political spies who filled the graceful old market city, Lan and he, one after the other, walked the same streets but dreamed of different things. Lan Ping had been seeking adventure and a man. He Zixin was sick of adventures, men, and childbearing. A bright and lively girl of 18 when she and Mao began to live together in 1928, her eyes were a pair of crystals. One of Mao's commanders said at the time, "To meet her gave you a feeling as sweet as honey." He Zixin now was pale, wild-eyed, and thin as a scarecrow. Her body throbbed with the pain of shrapnel wounds from a bombing attack during the long march. Her mind, at times, deserted her as she tried to make sense of the events of the past 2 years and to decide where to go from the transit point of Xi'an. On a tiny stool in her room off the courtyard of the 8th Route Army compound, Mrs. Mao tried to align feeling and reason as she pondered her husband. That first meeting in the mountains at Yongxin, when after a political rally at which Mao spoke, they chatted and ate a supper of 2 chickens and 2 bottles of wine. Mao's announcement to some colleagues, a few days later, "Comrade, he and I have fallen in love." The ardent years as Mao, whom she then worshipped, despite his tendency to treat her as a plaything, forged a peasant army that would one day march on China's cities. The excitement and the pain of the children, one after the other, 5 and 7 years, as Mao seemed not to have the slightest interest in birth control measures. The questions that had jumped around in her mind about Yang Kaihui, Mao's first wife, murdered in 1930, whom he never talked about. Then the terrible fights of recent months. In despair, He Zixin staggered from the stool to the wooden bed and cried herself to sleep. She awoke as 2 women came into the room, one of them carrying luggage that she put beside the second bed in the room. Turning her head, he recognized the woman without luggage as Deng Chao, the plain, sharp, cheerful wife of Zhou Enlai. Deng seemed to be escorting the new arrival. He sat up on the bed and managed a smile of greeting. "This is Comrade He Zixin, the wife of Comrade Mao Zedong," Deng said quickly to the tall, good-looking woman who had arrived to share the room. She was Yang Zili, the wife of Zhang Guitao, who was now on the brink of a break with Mao. The roommates shook hands. The next morning he and Yang awoke at the same hour, washed together, and began to talk over a breakfast of buns, mantou, and soup. It could have been an explosive encounter if the record of their husbands' dealings with each other were any guide, but some cord of mutual sympathy bound them together. They got along well and talked all morning. He seemed dazed and hardly understood the purpose of Yang's trip to Xi'an, which was to rejoin her husband, whom she had not seen for 7 years, in Yan'an. "Why are you here?" Yang asked he. Why aren't you up in Yan'an? I am in poor health. I may be going to Moscow for treatment. But the arrangements for that would take time, and you don't want to be waiting here. Isn't it better to go back to Yan'an? We can travel together. He, feverish, embarrassed, anger at Mao rising in her again, had to explain to Yang what Mrs. Zhou Enlai had given no hint of. I shall never go back to Yan'an. Zedong treated me horribly. Oh, we quarreled, we scuffled. He Zizhen was becoming overwrought. He would grab a bench and lunge at me. I would grab a chair. Things are absolutely at an end with that man. She heaved and sighed pitiably. Don't see it that way. How could it be over? You're both good comrades in the party. You've been together in hard days. Try not to be so sad. You know, it's quite common for a couple to have quarrels. Tenderly, naively, she had not been in Yan'an. Yang volunteered to talk to Mao when she could. I'll get him to write a letter to you and take you back. He Zizhen bowed her head and said nothing. Her tortured mind seemed to have foundered against the rocks of a revolution's paradoxes. How was it possible that a love forged in the midst of heroic struggle could prove so fragile? Could a man really be so great in his work and such a monster in his personal life? You're lucky, he Zizhen murmured, looking up at Yang. Comrade Guitao has stayed faithful to you. Yang Zili supped out of the room. Later she ran into Lin Chuanxian, a Long March veteran and the wife of the senior leader Bo Gu, who knew the Yan'an situation. They discussed He Zizhen. Lu told Yang in strict confidence that there was a certain young woman on the horizon. She dresses nicely and can act. Lan Ping is her name. Since she arrived in Yan'an, old Mao has had an eye on her and spoken well of her. He Zizhen got jealous. He Zizhen, her health worse, left for the Soviet Union. Her daughter went with her. Still Mao's wife. She was pregnant with a child who had been conceived in Yan'an in the early summer of 1937. Born in Moscow, the boy died soon after. So it was that Mao Zedong's marriage came apart during 1937. But what Bo Gu's wife told Yang Zili in Xi'an was not the whole story. By the time Lan Ping met Mao, He Zizhen was already starting to reject him sexually. Lan was not the first Shanghai actress who caught Mao's eye in Yan'an. The 50 women who made the Long March stood high in Yan'an. Whether career heroines of the original communist generation, such as Jiang Qing, Zhuda's wife, or those who had become revolutionary lovemates to top male leaders, such as He Zizhen, they were tried and tested. And they had scarcity value. These Amazons could throw their weight around. Their great weapon used by the revolutionary lovemates and career heroines alike was to withhold sex from their man. So total was the monopoly of the Amazons that they did not have to care about their appearance. Makeup never occurred to them. When their hair grew so long as to be in the way, they hacked it off with a knife. Little rivalry to the Amazons came from the timid, politically unawakened Shaanxi village women. But the influx of educated girls from Shanghai and other white areas, the princesses, shook the Amazons. Business soared at the divorce office, NYM Wales noticed. Mao says, Agnes Smedley wrote to Edgar Snow after a talk in Mao's cave. All the women, that is, the Amazons, are against dancing because they can't dance. It is not easy to dance on feet that were once bound, as many of the Amazons' feet were. Smedley became an evangelist for some modern ideas that were a threat to women such as Jiang Qing and He Zizhen. She spoke of love. She talked alone with Chinese men in their caves. She promoted dancing. The Amazons, Snow noted in a private memo, began to notice a stir of rebellion among the menfolk, and they held her responsible. In particular, a personal antipathy began to brew between Smedley and He Zizhen that was to rise to a terrible climax. Without Smedley's role in Yan'an, it is quite possible Mao's fourth and final marriage would never have come about. I haven't corrupted Mao yet by dancing, Smedley wrote gleefully to Snow. But I shall do so soon. He says that if he ever goes abroad, he will study dancing and singing. Smedley added a remark that startled Snow. I think he should leave his wife here if he does. It happened that Smedley was allotted as her interpreter the most spectacular princess who ever came to Yan'an. Lily Wu Guangwei was a poet, a divorcee, and an actress. To this un-Yanin list of traits she added nice curves, large liquid eyes, and a sexy voice. With her long hair and lipstick, she brought the spirit of Shanghai close to many a Yanin warrior. NYM Wales caned her the Bernhard of the local theater. Lily Wu was born to make the Amazons grind their teeth. Mao often came to the cave where I lived with my girl secretary, wrote Smedley, dryly recording Mao's affair with Lily Wu. It began in the spring of 1937, more than 3 months before Lan Ping's arrival in Yanin. Sitting over a glass of wine at the Smedley Wu cave, in a quiet spot on a mountainside, Mao would write couplets for Smedley, but really for Lily Wu. Wu would write a reply in matching rhyme and meter, which delighted Mao, as Smedley scrambled to write down some rough English equivalent. Wu was able to get Mao to laugh and sing and drink as he Zixian would never do. Certainly, Smedley told Snow during the month when Mao was infatuated with Wu and neglecting he. His poetry has become better in the last few weeks. Again using the hostess as a tool to work upon the girl secretary, Mao would ask Smedley, his Chinese words addressed to Wu, who turned them into English for Smedley, about love and the meaning of life. Did she have any experience of romantic love, he wondered, love as he had read of it in translations of Byron, Shelley, and Keats? Agnes told him of her marriage to Dr. Chattopadhyaya. Snow wrote in his private memo, based on a deathbed talk with Smedley in London, a distinguished scientist with whom she had lived both as lover and as collaborator in the Indians' efforts to win freedom. Chatty, she told Mao, had been the one true love of her life. He then wanted to know exactly what the word love had meant to them, how they had expressed it in their daily life, and, if it had been a true marriage of minds, how it was that they quarreled and parted. I was amazed at his childlike curiosity, Smedley related. He told me that he had often wondered whether the kind of love he had read about in Western poetry and novels could really exist, and what it would be like. Mao's marriage with He Zixian was not love of this kind. Zixian was a young revolutionary, a mother to his children, but not, in Mao's mind, an individual spirit meeting him on equal terms. He said, Smedley went on, that I was the first person he had met who seemed to have experienced such a Western romantic love. He seemed to feel that he had been cheated somehow. Smedley had the impression, as the three of them discussed romantic love, that Lily Wu was the very embodiment of the subject. Once during these long, passionate evenings, Mao even recited a poem he had written in memory of his first chosen wife, Yang Kai-hui, which was a clear message to Smedley, but really to Wu as to how little he thought of his present wife, He Zixian, who was at home in the Mao cave a mile away. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away, in Shanghai, Lan Ping was living with Jiang Min and trying to resist the tide of criticism directed against her for her behavior toward Tang Na. The Amazons had their information networks, and an Amazon, narrow as she may be, did not lack stubbornness and single-minded strength. Word reached He Zixian that one night Lily Wu grasped Mao's hand, that he let her do so, and that a romance flowered with the apple blossoms during that Yanin spring. It was past midnight on an early summer night, and Smedley was in bed in her part of the cave when she heard footsteps outside her door. She recognized Mao's soft southern voice. She heard a knock on the door to Lily Wu's part of the cave, where a light still was burning, and then the sound of a door opening and closing. Smedley turned over and tried to sleep, but she suddenly heard a scramble of footsteps rushing up the hill to the front of the cave. Lily's door was hurled open and a woman's voice pierced the night. Bastard! Son of a pig! Whoring good for nothing! It was He Zixian, and she was addressing her husband, the head of the Communist Party of China. How dare you sneak up here to sleep with that dancing, bourgeois bitch? Smedley threw on a coat and rushed into Wu's room. Mrs. Mao was striking her husband with a long flashlight. Mao remained on his stool, in his greatcoat and cotton cap, not resisting the blows. A bodyguard, bewilderment on his face, stood transfixed in the doorway. Mrs. Mao kept on shouting and wielding the flashlight, her face awash with tears, until she subsided out of sheer exhaustion. Mao stood up. "Stop it, Zixian," he said in a stern, even voice. "You're ruining yourself. You're disgracing yourself as a communist. Go home before your comrades learn about this." Mrs. Mao now turned on Lily Wu. "Dancing whore!" she bellowed as she pinned the pretty girl to the mud wall. "How dare you try your dirty tricks even on our chairman?" Wu froze like a kitten before a tigress. With one hand, Mrs. Mao battered Wu, scratching her face, pulling her hair, her flashlight swinging madly from the other hand. Wu rushed across to Smedley and crouched behind her. Mrs. Mao then confronted the foreign source of the evil ideas that had turned the mind of her man. "Imperialist bitch!" screeched the sick, worn veteran of the Long March. "Get back to your own whorehouse cave." With that, she landed a heavy punch on Smedley's neck. The American journalist was not one to turn the other cheek. She paused, took aim, and dealt a blow to Mrs. Mao that sent her crashing to her knees. He Zixian turned back to Mao, howling into the dark blue night. "What kind of man are you? What kind of husband? What kind of communist? You let an imperialist tart beat me before your very eyes. You attacked her," Mao said. "And she had done nothing to you. She had a right to defend herself." Still quite calm, he added, "You're behaving like a rich woman in an American movie." He told the bodyguard to pick up his wife and take her home. But when the young man bent down to gather her up, Mrs. Mao tripped him and knocked him down. The bodyguard, his embarrassment now turning to anger, called for help from two other guards waiting outside, and the three of them mastered the hysterical woman. As they carried her down the hill, Mao walked silently behind them, and startled faces appeared at hillside caves to watch the procession. It was just as Lan Ping arrived at Yan'an that the resulting furor approached a climax. At first by chance, later consciously, she profited from the breakdown of the Maohi marriage. And she built upon the ruins left by Lily Wu's fall. Lan became a shrewder and luckier successor to Wu, a fresh embodiment of Western romantic love. Mao reported the incident to the party. Differing views were expressed, but the Central Committee decided to regard the matter as closed. However, it was not closed. He Zixian kept it open. Moreover, the marriage was at an end. He Zixian would not open her heart to Mao anymore, and it was only a matter of time before Mao looked elsewhere. He Zixian complained formally to the party that Lily Wu had alienated the affections of her husband, and she rallied her Amazons to a relentless campaign on several points. Wu should be banished. Smedley should find work away from Yan'an. The bodyguard, who often stood idly by while Mao philandered, should be disciplined. Dancing should cease. "Give me your word." Mrs. Zhu did. But He Zixian was different. She was Mao's wife, nothing more or less, and her rights as Mao's wife were an absolute for her. She won the departure of the two women, but she lost the larger battle thanks, in part, to Lan Ping, the prize weapon of the Amazons. "I won't go to bed with you," would no longer work for He Zixian in the Yan'an of 1937. Agnes Smedley and Lily Wu found themselves far from Yan'an by late September 1937. Smedley was persuaded to search for news on the battlefront. Wu was sent to the front with a theatrical group. On the eve of her departure from Yan'an, she was seen crying and burning the poems Mao had written for her. Lan Ping's and He Zixian's presence in Yan'an overlapped for several months. During this period, an encounter between Mao and Lan apparently upset He Zixian. When she found out about it, Chun ran, then a senior official recalls. She ran after him with a knife. He escaped by hiding in Juda's cave. Perhaps He Zixian was reacting to Lan's call on Mao after his lecture at the party school. He Zixian was at her wits' end and ill, and, after much quarreling and scuffling, she walked out on Mao toward the end of 1937. It was shortly afterward that Mrs. Zhang Guotao ran into her in Xian. Mao did not kick He Zixian out, nor did the question of a divorce arise at this stage. For some months in the first part of 1938, Mao lived alone. Yang Zili remonstrated with Mao, as she promised He Zixian in Xian that she would. "It's all your fault," she blazed at him. "You should write her a letter straight away." Mao, who possessed a fiery temper, did not blow up at Mrs. Zhang Guotao. A few days later, he ran into her and said, "I've written a letter to He, but she won't return." Yang Zili could not be certain that Mao had appealed to He Zixian, though pro-Mao sources say he did send a letter or telegram to her. In mid-January 1938, she replied that she wanted nothing more to do with him. Indeed, that was probably how He Zijian felt. She was the kind of Amazon who would have required Mao to beg her to come back. And even if he had done that, she probably would not have agreed. Whether He Zijian regretted her decision later in life, we do not know. Lan said she never met He Zijian. Her remarks on her predecessor are flecked with opportunism and reflect little awareness that his behavior was, in large part, a natural response to the exhilarating but terribly dangerous fate of being married to a man who was the Marx, Lenin, and Stalin, wrapped into one of the Chinese Revolution. He Zijian failed Mao, Lan said, because her background in the landlord-merchant class made her used to living in cities and scornful of manual labor. True, He Zijian did come from a well-off family, more so than Lan Ping's, but he was a hard-working, obedient, politically militant woman, a Communist Party member since 1927, whose experience of living in cities was hardly a match for Lan Ping's. Did Lan really believe any woman should have been more submissive to Mao than He Zijian had been? Did Lan really want to find in a woman's class background the parameters of what she could and could not be in taking hold of her own life? Yet, Lan was correct to say He Zijian was unable to understand the political world of Chairman Mao. We cannot say, could the participants themselves? What was the exact catalog of reasons for the breakup of the Mao-He marriage? Certainly, Mao was becoming vainer, more conscious of a high destiny. He may well have felt he had outgrown he who was, in any case, in poor physical and perhaps mental shape. Yet Mao's friendship with Lily Wu was the immediate cause. Just before it unfolded, many visitors to the Mao-He household found the atmosphere good, if patriarchal. Edgar Snow said He Zijian seemed completely under her husband's spell and domination. Once it was underway, Mao and he began their physical scuffling. And a long-time Mao bodyguard testified that the collapse of the marriage was sudden. He Zijian was nearer to being a Nora in the communist style than Lan Ping would ever be able to be. He Zijian was a family woman. She worked in women's organizations. She was not at all a prima donna. In her sincerity and in her narrowness, she took her love for Mao seriously, and when it was betrayed, she was unable to compromise. She was Mao's revolutionary love-mate. She was not willing to be a political wife. In his personal evolution, influenced by the evolution of the Chinese Revolution he led, Mao passed He Zijian by. She could, perhaps, have caught up with him and become a political wife. But it was Lan Ping who, in a new era, proved better able to understand the political world of Chairman Mao. Lan wanted a strong man, all the better if he was a truly extraordinary man with great power in his hands. A weak man she despised, as she made clear to Tang Na. For a strong man, she would make allowances. She would never throw up a brick wall over one of his extramarital affairs, as He Zijian did. Perhaps some streak in Lan despised his very submissiveness, rather than the stubbornness in he that she shrilly denounced. Asked what explained his troubled mental state after 1937, Lan gave an answer at variance with her earlier portrayal of he as a hand-wringing daughter of privilege. Depressive reaction to the harsh circumstances of her life. It was as if there were two compartments in Lan Ping's mind when it came to He Zijian. From one, she viewed he as a rival. From the other, she viewed her as a woman, a victim to a degree of her times of Chinese society and of Mao Zedong's manipulative attitude toward women. In the confusion of her youth, Lan Ping did not realize that some of what he suffered she, Lan, would suffer, too. Yet, Lan's response to the problems of being Mao's wife would prove quite different from He Zijian's. It was after Lan and Mao began sleeping together that Mao's marital scandal reached its second climax. Lan Ping was among our guests at first, wrote Braun of the weekend parties he gave with his wife, Li Lilian, the actress who traveled with Lan to Xi'an. But she soon stayed away. She had sound reasons for this. A scandal was threatening, which touched on Mao Zedong's intimate life and caused quite a stir among the top cadres in the party. Opinion in Yan'an was very much against Mao's new living arrangements, in part out of sympathy for He Zijian, in part out of disapproval of Mao's having chosen an actress to replace her. He's a sex maniac, a very senior military commander said of Mao on hearing of the switch. Abandoning a comradely wife of long standing to marry a despicable actress. It was a common view. There was even a student strike at the Shaanxi public school to protest the Maolan cohabitation. He Zixian's relatives made trouble. It happened that his sister had married Mao's youngest brother, Mao Zedong, after Zedong had left his first wife. Zedong himself was murdered by the nationalists before Mao Zedong reached Yan'an, but his widow, He Yi, suddenly appeared on the Yan'an scene with her new husband, Tu Zhenong, a senior communist official. Vigorously, adamantly, He Yi and Tu protested Mao's abandonment of He Zixian. Chairman Mao is becoming physically weak. Two set of lands impact on him. The proof is he has started drinking liquor during meetings as a stimulus. Tu was also annoyed that he, in seeking to divorce his previous wife to marry He Yi, had met with great resistance and long delay from the party, whereas Mao seemed to be getting away with a very rapid change of mates. Furious with Tu Zhenong and He Yi, Mao not only turned a deaf ear but also had Tu transferred to southern China, separated from He Yi, to intimidate the couple and stop their clamor against his new liaison with Lan Ping. But Lan Ping was not yet Mrs. Mao. Just as Chinese politics is a strange mixture of bureaucratic formality and backdoor deals with whom you know, Guanxi. So Lan's new marriage was both complicated and casual. The Amazons, He Zixian's relatives, and the striking students were by no means alone in opposing the new match. Those who didn't approve of Lan Ping, or of Mao's treatment of He Zixian, or both, included most of Mao's senior colleagues. China is not a puritanical society, as is sometimes thought, but it is a very ordered one, in which everyone has a defined function. Fulfillment of that function is always more important than the intrinsic morality of the acts done in the process. So it was that Lan Ping, throughout her adult life, was a controversial woman, less because of her promiscuity than for rebelling against the categories, for not knowing her place. And so it was with sex in Yan'an. The communists liked to spread the idea that no one had time for love, yet the sex issue was a pervasive, extremely important part of the cadre's relationship to the party. The nightly scenes of couples making love in the bushes by the Yen River, undisciplined guerrilla warfare, Dingling caned it, were not the whole story. There was also a terrible bondage about sex in Yan'an. As in Shanghai, Lan seemed to be in an advantageous place. If Shanghai had a liberated atmosphere, Yan'an had such a preponderance of men over women, the ratio was about 5-to-1 among professionals, that a woman would surely be able to pick and choose. Yet, the communists were developing their own model of a Nora whose political duty was to be an obedient wife. The two basic principles of sex in Yan'an were that the party rules the bedroom and men rule women. If a person's sex life was judged to be affecting his or a partner's political duties, the party took action for the sake of the revolution. As when Li Fuchen, husband of Kai Chong, slept with a woman colleague of his wife's and was reprimanded, the party began to play a role reminiscent of that of a family head in feudal China. As Lan Ping was soon to find out, a man could get a divorce easily. A woman who asked for one was suspect. Women were pressured to marry a particular man to help his work. But men were never forced to the marriage bed by an equivalent argument. A wife whose presence was inconvenient to a husband with eyes for another woman was sent, as a tiresome child is sent early to bed, to Moscow for treatment. But an undesired husband never found himself in a Russian hospital simply because his wife had found a more interesting man. At times, women in Yan'an were treated by the senior men as one of the privileges of power. The sexual world that Lan Ping was entering was reflected by the case of He Long, the famous Red Army general. During the Long March, General He married the 19-year-old Chen Xianren. Given the exigencies of the time, they had to live in different places, and when General He rejoined Chen in Yan'an, he found her installed as the mistress of a young party official. He Long said he would accept a ménage à trois, but Chen wanted to divorce He and marry her lover. General He said no to a divorce. The party intervened. With the health and morale of one of its most illustrious commanders uppermost in its mind, the Central Committee sent Chen to Moscow for treatment. The remedy seemed to work. Chen was separated from the young man, and she soon declared her wish to leave the Soviet Union and come back to live with He Long. But then she received the divorce certificate she had begged for in vain the previous year. He Long had met a lovely young woman, head of the Women's Association in a nearby village. He had already married her. Qian received a letter from he, dated the day of the wedding, saying that the distinguished soldier had changed his mind about the divorce. Lan, as a 24-year-old actress from Shanghai, was especially vulnerable. Mao told friends that Shanghai corrupts people sexually. Yet, wasn't this same Mao lassoing one of these corrupt beauties? The party felt that for Mao to choose a woman to support him was in the interests of the revolution, but it reserved the right to enforce certain rules about treatment of the previous supporter, and to share in defining the support the chairman really needed. The first problem, in the view of Zhude, Zhou Enlai, Liu Shaoqi, and others critical of Mao, was that Lan had moved in with a man who remained married to He Zizhen, whom they all knew well and generally admired. This was against party rules as well as against widespread opinion in Yanin's best caves. Second, Lan did not quite seem the right type to support their chairman. The very senior figure Bo Gu spoke for many when he questioned Lan's colorful past, her unclear connections with certain nationalist circles, and her vague relationship with the party. The leader of the revolution, observed Wang Ming, Mao's eclipsed rival, had better watch his private life and behave himself better. All the internationally minded communists, for whom Wang Ming was a spokesman, tended to see both Mao and Lan as country bumpkins in their private lives. So the situation of late 1938, when Lan was living with Mao as his mistress while working as an archivist in the military commission, was not fully resolved. Almost everyone wanted some adjustment. Lan Ping certainly did. 21 years older than she, Mao was almost a father to her at first, and she was, at times, unsure that she had fully captured his affection. Naturally, it was desirable to be Mrs. Mao Zedong rather than just the pretty girl always working late at his office. In the Central Committee of the party, some were adamant for a regulation of the situation, out of respect for He Zizhen. A few probably hoped that the result of a confrontation on the issue would be the removal of Lan Ping, like Lily Wu and others before her, from Yanin and proximity to the leading comrades. Mao, though less inclined to an adjustment than anyone else, had to face the fact of He Zizhen's complaint, lodged with the party, against Lily Wu for alienating his affections, with its intimate connection to the case of the woman who had now taken Wu's and He's place. When in the summer of 1939 it became known, through one or two physicians whose high connections ensured their stray remarks a wide circulation, that Lan was pregnant, it was inevitable, even in the eyes of Mao, who was benign toward ambiguity and looseness of structure, that the party would have to take up the question of the chairman and the movie star. In China, loyalty means everything, more than talent, and especially in that delicate territory where politics and passion intersect. It was now that Kang Shang, the political operative from Lan's native Shandong, performed his greatest service for her. A clever, thin-faced, nervous, scheming man, Kang looked like a crook even before he became one. At 41 years of age, a specialist in secret police work from his vantage point as head of the party's organization department, he was fast becoming a member of Mao Zedong's inner political circle. From the summer of 1938, Kang encouraged the Maolan liaison, and, in the autumn, he led the move to overcome party resistance to a divorce between Mao and He Zizhen and to a formal, that is, party-approved marriage of Mao and Lan. Kang, seeing a potential benefit to his own career in smoothing out the situation, vouched for Lan's past, which again became an issue. He spoke of her record in Shandong, on which few were in a position to challenge him. As for her extraordinary non-contact with the party in Shanghai, he felt it was perhaps simply a result of the confusion of the times. Kang pointed to the support from Sister Su, whose selective testimony on Lan's behalf was already in the files. Incriminating documents he destroyed. Better versions he simply forged. He induced lackeys to report on the high quality of Lan's recent work as an archivist at the Mao court. Kang came forward as a great admirer of Lan's wisdom and skill in the performing arts. On one occasion at a theatrical evening, this cunning fox was seen eagerly playing the drums as accompaniment to Lan's rendition of an aria from the opera Fisherman's Tragedy. An extraordinary act of subservience cum flattery toward a controversial young woman of the arts on the part of a senior party figure. Like a chess player who neglects no piece on the board, Kang made good use of Mao Anying, the 17-year-old son of Mao and Yang Kai-hui, before Anying left for Russia. Under Kang Shang's orchestration, Anying spoke up as a critic of He Zizhen and a champion of Lan Ping. with Kong Shang banging drums at a concert and children's emotions being distilled into political evidence. There was also, in incongruous mix with the other ingredients, an appeal by Mao to Stalin. This presumed master of communist morality and human psychology was asked by his embattled disciple in dictatorship, a continent and a culture away, to adjudicate a dispute about the bedroom arrangements of the leader of the Chinese Revolution. It was not an easy battle. Even Zhou and Liu, who were not among the hardcore anti-Maoists in the party, found it necessary, given the degree of feeling against Lan, to send a telegram to Shanghai, asking Liu Xiao, a communist agent there, later ambassador to Moscow, for the facts on Lan Ping's background. Liu replied that she was suspected of being a secret agent of the nationalists. 8 months pregnant, Lan strolled uninvited into a high-party meeting and found a chance to say loudly, "Chairman Mao and I have started living together. Less cool." Mao late at night went to the caves of his senior colleagues in great agitation. Without Lan Ping's love, he told them one by one, "I can't go on with the revolution." During one party meeting on the issue, he threatened to go back to my native village with Lan Ping and become a farmer if Zhu, Zhou, Liu, and the others did not get off his back and let him have the supporter of his choice. Years later, Lan's own references to the storm confirmed that her opponents were strong and numerous. There were threats to kill her, she claimed. A compromise was worked out. Some sources say the formula was Stalin's. At any rate, Zhu, Liu, and Zhou, the 3 senior leaders after Mao, fashioned the agreement. It gave something to everybody. Mao and He Zizhen were divorced. Lan insisted years later that the divorce was at He's request. Other sources say it was at Mao's. The point is academic in the circumstances, since the divorce came in a package with the party's grudging acquiescence to Mao's new marriage. But it was Mao who needed the divorce. Lan became Mao's regular wife, and the pressure on Mao over his private life was lifted, but at a price. Lan was required to devote all her energies to looking after Mao and to refrain from any political activity for 30 years. Perhaps she would not become First Lady after all? Not being an Amazon, Lan Ping could not receive the party's approval for a political role. A cable went to every communist district office. Mao's divorce and remarriage is verified as legal according to the marriage regulations of the Provisional Central Government, and also according to those of Chiang Kai-shek's national government. Moreover, it follows the principle of freedom of divorce and marriage, and of monogamy. Therefore, there should not be any misunderstanding. Although Lan had won a victory, and in less than 18 months in the Northwest had made a staggering advance in her position, a combination of factors seemed to have made a Nora of her: Mao's own traditionalist attitude to women, the party's assertion of its right to tell her and Mao how to conduct their marriage, and the clear implication of the party's 2 stipulations that she should have no career. The 2 basic principles of sex in Yan'an, the party rules the bedroom, and men rule the women, had found their most sacred crystallization. If there was a clear loser, as the compromise emerged from a long night session in the Garden of Date Trees, it was the Chinese people. For the 2 stipulations were to lie like a time bomb within the Chinese body politic, and, because of Lan's smoldering resentment at them, and her determination to escape from the party-barricaded doll's house and to wreak revenge on those who had sought to confine her within it, along with Mao's vanity and the political difficulties he was to encounter at the start of the 1960s, the time bomb was to explode 30 years later in the terrible Cultural Revolution. It was Lan Ping's political show, Lan Ping's second career, Lan Ping's revenge. They oppressed the old empress for more than 20 years. Lan Ping was to cry in looking back on the restrictions placed upon her in Yan'an. And what was Kong Shang up to? 2,200 years earlier, a minister called Liu Buwei cunningly had propelled his girlfriend, already pregnant, onto the path of his boss, the emperor. As Liu hoped, the emperor liked the girl and married her. A son of the marriage was to be the famous Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Meanwhile, Minister Liu accrued power as the thoughtful matchmaker. He even sent virile young men to please the empress as the emperor's sexual powers declined. Kong Shang was a Liu Buwei of the communist era. While helping Lan into the inner chamber of the court, he was, at the same time, guaranteeing his own influence on Mao. Beijing later said Kong and Lan had a sexual relationship, and perhaps they did, briefly, during the 4 months Lan was at the party school, of which Kong was deputy head. Eventually, Liu Buwei was executed. Eventually, Kangshang was disgraced. For the moment, Kang and Lan had formed a fruitful link. A genius at immoral maneuver joined hands with an eager young ally who had much to offer him. Lan would become fascinated with Kang's sinister statecraft, and Kang would find in Lan a tool to help him carve out ever more power for himself. They used each other handsomely. Mao's doctor noted that Jiang Qing became more solicitous toward Kang than toward anyone else she dealt with. She asked his opinion on everything and took his answers to heart. She called him Kang Lao, one of the most respectful and affectionate forms of address available in the Chinese language. One day at the Yan'an airport, the American military attaché, Colonel David Barrett, watched Zhou Enlai depart for the south. Deng Yingchao was there to see him off, and before Zhou stepped into the plane, the couple kissed goodbye. No one ever saw Mao kiss Lan Ping like that. As for women, said Wang Ming, Mao has always despised them. Although Wang was biased against his great rival, there is a bit of truth in his judgment. Women were there like a book or a wine flask, and it was excellent to have them available, but for one who liked to play around with them, Mao didn't seem to like women much. Zhou Enlai, who was strictly faithful to Deng Yingchao, did seem to like the colleagueship of women. Unlike Zhou, Mao, the older Mao did not respect women in professional situations. Zhou was solicitous, courtly, direct in his approach to women. Throughout his life, no matter where he was traveling, he tried to speak with Deng on the phone each day. Mao, a bright, vain, elemental man, would neglect his wife for long periods, and he could be crude and devious, as well as exceedingly charming when he wished, toward the many women he drew close. Mao was drawn to actresses. Like some other men of power, he found a woman from the entertainment world a perfect diversion from polities. He did not despise his women. Wang Ming went too far, but he could not think of them as his equals. As Lan knew all too well from Shanghai days, an actress was presumed to be light and frothy, a flexible, excitable, accommodating creature, perhaps with a temper and flaws of character, but great fun at her best. Yet Mao did like his wife to be a strong personality. He wanted a spirited woman as long as her spirit was channeled toward his ends. In Lan Ping, he had found a strong-willed young woman. He expected that her will would run in the direction of his will. She was to be strong for her husband and his interests, not independent in an open-ended quest for her own self-fulfillment. Mao, whose life was, in a number of ways, a marking rod of China's protracted revolution, took in Lan a wife entirely different from his previous three. The differences reflect Mao's and China's evolution over 20 years. The first marriage in 1908 was an arranged one, cooked up by the parents when the last emperor of the Qing dynasty still ruled. The girl Luo was brought along to the ceremony like a package to be presented to the boy Mao. The second marriage, to Yang Kaihui in 1920, was one of romantic love, in the ardent years of the May 4th movement, when men and women students were truly equal and believed that with their bare hands they could reshape the world. Mao's third marriage, to He Zizhen in 1928, was a union of two political militants. A love match, certainly, but also an unequal match, given the man's world of guerrilla warfare, He Zizhen's narrowness, and the billowing self-image of Mao Zedong. The fourth marriage, to Lan Ping, for all its initial passion, was a partial return to tradition, the coupling of an emperor with an actress who was a change from politics and a support for the supreme political leader. But Mao had chosen an actress of formidable character and personality, perhaps even more than he realized at the time. Few women have ever been less resigned to dependency than Lan Ping. Yet, because virtually all societies have forced women into lesser roles than men, perhaps every woman, at some moment in her adult life, experiences the temptation to sink back from the struggle to be equal, even feeling relief at giving in to the temptation, and to become dependent as society intimates in 1,000 ways a woman really should be. Half resigned, half enticed, Lan, for a season, accepted, if not savored, her dependence on the man who ruled 90 million people from Yan'an. She worshipped Mao, she later said, and for a time it was true. Lan had found serenity, and the inevitability that it would not last forever did not mean it wasn't real. She did not torment Mao with impossible challenges, as she did Tang Na, or lecture him on how to be worthy of being her lover, for she was genuinely bedazzled by the philosopher king. It was socially pleasant, after all, to be known as the leader's loved one. Perhaps it was a shortcut to freedom. But there was a liberty in not having to be self-protective with every other man she met, and a respite from the terrible jealousy of other women that had so often gripped her. Marrying Mao, Lan abandoned her career in the performing arts. "We were puzzled," the American diplomat John Service recalled, "that she did not seem to be active in the Yan'an theater. Mao presumed that she owed this to him, and she went along with his presumption. She kept a link with Lusun College, but soon it was like Nancy Reagan's concern for mental health or Michelle Obama's concern for nutrition, an interest, not a career. Lan must have realized that she was compromising her goal of self-expression and her cherished value of independence. She knew that, socially, wartime Yan'an was light years away from Shanghai's Bohemia. She knew that, because marriage to a communist leader was like a priest's marriage to the church, some outstanding women had refused offers. Perhaps she was cynical from the beginning? It does not seem likely in a 24-year-old. Perhaps, with her breathtaking ability to misjudge herself and her impact on others, she thought she would be able to tame Mao, ignore the authority of the party, and even press on with her movie career. She never dreamed that all those terrible stories about the party ordering people into and out of beds, about women whose charm was judged to have gone being shunted off to Moscow for medical treatment, about noble communist leaders removing a wife from the house as one might discard a broken sofa, that any of these things ever could apply to her. At any rate, in 1938, Lan Ping became Yan'an's chief Cinderella. Unlike Deng Yingqiao and Kang Keching, who were party officials in their own right as well as the wives of Zhou Enlai and Zhu, respectively, and unlike Ding Ling, unmarried for the moment, in taking Lan as his wife, Mao did not bother with a wedding ceremony or legal marriage certificate. That was a modern touch that suited Lan. She and Tang Na also had scoffed at such wrappings. But Mao, 21 years Lan's senior, seemed to regard her as a possession, to be the mother of his children and perhaps his assistant. That was a futile touch. In any marriage, the partner's expectations of each other go through different phases. The fit of expectations is better at some times than at others. Didn't Lan know it from her ups and downs with Fei, Yu, and Tang? Didn't Mao know it, too? Soon enough, Mao's and Lan's expectations of each other would diverge. But, for a few years, they were congruent because Lan asked little, kept her mouth shut about the unequal nature of the marriage, and accepted dependence. Where women are rare, they wield great power, NYM Wales remarked after surveying Yan'an. For Lan, the test mostly lay ahead. Her hooking of Mao illustrated a degree of truth in Mrs. Snow's maxim, but perhaps her power would turn out to have existed only during the chase. Now the match was made, the doors might close behind her, and she would be nothing more than Mao's silent housewife. Or would marriage to Mao hoist her up and bring within reach the vindication, the chance to express herself and the celebration of herself as an independent woman that were still for her the pearls of great price? For the time being, marrying Mao was, in itself, a fulfillment of the expectations with which she had come to the Northwest. Being the lover of a top leader had its nice points. Mao and Lan actually could live together, which was very rare in Yan'an, where most married couples, unless they worked in the same unit, could meet only on Saturdays. There were guards and other staff to help with chores. And the food was better. The student or soldier got 1 pound of meat each month, whereas the high cadres got 8 pounds. When Lan Ping began to live with him in the autumn of 1938, Mao moved from Phoenix Hill to a 3-room cave at Yangjiling. At Yan'an, living in caves saved on construction. Cut into the hillside, the apartment was 15 feet deep, backed with stone, its walls whitewashed. The front hall was of wood, broken by a latticework of paper windows, through which some light came but not much. Outside the apartment was a leveled patch with an easy chair, stone stools, and a vegetable plot at which Mao, but not Lan, tinkered from time to time. In all 3 rooms, living room, Mao's study bedroom, and Lan's room, which she later shared with her child, the floor covering was gray brick, with sand as mortar, and the chairs, tables, and desk were all in rough-hewn wood. There was no electricity but tallow candles, no running water, but enamel basins that the bodyguards would fill from a nearby communal well. The beds had mosquito nets, and a note of luxury was struck by the wooden bathtub and the ancient gramophone. A large portrait with the identification President Chiang Kai-shek hung in the middle of the longest wall. Lan brought few possessions with her, and the apartment had the stamp of Mao on it. The one bookshelf, which was in Mao's room, contained none of the foreign and current literary works that Lan used to read in Qingdao and Shanghai, but only Mao's books, all in Chinese, on politics and ancient Chinese history and literature. There were no photos of Lan Ping in performance, no trinkets from bohemian days, and none of the mess and confusion of her various Shanghai residences. Mao and Lan discussed a new name to mark the new phase of her life. Should it be completely new, modest, or bold? Should it bear a relation to Mao's name or be on a lower plane? Turned out that Lan Ping got a brilliant, daring name. Jiang Qing was probably, at least in part, Mao's idea. The words Jiang means river or waters, Ding means green, seem to come from a Tang dynasty couplet where the river in question is the Xiang, in Mao's province of Hunan. The new name had a firm, clear ring to it. There was a promising fluency about a stream for a name and an uplifting connotation to Qing's secondary meaning by virtue of its sound of pure. Perhaps, too, there was a whiff of ambition in the implication, from a phrase of an ancient classic that green ding comes out of blue lawn, but is more brilliant and reaches farther than blue. To many people, perhaps including Mao, who liked a challenge if he felt he could meet it, green waters in meaning and sound alike was an apt name for a woman of purpose, allure, and enticing if also hazardous depths. Jiang Qing's life was comfortable within the limits imposed by Yan'an conditions, but it was a housewife's life, and this was new to her. When she later spoke of her Yan'an years, 3/4 of what she recounted was about Mao and his work, and most of the rest dealt with the life of an array of family members, all but one of whom were not her family. Jiang cut a lithe figure alongside Mao, who was becoming slightly pear-shaped. Her long hair had been cut off with her Shanghai past. She now had the close-cropped Girl Scout style of a Yan'an woman. Her dark, flashing eyes seemed well under control. During a conversation between Mao and a Western visitor, she would often say little or nothing, but glide in merely to be introduced. "This is Jiang Qing," was the bare, unsexist way Mao generally did it, and shake hands as women in Yan'an, under the communists' influence, had begun to do. Or she would come in to replenish a dish of peanuts or a tray of fried hot pepper pieces that Mao would nibble along with his endless cups of tea. She was considered very pretty, much more so than Chiang Kai-shek's wife, said Robert Payne, who met both women, and also a modest, prudent young woman. "Jiang Qing looks after his health, daily work, clothes, and food," said a Russian official who saw a lot of the couple. At late-night meals in the Mao living room, everyone present, including Jiang, would defer to Mao if it seemed that he was about to say something. Jiang learned to cook. She had help in shopping and cleaning, and soon was excellent at it, according to Snow. She did not like spicy food, as Mao did, but visitors to the household found spicy dishes filling the table. In social moments, Jiang would move with alacrity to change the old 78 RPM records on the gramophone, often peaking opera excerpts, a cultural taste she and Mao had in common. She was soon infected with the passion for bridge that most of the Chinese communist leaders shared, and she played a shrewd hand. Suddenly, Mao sent Jiang for 2 or 3 months of manual labor in the wilderness. Nanawan was a non-place, an utter wasteland 35 miles southeast of Yan'an, where teams of communists went, with only their bare hands, to create out of nothing a productive society. Mao told none of his colleagues that Jiang, in whom a child by him was already conceived, was leaving for Nanawan. Bidding Jiang and her workmates farewell in January 1939, Mao pointed out to them that if they failed to wrench food and clothing from the fiber of the wasteland, they would perish. The pilgrims gouged dwellings from the hills, made garments from the hair of black mountain goats, and carried off the sacred fittings of an old temple, melting them down to fashion agricultural tools. Jiang, bundled up in padded clothes that hardly came off in the entire stay at Nanawan, got blisters on her hands from this unaccustomed manual work. She did not like the idea of doing only the lighter tasks that women were eligible for, since she believed anything a man could do a woman also could do. But, in fact, because she was ill, and perhaps because the nervous team leader knew who she was and wanted to be sure she returned to Yan'an in good shape, she did no heavy work. She spent most of her time knitting, and, when she left Nanawan, she had 10 heavy sweaters to her credit. Why did Mao send Jiang to Nanawan? Perhaps he felt like stepping back for a while from the passionate closeness of the previous months. Perhaps it was because Jiang had contracted tuberculosis, an illness that Mao, like everyone in Yan'an, was terrified of. Jiang Qing gave birth to a daughter, her first child in 4 marriages, and Mao's 9th child in 4 marriages. This brought a timely cementing of the marriage. For nearly all Yan'an women, maternity was an unwelcome handicap, which added to the difficulty of being independent and equal with men. One simply could not have a career in Yan'an conditions and bring up children as well. It was true that at the Saturday night dances women asked men to dance, but a woman who had to look after children wouldn't get to the Saturday night dances. Jiang was in a different position. Her career in the performing arts was over, and she wasn't qualified for a political career. A baby cost her nothing and brought benefits. The coming of a daughter lifted away Jiang Qing's image as the pretty girl who worked late in Mao's office. The trace of fear in her attitude to Mao disappeared. He no longer seemed like her father, but, as they doted on the baby and introduced her to visitors, almost like her husband. A baby in her arms entrenched her as Mao's supporter, the way 100 party resolutions could not do or undo. Choosing a child's name is a big issue in China. The daughter's surname, Li, was Jiang's, not Mao's, which was unusual. The given name Na filled more than one bill, for it is a term from the Confucian classics meaning cautious in speech, which Mao must have chosen, and it is the same sound, though a slightly differently written character, as the given name of her ex-husband Tang Na. In marrying Mao, Jiang had entered a merry-go-round of a family. This was due to Mao's previous marriages, to the dislocating effect of war and revolution on many people's private lives, and to the cloying power of family connections in China generally, even in Yan'an, which was modern and individualistic by Chinese cultural standards. 2 boys from Mao's marriage with Yang Kaihui, Mao Anying, and Mao Anqing, turned up in Yan'an. Mao never took them back into his household, and both soon went to study in the Soviet Union. At first, Jiang got along well with Anqing. She was only 7 years older than he, but Mao seemed to want him out of the way after Jiang arrived. There were also 2 tiny children of He Zixian's, a baby daughter born early in 1937 and a son of 2 or 3. He is very bright, Jiang said of He Zixian's little boy. He can sing the Internationale from start to finish. He was soon to go the way of most of the Maohi children, lost in the written gospels of Chinese communist history. Given to a peasant family, the baby daughter, at this time in Moscow with He Zixian, was to be a major figure in Jiang's domestic life. It is curious that Mao and Jiang, in naming Li Na, evidently renamed He Zixian's baby daughter at the same time, for the name chosen, Li Min, is a part of the same Confucian term as Li Na's name. A gentleman should be cautious in speech but quick in action, runs the classical maxim. Mao's last child by He was to be quick in action. His first child by Jiang was to be cautious in speech. It is also curious that quick in action, who on returning from Russia in 1945, was taken away from He and made essentially Jiang's responsibility, was to grow up with a surname, Li, that was neither her mother's nor her father's, but the original name of Jiang Qing, her stepmother. Not only the Confucian classics, but also Jiang Qing's love history offered a link between the names of the 2 girls. Li Min's given name was the same sound, written differently, as that of Jiang's last Shanghai boyfriend, Zhang Min, just as her own daughter's given name, Na, echoed her Shanghai husband's name. Visitors to the Maojiang home in the Garden of Date Trees. For security reasons, they had moved from Yangjiling in 1942, found Li Na a lively, central presence. The girl would play in Mao's study, and, when he took a break to chat with a staff member or have a snack, she would go with him. A former aide of Mao's staying overnight in the household in 1942 found Mao, rather than Jiang, supervising how the child was to be treated, telling her to call the visitor uncle, walking with her down the hill to see the visitor off. She was direct and unassuming, the Briton Robert Payne said of Jiang, and looked in every way like a sensible, fond wife and the fond mother of her children. When Payne entered the cave, Mao came forward to shake hands, but he disliked the act and performed it awkwardly, raising his shoulder high as he put out his hand. Mrs. Mao, the former actress, shook hands far more comfortably, Payne said. Li Na and Li Min were pushed forward to shake hands, which they did with serious faces. Jiang's excellent Mandarin and pleasantly musical voice showed up well alongside Mao's thick Hunan accent. At the dinner table, she mainly responded to the rhythms of conversation set by others. Her interventions were generally questions. She asked about everyone's health. If things were going well, her face lit up, and if badly, she would commiserate with the person who was suffering. One evening, the Russian officials living in Yan'an were invited to Mao's place. Mao happened to put the senior Russian in his own favorite leather armchair. This led Jiang Qing to pull out a deck chair, unfold it, and arrange it beside the Russian's chair for Mao to sink into. A bodyguard brought him a mug of the local wine, Ganjiu. Jiang, neat in slacks and a black sweater, hopped back and forth, dropping peanuts into Mao's outstretched hand. The Russians asked Mao what he would do if Japan attacked the Soviet Union, and the question did not please Mao. Jiang put on one gramophone record after the other, tactful and modest in the situation. After Mao had grown silent, he ordered hot peppers. These he ate, washed down with the fierce Ganjiu, until his face became red. He yawned and stretched long and low in his chair. Jiang chose for her next record an excerpt from an old Peking opera. Mao began to clap his hands in accompaniment to the wailing sounds. As Jiang continued to perform her duties as hostess, Mao's slow, measured clapping gradually put him to sleep in his deck chair. Without Jiang Qing, one of the Russians, who was a physician, remarked when Mao was suffering from arrhythmia during 1942. He becomes capricious and sometimes even refuses to have his temperature taken or drink his medicine. Both were plainly dressed. The American journalist Harrison Foreman recorded of his evening with Mao and Jiang. She in a practical pajama-like outfit belted at her slim waist, he in a rough, homespun suit with baggy, high-water pants. Foreman found a tranquil scene in the gloom of the cave. The only light was furnished by a single candle fixed on an upturned cup. For refreshments I was served with weak tea, cakes, and candy made locally and cigarettes. Mao chain-smoked his abominable Yan'an cigarettes, while youngsters ran in and out during the whole conversation. Of Li Na and Li Min, Foreman recalled, they would stand and stare at me for a few moments, and then, seizing a piece of candy, race out again. Mao paid no attention to them. A Chinese medical couple who often babysat for Li Na said that Jiang was not an attentive mother. Li Na was sent for lengthy stretches of time to stay with the physician, who was chief of pediatrics at Yan'an Central Hospital, and his wife, who was chief of nursing at the same hospital. The couple, who had no particular reason to be hostile toward Jiang at the time they recalled Li Na's upbringing, felt that she neglected her daughter. It was not the style for a mother in revolutionary Yan'an to coddle her child, and Jiang by nature was less inclined to do so than most women. Charming with adults, she was not one to dote on children, her own or others. She had a sincere belief that a child was better served by having to fend for itself than by a fussy protectiveness, and this harmonized well with her self-preoccupation. After a few years, a cocky possessiveness began to show itself in place of Jiang's shyness of 1939. She would venture opinions in Mao's presence as she had not done before. She began to bestow favor on those she liked and to single out enemies for discrimination. Sometimes as she smoked a cigarette, or tossed back her head in an unbridled burst of laughter, or flashed a frown at conduct that annoyed her, the spirit of Lan Ping seemed to have come back, now toughened by a consciousness that she had achieved a certain status. The apartment started to look as if a woman lived in it, and Jiang showed more panache in the way she wore her simple garments. Otto Braun watched her out riding a splendid horse, dressed with flair, attended by 4 helpers, and noted that she was beginning to take leave of the simple customs of Yan'an. One day, Riwai Ali, a New Zealander who had lived in China for many years, was kneeling to look closely at a Song dynasty inscription on a path just out of Yan'an. A girl on a white horse came up, he recalled, rather dashing, making her presence felt in a slightly forced way. I didn't know who it was, but when I got home and mentioned the incident, people drew in their breath and said, "Ooh, it's the new Mrs. Chairman." Jiang Qing took to horse riding the way an American woman might go driving in her car, as a zone of liberation from the captivity of the household. She cut a girlish, modest figure as she pushed her spirited horse through the dust, ribbons holding her braids to the back of her head, wooden sandals on her white feet. Yet, it was also the spectacle of a woman with a touch of class, for horses were in short supply in Yan'an. Women in particular rarely rode them, and no woman rode one with Jiang's dash and verve. She found a way to express herself in the solitary habit of horse riding. On his way to see Mao, Soviet filmmaker Roman Karman, riding across the Yen River, was overtaken by a fast galloping horse. To his surprise, the rider was a woman. "Drawing up even with us?" he recalled. She sharply reined in her horse, and with a wide gesture welcomed us gaily. It was Jiang Qing, elusive, taciturn, but with a certain vigor that seemed to come from her horse. She had come down from her retreat on the hill to welcome the Russian visitors. "I will tell Mao that you are on the way," she said quietly. She reversed her horse abruptly. Leaning forward as it charged ahead, she gave a wave of her right hand through the cloud of dust. Zhou Enlai lectured one afternoon at the party school, and Jiang Qing persuaded Mao to let her go with him. She wanted to go on her horse, and perhaps as well to be seen in Zhou's company in the auditorium where, until she met Mao, she had been an unnoticed member of the rank and file. Returning on their two horses, Zhou and Jiang galloped along the banks of the river, Zhou's horse leading, Jiang's close behind. Jiang, 15 years younger than Zhou, not weary as he was from the long session at the party school, and savoring the freedom of horseback, insisted on pushing her steed faster than Zhou wanted to go. Suddenly, Jiang's horse, under her excessive whipping, locked its front hooves with Zhou's horse's back hooves. Zhou's horse reared high, tossing the future premier of China to the hard red soil. His right arm was broken and remained disfigured for the rest of his life. Ever since Miss Lan Ping, the movie star, married Chairman Mao, noted a commentary on Yan'an published in Chongqing in 1943, the formerly extremely dull and monotonous life of the communist bastion has changed immensely. The Observer explained that bourgeois dancing, feudalist local opera, Hollywood love songs, have all flowed into Yan'an. Did such things not help the leaders recover their revolutionary morale after a hard day's work? It was a fine Saturday evening, and the sky was high and dark blue above a lively scene in the Pear Garden. Lutout Yan'an gathered for the weekly barn dance, Jiang Qing's great contribution to the society of Northwest China. Soft light from candles covered with red, green, and yellow paper came down from the fruit trees. Music, now hearty, now sentimental, soared into the night. The orchestra was like an assembly of volunteers from the music schools of a dozen nations. There was an old Chinese fiddle, an American violin, a Cantonese zither, a British mouth organ, a banjo in the style of Shaanxi villages, and a pedal organ left by a deceased missionary. The dance floor was packed earth. Better for the yanga, a sedate folk dance, than for the waltz, recalled John Service. Jiang Qing was too good a dancer to be troubled by an undulating mud floor. Most of the other dancers were too bad to find anything wrong with it. Everyone, including the bright-eyed children who scampered among the lurching frames of the leaders of the Chinese Revolution, wore cloth slippers or rope sandals. So what was the difference? A foxtrot to the tune of Yankee Doodle was in progress as Mao entered in a white shirt and dark trousers, puffing on a cigarette, looking benevolent. Jiang Qing, dressed like the other women in a pajama-type belted blouse and trousers, had already been present for an hour. She walked across to a trio of young girls leaning against a tree. She took the arm of one of them, a nurse from the International Peace Hospital, and led her across to Mao. "Chairman, please dance with me," dutifully piped the beaming girl, her pigtails gleaming in the candlelight. As the music changed to the Blue Danube, Mao careened off with the nurse, while Jiang, after watching for a moment, swept off to secure Zhou Enlai for her own next fling. Mao was not a good dancer. He looked as if he were doing physical exercises. But the little nurse stuck with him, even when the ragtag orchestra switched to Jingle Bells, doubling the speed. Greeting Zhou, Jiang glanced back over her shoulder at her husband and his partner and gave a smile of pride and relief. Zhou was an excellent dancer, nimble and graceful, remembering steps he had picked up in France 20 years before, and when he and Jiang Qing took the floor, a rural barn dance gained a touch of the great dance evenings in Shanghai's bubbling Well Road. If Tang Na could have seen her, Would he have felt proud of her or furious with her? Jiang was enjoying herself, reveling in the attention she was getting, pleased that she knew exactly how to handle Mao on such an occasion. Agnes Smedley grabbed General Juda, and the pair of them, like mating elephants, turned a French minuet into a tank maneuver. I felt, Smedley said later to Edgar Snow, as if the whole Chinese army had walked over my feet. Meanwhile, Jiang was waltzing with a young American GI, part of the visiting Dixie mission led by John Service and Colonel David Barrett. A moment later, she was jitterbugging with Yi Jianying, a military leader, who danced well for a man of his size. They were the center of the party, a participant observed. Jiang Qing never danced with Mao. At intervals, weaving her way between General Lin Biao's prancing form and the mighty combination of a truck driver in locked embrace with backwoods Boadicea, Juda's wife, Jiang would dart across the garden to bring the prettiest available girl to Mao's side. He Zizhen would have taken a knife to Mao if she had seen him flirting with nurses, teachers, and serving girls as Mao did that night. But Jiang was a brilliant political wife. Mao and He Zizhen would never have gone to a dance had such rollicking functions existed in pre-Jiang Qing Yan'an because Zizhen would have refused. Nor did they go to the theater as Mao and Jiang often did. If Mao went to visit a foreigner's cave, He Zizhen would ask him where he'd been. Jiang took such things in her stride. She would rather give her husband some freedom, and, in return, expect some for herself, than be rooted with him as two peas in a pod. Thanks to Tang Na, Jiang knew more English than Mao did. It wasn't all that much not impossible, was the nicest remark any Westerner in Yan'an ever made about it. But she used it when she could. She proudly taught the Western alphabet and some English phrases to Wang Dongxing, a bodyguard of Mao's who later rose to the Politburo and played a major role in Jiang's fall in 1976. Comrade Jiang Qing coached us. One of the 3 servants in the Maojiang household reminisced. As well as holding classes for us, she showed us how to keep a diary and came and corrected the entries we made. Jiang loved to be the center of attention, bending down to instruct the humbler ones. Not like that. How stupid of you. Do it the way I show you. Going with Mao to Yan'an's makeshift theatrical performances, Jiang would carry herself like an ambassador escorting her president on terrain more hers than his. If the performance was of a modern play or a foreign play, rare in both cases, Jiang would enjoy it more than Mao and tell him what she thought it was all about. But mostly it was Peking opera. Little Li Na became opera crazy, a reflection of Jiang's and Mao's shared liking for this traditional form. Jiang did not welcome interruptions as she and Mao sat enthralled by an opera, with its heroes in gorgeous silk and its villains in horrible masks, its clanging instruments and piercing, high-pitched voices. But Lin Shaoqi, the somber organization man who was number 2 in the Yan'an hierarchy and who didn't care for opera, sometimes would try to discuss business with Mao in mid-performance. One night, Lin edged up to Mao, his horse-like face in earnest concentration, a document in his fine bureaucrat's hand. Jiang killed Lu with a glance, raised her elegant shoulders in disgust, and whispered loudly in the direction of the ceiling, "Oh, here is that lout again." One afternoon Mao was talking in his living room with Wang Ming, his old rival, now largely deranged, but whom Mao still liked to prove wrong whenever possible. The two of them were arguing about Russia, which Wang Ming knew and esteemed more than Mao did. Jiang sat bored and quiet in a corner, wondering how much more of this well-worn duet she could stand. In came Wang Ming's wife, red and puffing. "I've been looking for you everywhere," she said to her husband. "And it turns out that you two are arguing again." Jiang advanced from her comber and took charge of the situation. "How marvelous that you've come," she pronounced. "These 2 old cockerels are impossible. They no sooner meet than they start to fight." She made a move to lead Mao away. "Get hold of yours and take him for his supper, and I'll take mine off for his supper." Serving as secretary to a man of Mao's power and deviousness was gradually putting Jiang on Yan'an's political map. It was not that she joined in political deliberations except very rarely, but that other people viewed her as a possible influence on any decision Mao might make. This was reasonable. Jiang would be silent when Mao talked politics with a visitor at home, but she listened carefully, and afterward she would give Mao her opinion. When Jiang Qing, the chief nationalist negotiator, was staying in Yan'an, Jiang Qing would come around to his cave early each morning. "How did you sleep?" she would ask. "Now, what should we see to for you today?" She was courteous and demure, but one felt she was speaking for Mao. Yuan Muji, who once wrote a message in lipstick on Jiang's stomach but later criticized her, suggested making a documentary movie of Mao and Jiang together in Yan'an. If there was a touch of flattery behind the idea, Jiang did not notice or did not mind. She wanted to do the movie, which Yuan would direct on behalf of the Yan'an Motion Picture Organization, which he headed. Mao did not want to. Military problems were pressing him, and a campaign called the production drive needed constant supervision. Jiang twisted his arm. She put to him the arguments that on Yuan's lips had seemed so persuasive. The masses were interested in the lives of their leaders. It would be inspiring to the cadres to see the chairman and his wife themselves doing physical labor, setting an example that no one could fail to follow. Mao gave in. Jiang busied herself like a debutante before a coming-out ball. She readied a variety of clothes, laid down the law to Yuan about the sequence of scenes, and rained down upon Mao tips as to how he should conduct himself before the cameras. This was not a resumption of her movie career, she told herself in moments of anxiety. This was going to be cinema to serve the chairman's political interests and further the political education of the people. Yan'an possessed no film studio, so Yuan began to shoot his documentary at the sports field of a school just beyond the town's south gate. Mao and Jiang were driven to the school each day and, watched by a knot of curious townsfolk, went through routines of strolling in deep thought on questions of war and revolution, digging a ditch and grinding wheat just as real workers did, and mingling with selected representatives of the people in the stylized way that became famous in the post-1949 documentaries. Mao felt uncomfortable, but Jiang reveled in the filming. He refused to concentrate, while her smiles and gestures seemed almost too studied. He would not put on special clothes, but she was done up as if for a Shanghai production. Jiang looked like a politician running for re-election. Mao looked like the candidate's husband taking time off from his research. The movie was never released. No one recalls having seen it. Perhaps it was never fully edited and finished. Mao never liked to appear in movies, Jiang remarked years later. He was like that as far back as the Yan'an days, when I first came to know him. Inevitably, there were clashes as Jiang Qing began to carve out patches of territory as Mao's secretarial assistant. For Mao's chief of personal staff Li Liuru, she developed a visceral hatred, not unknown among first ladies when confronted by one of their husband's protective confidants. For his part, Li, a veteran revolutionary intellectual, felt that Jiang was throwing her weight around in Mao's office, making arbitrary judgments, nagging Mao personally, and falling into a lifestyle out of keeping with the austere norms of Yan'an. One day in 1942, Li, pressured, he says, by outrage among Mao's staff at Jiang Qing's behavior, went into Mao's study and directly raised the delicate matter. He catalogued the grievances against Jiang and argued to Mao that she was damaging his image and authority. Unbeknownst to the two men, Jiang was in the apartment, resting in her own room, and she caught snippets of the devastating case Li Liuru was building against her. Furious, she burst into Mao's study, her eyebrows rising toward the ceiling. She glared at Li with enormous eyes and pounded the wooden table at which Mao and Li were sitting. She cried, and, at the same time, she shouted the accusation that her husband and his chief of staff were conspiring against her. Li had no right, she said in a fury, and no qualifications to blacken her in this fashion. Mao rebuked Jiang, there and then, in front of his chief of staff. He told her to shut up, according to a Proli account. He pointed out that Li had been doing revolutionary work longer than she had, a sore point with her, and apparently, after Li discreetly left the room, asked her to apologize to him, at least for the manner of her surprise intervention. This Jiang refused to do. Henceforth, she treated Li icily and got away with it. Years later, when she had outright power, she helped destroy his career. That Mao and Jiang quarreled in the presence of others, it was to happen many times, was extremely unusual among the Chinese Communist leadership. There is no record of Zhou Enlai and Deng Yingqiao doing so, or Zhu De and Kang Keching, whatever may have gone on in a more restricted environment. Mao and Jiang were strong-willed individuals. The spiritedness of each stimulated, but at times also infuriated, the other. And Mao and Jiang stood out among the Chinese Communist leadership for their blunt, crude ways. Jiang, the refined actress, also could be a vixen when roused. Mao, half peasant and half intellectual, never lost the earthiness and fire of his native Hunan. Jiang Qing has an air of independence about her. Vladimirov, a Russian official, observed. She is quick to find her way to unfamiliar questions. She is inquisitive and ambitious but ably conceals it. Vladimirov, catching the flash of steel that had pushed through Jiang's discreet, housewifely charm, saw her exercising an influence that she had not tried to exert in the first few years of the marriage. Jiang Qing dexterously and unobtrusively pushes her husband on to solving the most diverse questions, which are far from being family matters. On her secretarial work and relation to the political operator who had put her where she was, Vladimirov's diary for December 1942 is eloquent. Her husband's whole secret correspondence is in her hands now. She knows all his plans, and she is worshipped by Kang Sheng. The Russian put his finger on the core of this woman who still, as in Shanghai, knew how to deploy her various talents. Now one and now the other, like a pianist using all 10 fingers, but not at once. Extreme purposefulness is her outstanding quality. Jiang made a return visit to Lusun College in her new capacity as Mao's wife and secretary. The occasion was a series of lectures by Mao on the relation of politics to the arts, later famous as talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. Everyone in Yan'an who had anything to do with the arts was there, pencils at the ready, as Mao began to talk in his quiet, intense, immensely effective way, coughing repeatedly from his chain smoking, on the first of several electric evenings in the spring of 1942. Jiang sat proudly near the front, her proprietorial air deeply ironical in view of what Mao said to the nervous literati of the Northwest. Years later, she said she had influenced the talks. Mao had come to Lusun College to declare that art for art's sake was wrong. As he derided the clamor for independence of the writers, Ding Ling and the other finest writers in the Northwest, many of them directly influenced by Lusun's spirit of independence, winced at the assault on the central value of their craft. Showing the universal politician's bias toward the notion that dissent from intellectuals undermines national security, intensified 100-fold by the Marxist view that truth is a destination rather than a quality that gives meaning to the journey, Mao insisted that every piece of creative work must serve the purpose of hastening the liberation of China from Japan and for communism. Opinions should not be allowed to become conclusions, he ground on. The packed benches of intellectual talent were being warned that they only had the freedom to be correct. An incorrect opinion was not allowed to become an openly stated conclusion. Jiang sat half smiling as her husband snapped the writers and performing artists of tomorrow's China into the straitjacket of Leninism. As if her Shanghai years had been all dross, she was embracing, with how much comprehension we do not know, the cold, bare skeleton of Yan'an communism. Such worthy principles as existed in Lan Ping's artistic worldview died as Jiang Qing maintained a wife's supportive silence at this terrible defeat for the arts. The boldest of the dissenting writers in Yan'an, Wang Shiwei, wrote an angry essay in defiance of Mao, decrying political paternalism toward the arts and the communist leader's loss of ideals. Wang called his piece the Wild Lily. The choice of the flower's name did not follow from the essay's contents. It was surely a slap at Mao's treating women as one of the privileges of power, for everyone knew Lily Wu Guangwei, by the first name she had acquired in Shanghai. Someone at least had a dagger out for the outspoken Wang, for he was executed with a scandalous lack of justification not long afterward. Jiang Qing battles against illness. One of her later political associates noted, as staunchly as she fights politically, it was true. She came to dramatize her physical ups and downs to the point of hypochondria. But in Yan'an, where she contracted tuberculosis soon after marrying Mao, Jiang said little about her health. It was the party guardians who spoke of her ailments, for their own purposes. At the time the Dixie mission left for Yan'an, Colonel Barrett recalled, we had been informed Jiang Qing was suffering from tuberculosis and seldom if ever appeared in public. The Americans took at face value the link between Jiang's poor health and her exclusion from any public role. On the trip from Chongqing, Barrett and his colleague John Service took canned milk and cocoa for Jiang Qing to help build up her strength. Yet, when Mao introduced his wife to the American, Colonel Barrett, this is Jiang Qing, Barrett was struck that she did not appear to be in bad health at all. In fact, Jiang rather swept the colonel off his feet with her grace and polish. Dr. Orlov, Jiang's Russian physician, said of Jiang and Mao about this time, "Both of them are healthy. I wish I was as healthy as they." Service, who lunched long and alone with Mao and Jiang in their home, recalls that Jiang Qing looked fit and healthy. In communist politics, illness or alleged illness, including mental illness, can become the coin of political struggle. Jiang was later both a sad victim and a fierce practitioner of this horrible tactic. In Yan'an, she got her first taste of it. In 1945, her Shanghai acquaintance was Shunqing, a leader of the China Youth Party and a colleague of Cui Wanqiu, arrived in Yan'an for a visit. It was natural for Zhuo to see Jiang, but Mao told Zhuo that Jiang Qing is ill. He had to make do with seeing Jiang's daughter, whom he found a small model of her mother. Either Mao felt Jiang's period in Shanghai was a phase best forgotten, or he feared, with one eye on party reaction, the consequences of Jiang appearing in public too much. Later, Jiang would speak about her illness in Yan'an, but, at the time, she kept her struggle against it very private. It was left to others, who wished to keep her pinned down as an inactive housewife, to publicize the health problems that limited her appearances in public. In the summer of 1945, Mao went to the nationalists' capital, Chongqing, to talk with Chiang Kai-shek in the hope of staving off renewed civil war between the two parties. Patrick Hurley, the U.S. emissary, and Zhang Zhizhong, the nationalist representative, flew to Yan'an to fetch Mao, Zhou, and other members of the communist delegation. A couple of weeks later, as the difficult talks droned on, Jiang Qing appeared, with her daughter, Li Na, to join Mao. It was Zhou Enlai who flew to Yan'an to escort Jiang south to the steam bath city of Chongqing. "I am here for dental treatment," she said sweetly to a number of people who met her at the house of Zhang Zhong, a graceful two-storied mansion called Kasha Garden, where she and Mao were staying. On this trip, the only occasion she ever appeared with Mao on a diplomatic mission, Jiang was the private helpmate, observing the party requirement that she play no obvious role in public affairs. The hungry newspapers hardly mentioned her presence, though Mao was big news, and he even leaked his self-aggrandizing poem Snow to New China Daily. Chinese who saw her recall a fresh-looking young woman who did not look at all like the other leaders' wives. At a reception in the home of General Zhang, she wore a simple short-sleeved blouse and skirt, a bit like a high school girl's uniform, her short hair not done with a permanent wave, and coming down in a fringe over much of her forehead. Said another guest, "She did not look like a person just out of a cave." During the reception, she was called upon by General Zhang and his wife to make a short speech, which she did with quiet grace. One listener seated in the 10th row found her Mandarin excellent, with hardly a trace of Shandong accent. She made a point of mentioning, no doubt conscious of the danger of seeming prominent, that the sole purpose of coming to Chongqing was to see a dentist. It seemed an odd, unnecessary remark to some listeners. Nationalist sources later avowed that she came because of a scandal that erupted beneath the elegant black wooden beams of General Zhang's house. During the early part of his stay in Chongqing, these sources say, Mao and Zhang's eldest daughter drew close, no doubt at Mao's initiative. General Zhang and his wife wished to avoid a public explosion, but equally they had to put an end to this apparent affair between their young daughter and the leader of the communist challenge to nationalist rule. The solution was to send a plane to Yan'an for Jiang Qing, on the assumption that the arrival of Mao's wife would divert Mao's lust from the delicate Zhang daughter. A variant of the story has Zhang Zhizhong encouraging his daughter to cross Mao's path, as part of his larger design to abandon the nationalists when the time was ripe. Upon joining the communist camp, which he did in 1949, he would enter with a splendid feather in his cap. It does not seem likely that much transpired in Chongqing between Mao and Miss Zhang. The fourth daughter, Zhang Suchu, has vigorously denied that anything transpired, as has her brother, Zhang Yizhen. Probably Jiang followed Mao to Chongqing simply because Mao wanted her nearby, as the talks dragged on for some weeks, or because Jiang twisted his arm to permit it, as she was starting to do on issues that mattered to her, and because she had to go to the dentist. Jiang paced the rooms of Kasha Garden in the Red Cliff district of Chongqing. She played with Li Na in the salon with its silk screens and its smell of wealth. She bounced on her lap General Zhang's daughter Suchu, who recalled the experience pleasurably 36 years later. With a strange sense of imprisonment, Jiang gazed out over the tiled roofs of the hilly city. In her dreams of herself as she would like to be, she seemed torn between the pleasures of being First Lady of Chinese Communism, which, given her husband's rising fortunes, was getting close to being First Lady of China, and the insistent tug of another China that the sight of Chongqing evoked in her mind, for Chongqing was full of refugees from Shanghai's Bohemia, driven west under the Japanese sword and trying to make movies, produce plays, and write stories for a new era. Jiang Qing decided to telephone Tang Na. According to a source very close to the scene, she wanted to have one more talk with Tang, now a Chongqing journalist and an advisor to the British Embassy, from her new, secure vantage point as Mao's wife. Jiang Qing tracked down Tang, as she tracked down Yu Qiwei in Beijing in 1933 and in Yan'an in 1937. She would never cut off all connection with a former lover unless he severed the link irrevocably himself. But she did not meet with Tang Na. Either she did not succeed in contacting him, as Tang says, or he did not want to meet her again. One night, as the political talks drew to a close, the reception hall of the nationalist government mansion was jammed. Mao and Chang were both present, nodding, smiling, as Chongqing society sipped drinks, ate from dishes of pastries and peanuts, and craned for a glimpse of the president and his opponent. Ministers, businessmen, and leading journalists shuffled in a line, waiting to shake hands with China's two rival leaders. Smart in a light suit, hair slicked down, a cigarette held in a hand never still, Tang Na waited his turn. Mao greeted each guest slowly, as was his habit, bending slightly, holding the person's hand in his soft grip as he asked a question or made a quip. Tang reached the third spot from Mao. He looked at Mao's broad, calm face and listened to the quiet, almost feminine voice. Suddenly, Tang Na swung around and walked in the opposite direction, past the tables of pastries and peanuts, out of the mansion and into the steamy evening. Jiang Qing's third and fourth husbands were never to shake hands. One day in March 1947, a nationalist bomb fell close to the Mao cave in Yan'an, violently shaking the furniture. Mao went on reading a document, but Jiang, who had seen little of war, was frightened. She spent the next day huddled with Li Na in an air raid shelter, singing songs to keep spirits up, as the nationalists, all efforts at reconciliation between the two warring parties having failed, pounded the once tranquil communist outpost, making an evacuation unavoidable. Mao waited as long as possible, wanting to choose his own moment to begin a new phase of mobile warfare, and some of his colleagues grew nervous at the danger. "You're a coward," he snapped at Jiang when she mentioned to him the widespread view that the evacuation should begin at once. "And if you're going to be a coward, why not join forces with them?" Within a week, Mao, Jiang, in colorful clothes, Li Na, and two guards packed themselves into a jeep and drove slowly out of the snow-covered, deserted, half-destroyed streets of the town that had been home for 10 years. The Yan'an era was over. For the next 2 years, because of the exigencies of the last fight against Chiang Kai-shek, Jiang, unexpectedly, took leave from household routine and played a modest role in war and politics. She was appointed a political assistant in the 3rd Detachment of the Communist Forces and, in the fluid conditions of fighting while moving, found herself in close proximity to Mao and Zhou Enlai as they ran their half of the North Shaanxi campaign. Zhu De and Lin Shaoqi ran the other half. The job was a violation of the party-mandated marriage agreement, but no one raised their voice about that, for the time being. It was a life on the road, traveling on horseback by night, staying in farmers' cave homes, a week in this village, a month in that, as communists and nationalists grabbed bits of China from each other. There were frequent air assaults. Jiang's unit, to cross one river, had to pull down a temple on the bank and construct a bridge out of the pieces. She was often ill with gastrointestinal problems, as for days on end she ate only string beans. She and Mao sometimes rode the same horse, and it greatly satisfied her to be physically coupled with the chairman in the midst of the dramatic struggle. It was almost like being before the footlights again, with a public to play up to. But she gave up her loose hair, doing it in a bun at the nape of her neck. At first, She kept Li Na with her. But, after a scare, when it seemed the 8-year-old was lost, she was put in Deng Yingchao's care in a safe village. Li Min and the other child relatives had earlier been farmed out to friendly households in a more stable state than Jiang's. Looking back, Jiang saw those days in 1947 and 1948 as exciting, eye-opening, and a time of great pride at being a soldier. She agreed with the point of view that full women's liberation involves gaining the means of coercion armed force, and with the peasant women who said to Smedley, "We are as strong as the men. Give us guns." At her trial decades later, Jiang shouted passionately, "I am the one, the only woman comrade, who was each step of the way at the side of the chairman during the North Shaanxi campaign." Yet, her work as a political assistant was wispy in character, and her performance of it was bizarre. Lecturing to villagers on the bounties of communism, she was almost a spectator of her own emotions as a performer, stirring the masses, telling them with unshakable fervor, just like any politician's wife, that her husband's cause was just. Asked to focus a meeting on the recall of past suffering, to heighten the appetite for the socialism about to arrive, she recalled her own past sufferings as a model for others. This reduced everyone to tears. Tears, indeed, were the hallmark of her efforts, for she was on an emotional ego trip, free from the bondage of the household, and, given her dramatic gifts, any emotion she felt was soon communicated effectively to her audiences. When she flayed nationalist POWs with her whip of moral indignation, she brought them to the point of bursting into tears and had them begging to join the Red Army on the spot, or so she claimed. Yet, when she tried to trace the North Shaanxi campaign years later, she floundered. She required maps and briefing papers provided by others to reconstruct the events. And, handling these, she seemed like a monkey faced with a papyrus of hieroglyphics. Only when she spoke of human drama or aesthetic detail did she flash with conviction. At Tianzihuan, she went among the people, and, finding a sick woman, combed her long, tangled hair. When the Red Army encountered the Muslim tribes, who loved clothes, the local women's faces lit up with delight on seeing the quality of the cloth of Jiang's own garments. One day, as they were camped near a river, she saw a soldier wearing a nationalist cap. Since the collapse of the United Front, he should have switched back to the communist cap with its red star. In a fury, she yelled at him to take it off, trying to make vivid to the soldier his mistake. She rammed the nationalist cap on her own head, thrust her face into his, and glared at him. There must have been something manic about her intervention, or perhaps it wasn't easy for a soldier to take a rebuke from a woman. For those watching, the incident turned upon her angrily, and she ended up shouting to everyone a brittle reminder that she must be obeyed, for she was the unit's political instructor. In fact, assistant, not instructor. Mao did not include Jiang in meetings of the leadership. When at Wangjiawan a dispute arose in the Central Committee over which direction to march in, she learned of the issues only indirectly. At Jiaxian, she found herself excluded from an emergency meeting to revise strategy. None of this was surprising, but it annoyed Jiang. During one stop, she had to move out of her cave when the 4 top leaders, Mao, Zhou, Lu Dingyi, and Rinbishi, decided to hold a meeting, and Mao's cave was the best place for it. Relegated to a donkey shed, she lived with asses for several days, lost weight, became infested with lice and fleas, and developed a lump on her neck. Perhaps illness followed anger. Toward the end of the Civil War, Mao one evening sent out an important telegram, which Jiang felt she ought to have been shown but was not, and she went on a rampage to make her point that women comrades must be respected. Jiang and Zhou Inlay deepened their association in 1947 and 1948. She talked with Zhou more than with the other male leaders on the campaign. Noticing her downcast mood, Zhou would come up to chat and inquire how she was feeling and whether she was afraid. Jiang Qing felt, as did many Chinese women, among them Song Qingling, the widow of Sun Yat-sen, an attraction to Zhou that was not strictly physical but stemmed from his masculine charm. He danced well, unlike Mao, and Jiang liked that. And Zhou, for his part, treated Jiang not only graciously but even fondly. Zhou loved Deng Yingchao morally, said an observer of the Zhou marriage, which had always been a union of co-workers. But he did seem to find an excitement, missing in Deng, in his association, platonic as it was, with Jiang Qing. "Vice Chairman, your socks are showing through the soles of your shoes," she said one day, as they paused in the midst of a grueling march. Zhou was exhausted, but he turned to smile at Jiang. "No wonder my feet are feeling the bumps on the road as I walk," he quipped. Once in 1947 in Chengnanshuang in Hebei, the military commander Nie Rongzhen, returning from his early morning stroll, had just shaken Jiang Qing's hand, as he did each time he encountered her. When the air raid siren signaled a KMT bombing raid, Mao had gone to bed, and his two guards, Li Yinxiao and Yen Chonglin, knew he hated to be wakened. "We decided to leave the decision to our superior, Jiang Qing," said Li. Jiang and Nie felt a stretcher should be ready to whisk Mao to the shelter if the B-25 planes came again. "The planes soon returned," Jiang Qing shouted. "The planes are diving low. Quickly." Nie ran into Mao's room. Mao was lying prone in blue-striped pajamas. Nie woke him, but Mao sat placidly on the edge of the bed. "It's nothing much," he said. "The planes are just dropping bits of iron and steel. Actually, we need that to make hose and reclaim wasteland." Nie ordered guards into Mao's bedroom with a stretcher. Jiang hovered and supervised. When the stretcher was positioned near Mao, Nie and his chief of staff neatly lifted Mao onto it. The guards grabbed the stretcher from their two superiors and ran with it to the shelter. Jiang Qing, screaming and distraught, urged them on as bombs began to rain down. As Mao seemed mainly concerned to get a cigarette lit, Jiang shouted, "They're bombs! They're bombs!" One fragmentation bomb scored a direct hit in the courtyard by which Mao's room stood. Into 1948, Mao, power now dangling before him like a ripe peach, seemed less preoccupied with Jiang than she had to be with him. Settled in the city of Shijiazhuang, where the communist elite gathered prior to the final triumph of taking Beijing, 250 kilometers to the northeast, his eye wandered in a fresh discovery of sex as a privilege of power. Who should arrive in Shijiazhuang as an actress taking part in a theatrical performance, but Yushan. Now divorced from Zhao Taimu, Yushan had come to Zhangjiago, a city a little to the north, because her brother, Yu Qiwei, Jiang Qing's husband of Qingdao days, had become its mayor. While Yushan was in performance at Shijiazhuang, it seems that Mao had a brief affair with her. What Jiang said about this when she saw Yu Qiwei, also in Shijiazhuang, we do not know. But she was a political wife after all, and she did not deliver an ultimatum to Mao, as he Zizhen would have done. Still, Jiang later denigrated Yusham as a reactionary who had bullied her endlessly. A Western woman would have blamed the man. He Zizhen would have assailed both the woman and her man. But Jiang, on this occasion as on others still to come, blamed only the woman whom her husband had dallied with. The rising Empress Wu had been the same 1,300 years before. When the emperor went to bed with Empress Wu's niece, Helan Guichu, she did not take direct issue with him but chose instead to kill Helan by mixing clay with her food at a banquet. By this time, in another realm, Tang Na had left Chongqing and was working on the left-wing Hong Kong newspaper Dagong Bao. A colleague watched him sitting late in the paper's office writing a love letter in his neat, square characters. He had met an attractive Shanghai journalist, Chun Rinqiong, and was on the brink of marrying her. He would never live in mainland China again. If Jiang Qing was out of her element in terms of the day-to-day tasks of the North Shaanxi campaign, she was also caught in the damaging contradictions involved in being Mao's wife. Her job as a political assistant was widely seen as a fig leaf for her presence as Mao's comforter. It wasn't possible to assign her an independent political job. Tasks were invented for her from week to week as she followed Mao around. Few took her seriously as a professional. She gathered crab apples for Mao as a treat in the midst of a tense engagement. She took dictation from him when a neurological illness prevented him writing in his own hand the essay, The Present Situation and Our Tasks. She left her political duties toward the end of the campaign for the family duty of going to retrieve Li Na, who was being cared for by Deng Yingqiao at Shuangtu, and bring her back to her father at Shenchuanbo. One day late in 1948, Mao found Jiang Qing crying in her room. "Mother," he heard her gasp. "You suffered all your life. Why did you die now?" Mao found it hard to calm her down. She said she must go to Jinan, where her mother had died, without delay. Mao's response was measured. She's already gone, he reasoned. If you go back to Jinan, there's nothing you can do, and it's hardly convenient. But when Jiang Qing, full of memories about her rocky upbringing, continued to wail, Mao began to make arrangements for 2 trusted bodyguards to go with her by train north to Jinan. Jinan had already fallen to the communists, and Jiang and her party stayed at the city guest house. The mayor of Jinan told Jiang that prior to the liberation of the city, the communist underground had given some help to her family members, though their situation remained poor, but, since the recent liberation, the family was well taken care of. Jiang Qing, now 34, saw her elder half-sister Li Yunlu after a long separation, and also her elder half-brother, Li Ganqing, now more than 50 and a railroad worker. After the funeral, Jiang Qing, indeed, found something to do. Not married yet, she cried to her half-brother, and she was soon bent on matchmaking on his behalf. Li Ganqing, deferent now to the wife of a man certain to lead China within a year, said he had a prospect in mind but would like his sister's agreement before proceeding. She had been a prostitute, the brother explained, but she intended after marriage to attain a different employment. The woman was willing to meet with Jiang Qing. Jiang jumped at the opportunity. The woman was charming in Jiang's presence, offering her fruits, and Jiang pressed ahead with plans for a quick wedding. Things moved with lightning speed. The wedding took place, gifts were bestowed, and, thanks to Jiang, an apartment for the newlyweds was found by the city authorities. It was Jiang Qing's first use of political power for personal purposes. On leaving Jinan, Jiang decided to take with her Yunlu, her half-sister, and her small son. When I was young, Jiang said, I was dependent on Yunlu for many things. I wished to repay her. This was the beginning of a major role for Li Yunlu in the Maojiang household. And, according to one of the bodyguards who accompanied Jiang Qing to Jinan, Mao was not pleased. Her doing this is going to cause many difficulties, Mao said to Yan Chonglin in Jinan. The 2 bodyguards heard Jiang say once more of her mother, Mom, you suffered all your life. Why did you die now? As 1948 gave way to 1949, military victories for the communists over the nationalists followed one another in rapid succession. The ripe peach fell into communist hands and Chiang Kai-shek's China became Mao Zedong's China. Jiang felt the thrill of victory, but with it a shaft of anxiety about her future role. Chapter 5 Letdown. 1950s. We live together, but he is the silent type, he does not talk much. Jiang Qing. Mao's triumph was Jiang Qing's eclipse. With the communist victory in 1949, there began for her a decade of illness and depression with some promising, but in the end false, starts at this or that public activity and, through it all, a vexing ambiguity as to her status. The revolution settled down, but she could not settle down. The proud residents of Beijing were wondering what the new dynasty would be like when, on March 23rd, a rumor flew through the alleys that Mao had arrived from Shijiazhuang. Jiang Qing came with her husband for the short trip from the anteroom of power in Hebei province, where they had spent 10 months as the communist armies mopped up North China, to the city of emperors. That afternoon, People's Daily had an extra on the dusty sidewalks, its 4-inch headline in red ink shouting Mao's arrival. In streets hungry for clues about the future, the 1-page issue sold out in 45 minutes. Mao looked well and confident, Jiang Qing thin and weak. You've put on weight, a friend who hadn't seen Mao for 4 years said to him. The reactionaries caused me to get thin, Mao rejoined with good humor but a touch of smugness. Now that they've been chased away, I am filling out. Jiang Qing, her face pale, her eyes darting nervously, weighed less than 100 pounds. She realized, amid the bewildering swirl and bureaucratic complications of the capital, what a toll the 2 years of the North Shaanxi campaign had taken on her health. Nor were the clouds that hung over the Maojiang relationship helpful to her condition. Was Yushan really out of the picture? Or might she reappear in Beijing, with the same gall that had led her to throw herself at Mao in Shijiazhuang? Now that the fluid days of civil war were over, would Jiang's enemies in the Communist Party, abetted perhaps by Mao, box her in again? Will the tattered clothes change? Beijing, Mao mused as his peasant movement stretched its arms around the city. Or will the change run in the opposite direction? Jiang Qing, too, wondered about the direction of influence. Perhaps she would be able to deploy her talents, now one and now the other, to make her mark in Beijing. Or perhaps the post-revolutionary Beijing establishment would stymie her, making a tame creature of her as surely as it threatened to co-opt the militants in their tattered clothes. In the first days of April 1949, Jiang Qing found herself on a train, headed far from Beijing, her husband, and the excitement of new China's birth. With nurses and bodyguards in tow, she was bound for a Russian hospital. 6 months later, as Mao, in a new suit, mounted the gate of heavenly peace to proclaim the People's Republic of China and led a festive parade of the entire communist elite along the Boulevard of Eternal Peace, Jiang Qing was still in Moscow, alone, unwell, wondering if she was to become the He Zhejian of the 1950s. Years later, Jiang spoke enigmatically about this first foreign trip of her life. She felt desperately ill, she said, and years of strife had destroyed most Chinese hospitals. Yet only one hospital was required, and none of Beijing's major hospitals had been destroyed. Would a desperately ill woman want to travel miles by train, moreover, to a country utterly alien to her, which neither she nor her husband had ever visited? Jiang Qing was, indeed, ill with tonsillitis and generally run down as well. But she was not desperately ill. The reasons for her being treated in Russia, rather than within China, were personal and political rather than physical, and they reflected her complex personality and the awkwardness of being Mao's wife in Mao's China. The vivacious Yushan, well known in artistic circles for her vivid performance as Salome in a bizarre Chinese adaptation of the Richard Strauss opera, had, indeed, found her way to Beijing, and it is possible that one reason Jiang Qing was lying in a Russian hospital bed was that Mao wished to see Salome again. Mao cabled the poet Liu Yazhu in Hong Kong on February 28, urging him to return to China and play a role in building socialism. Nearly a month later, just after his own arrival from Shijiazhuang, Mao received poet Liu at Beijing's airport. When, the next day, the communists decided on peace talks with the nationalists, Liu wrote a poem to celebrate this and also the liberation of his own hometown. A month later, on April 30th, Mao replied. By this time, as we know from Jiang Qing's reaction to the Amethyst incident, involving a British-Chinese clash on the Yangtze River, Jiang had already been in Russia long enough to make a trip south to Yalta, on the Black Sea. The next day, May 1st, Liu was taking a nap when a knock on the door announced Mao and Jiang Qing. Mao, the woman, and Liu went off to visit the Summer Palace, where they ran into Lin Biao and his wife and later dined with them. It seems that Mao's companion was Yusham, in such intimacy with Mao that Liu took her to be Jiang Qing, whom he had never met. In Chinese history, most peasant rebellion leaders had strong sex drives. Mao was in this tradition. At Yan'an, he had told Communist Party colleagues that he needed Jiang Qing for the sake of the revolution. In Beijing, he was even more conscious of his own importance than before, and with Jiang Qing looking poorly and probably depressed, it would not have been out of character for Mao to declare that he needed a little flutter with Yushan for the sake of the dictatorship of the proletariat. And given the communist principle that party interests outweigh individual feelings, Liu Shaoqi, Zhou Enlai, and the others certainly were not going to spring to the defense of Jiang Qing or of bourgeois morality. It is possible that Jiang Qing, suspecting an affair between Mao and Yusham, left of Beijing of her own accord, given her strong-willed nature, Mao's tendency to let people who were in his way fume until they gave up in disgust, and her own desire to see a foreign country. If so, she later preferred to present her departure as a fait accompli handed her by others. Some people who knew Jiang well suspected that she had preferred to go to Russia rather than stay in Beijing. The Yan'an years were austere and tough. Su Fei, who saw much of Jiang there, recalled. It was very much the in thing to go to Russia in the early 50s, like going to America in the early 1980s, and I think she wanted to go. She thought the Russians would treat her marvelously, that she'd be hobnobbing with Stalin the day after she arrived. Tang Na had a similar view. She wasn't really sick, her former husband felt. She just wanted to go abroad and have a look. She'd never had that chance. In the 50s, the logical place to go was Russia. Jiang Qing was met at the Moscow station by an ambulance. Yet, the most serious medical treatment she underwent in Russia was the removal of her tonsils. Mostly she rested, trying to put on weight, in the Black Sea resort of Yalta, and in the heavy mansions of old Moscow. If she was less than desperately ill, she was certainly brittle emotionally. Small incidents made her break down and cry. Her memory of a visit to the Kremlin is bizarre. Stalin invited her there, she said. But when she arrived at the Kremlin, the Soviet leader's staff members acted surprised that Mao was not with her. It is beyond belief that the Soviet government did not know whether Mao Zedong, leader of the newly triumphant Chinese Revolution, which Stalin had been nurturing for a quarter of a century, was in the Soviet Union. It would have been his first visit there. Perhaps Stalin did not invite her at all. Or perhaps she was in such a poor state on arrival at the Kremlin that the Soviet aides felt it inappropriate to take her in to see Stalin. Back in Beijing, on a crisp November morning, Jiang Qing rode in Mao's car to the main railroad station. He had sent her to say farewell to an important visitor. Song Qingling, widow of Sun Yat-sen, was returning with her entourage to Shanghai after a stay in the capital to attend the inaugural festivities of the People's Republic of China. Jiang Qing wore blue woolen trousers, a blue and white striped blouse, and the blue peaked cap of New China's professional class, the cadre. She looked thin but not sick. Announcing herself as Mao's representative, she chatted with the PRC's #1, non-communist female dignitary in the velvet and lace compartment of the special train. She treated the older woman, whose husband had died when Jiang was 11 years old, with great respect. Jiang Qing is courteous and charming, Song Qingling said to her staff as the train sped toward Shanghai. Jiang always impressed people in such brief social situations. She was good at a play of a couple of hours, which included playing hostess to Mao's guests. The Muslim leader Saifuddin, in Beijing for a government meeting in the summer of 1950, was scooped up by Mao and brought to his dinner table. Because of Saifuddin's dietary restrictions, a phone call was hurriedly made to the Beijing hotel to order dishes free of pork. Jiang Qing was a warm, attentive, and flexible hostess as the regional leader from Xinjiang chatted in Russian with Mao's oldest son, Mao Anying. The Maojiang house was splendid. Mao pronounced death upon all old things, but he kept one or two for himself. As walls and gates were pulled down and foreign missions were ordered out to a sterile suburb, Mao, far from erecting a Stalinist bungalow, moved himself and Jiang Qing into the Chrysanthemum Fragrance Study, a Qing dynasty pavilion just north of South Lake within the imperial compound. With red pillars, golden tiles curving up to an apex brushed by the elegant branches of gnarled old plane trees, and white marble steps with bronze dragons to each side, it reeked of history and the self-importance of a ruling class. The authorities had selected separate but connected apartments for the chairman and his wife. Mao and Jiang Qing each had a large bedroom. Between these was a dining room. The bedrooms were double the size of their Yan'an cave, with tall ceilings, carved wooden screens, silk hangings, and tall windows curtained to befit the discretions of power. It was all very grand after the garrets of Shanghai, the caves of Yan'an, and the farmhouses of the North Shaanxi campaign period, but it was not easy for Jiang to relax in such a place. Separate but connected described not only the apartments but also the marriage. "You don't seem to have an ounce of affection for Daddy." The eldest son of Mao's marriage with Yang Kai-hui blazed at Jiang during an evening of argument. "All you do is nag at him." At least in the judgment of Mao Anying, who was now working at party headquarters as a translator of Russian, the marriage, in romantic terms at least, was at an end. "If you don't love Daddy," the 28-year-old upbraided her after another bout of domestic strife, "why don't you clear out?" Mao Anying must have known that his father, given his position, the fuss he had made in Yan'an about securing Jiang, and the hold she had over him by virtue of having lived with him prior to marrying him, hardly had the option of driving Jiang out. Perhaps he hoped that Jiang would leave. But Jiang was not so foolish. She was not like He Zizhen. She would not leave Mao Zedong on the trivial ground that the romance was dead. Jiang could see in the attention Mao was paying to the family of Yang Kai-hui a sign that he had pulled back emotionally from her. It was natural enough that the brother of Mao's first chosen wife should send a telegram of congratulation to Mao when Changsha, the Yang's home city in Hunan province, fell to the communists. But it seemed extraordinary that Mao responded as he did. Within 5 days, he replied at length to Brother Yang, writing fondly, giving detailed news of his 2 sons by Yang Kaihui. He soon sent both youths on separate trips to the Yang relatives, bearing his greetings. He invited Brother Yang and his wife, Li Zongda, to South and Central Lakes for a long, nostalgic afternoon of conversation. In general, he paid an attention to the Yangs, including poems a little later to Kaihui's memory, that seemed more appropriate for a widower of Yang Kaihui than for the current husband of Jiang Qing. The distance that had entered the marriage was not really Mao's fault or Jiang's, but the result of a change of circumstances, and perhaps a ransom exacted by monotony. Mao's dalliance with Yusham in Shijiazhuang was less a cause than a consequence of the marriage's staleness. Mao's life was becoming highly structured, with a large staff, constant appointments, and long hours in the office. Gone was the Mao-Jiang marriage as a companionship of a leader and his helpmate, as at Yan'an, where a visit to Mao was often a visit to Jiang as well, and on the road during the Civil War when they rode the same horse and their bedroom sometimes had to double as the Politburo's meeting room. When the long march ended, Mao sent his bodyguard and man Friday, Chun Chongfeng, off to school. The personal bond between the two was over in the new circumstances of Yan'an. Chun wept for the broken spell of the long March months as he tried to set his mind to books. To a degree, for in Mao's eyes a wife was his almost as a bodyguard was his. Jiang Qing felt the same sting of change after the end of the Civil War that Chun Chongfeng felt after the end of the Long March. She would be needed less now. Jiang was not content to be purely a homemaker, no matter how well Mao might happen to treat her. She wanted a job. Everyone had been assigned work, it seemed, except her. Her old theatrical colleagues hummed with the busyness of new tasks, as did the wives of the other top leaders. But she was supposed to be a high-status but impotent Nora. Her position in the People's Liberation Army had been terminated, which seemed natural, but it disappointed her. While she was in Russia, an all-China Federation of literary and artistic circles was founded. Almost every cultural figure of note became a member, including Tianhan and Zhou Yang, figures from her Shanghai years, and the beautiful Sun Weisher, who had taken Jiang's place in the affections of Su Yixin at Lusun College in Yan'an. But Jiang Qing's name was not on the list. Every position Jiang occupied during the 1950s she had to wrench from extremely reluctant hands. The bureaucracy, or Mao, or both, tried to hold her down to private life. Only Zhou Enlai encouraged her, and later she thanked him publicly for it. Another Mao bodyguard, Yan Chonglin, saw and suffered from the problem of Jiang Qing's ambiguous relation to the political structures around her. Without enough to do to contain her energies, Yan recalled, Jiang meddled. In January 1951, she decided that the group of 3 bodyguards should have a vice head as well as a head. Yan, incredulous, objected that only one man would remain to be administered. He gently pointed out that his formal superior in the office of guards would have to approve the idea. Yan's superior did not like the idea. Yan was caught between his boss and the imperious will of Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing could only make suggestions, the bodyguard writes, not make decisions. Yet, because she was the wife of Mao, her suggestions could not readily be disregarded. Soon after this incident, Yan decided he could no longer work in close proximity to Jiang and must resign his post as Mao's bodyguard. Plucking up his courage to talk to Mao, he said he needed a period of study to improve his cultural level. To his surprise, Mao said as the two gripped hands, Jiang Qing's temper is fiery. I hope you'll forgive her. Yan had liked and admired Jiang on the road during the Civil War period, but not in Beijing after liberation. Jiang Qing decided to help with land reform. Mao did not want her to. No one else wanted her to. She simply insisted until the opposition gave way. She chose the tea and silk districts around Wuxi. Bureaucrats arranged for her to go first to Shanghai, where the party chief, Rao Shushi, sincere as he probably was in trying to make the best of a dubious experiment, infuriated Jiang by controlling her. When she sought to go shopping in her old haunts on Nanjing Road, Rao insisted on going with her. When she pressed to leave immediately for the tea and silk villages, Rao recounted all the difficulties and warned that her personal safety could not be guaranteed. Rao faced a problem common to many officials who found Jiang Qing on their hands. He thought her plans were bizarre, but he had to show her respect and see she came to no harm, because she was Mao's wife. Perhaps, he suspected, she might contact former boyfriends, a habit of hers, and was terrified of having to report such events to Mao. One moment she complained that Rao was keeping her from mixing with the masses by bottling her up in Shanghai. The next she complained that the party chief allotted her a hotel room in Victory Mansion that was too cold and lacked a southern exposure. The thread running through the whole trip, which was supposed to be for the purpose of rural investigation, was that bureaucrats were seeking to rein her in, to prevent her from expressing herself. Jiang took for granted that anything she was moved to do was important for socialist revolution, and so she depicted those who frustrated her, like Rao and others in Shanghai, not as mere personal enemies but as renegades from socialism. That she could say Rao's supervision of her gave her the nasty sensation of always being on the verge of being kidnapped, just as in the nationalist-ruled Shanghai of the 1930s, showed that in Jiang Qing's moral universe political systems meant nothing and her own self-assertion meant everything. Jiang Qing did spend a few days looking at mulberry trees and tea plantations near the lakeside town of Wuxi, and, for years, she was able to toss off such remarks as, "My role in land reform has never been presented correctly to the public." Jiang was a problem for the bureaucrats. The era of marital politics had not yet arrived. Wives were not given jobs just because they were wives. Deng Yingqiao, Zhou Enlai's wife, received posts because she had long been a career politician in her own right. Yet, when Jiang Qing showed dissatisfaction at being on the sidelines, the bureaucrats could not simply put her down. For she was not just a leader's wife, but the leader's wife. Many women were happy to put their heads down at women's work, but Jiang Qing was not. All her life she despised such activity. Although she had been discriminated against as a woman, Jiang was not willing to embrace the assumption of women's separateness that, she felt, underlay women's work. She did not want to think she was any different from men. A humiliation was involved in women's originations that she never was able to endure. The flashing colored lights of Jiang's personality added to the bureaucrat's problem. She did not have the background to do high-level political work, but she was not prepared to do low-level political work either. And her attention span was short. She loved to start new things, but she quickly became bored. The impulses of work on the stage were not easy to transfer to the work of bureaucratic bricklaying. As the Beijing winter set in, the apartments in South and Central Lakes were nicely heated. Unlike the average home in frigid North China, Jiang Qing could boast two very modest posts. Being an alumnus of Soviet experience, she was made a member of the China-Russia Friendship Association. As one among scores of members, she was not going to cut much ice in that choir-like group. More to her tastes, she was appointed to a film guidance committee set up within the Ministry of Culture to evaluate all movie projects. The committee was, apparently in principle, under the Film Bureau, which was headed by none other than Lipstick Yuan Muji, who had pursued Jiang in Shanghai, spoken icily of her acting ability in Wuhan, and made a documentary about her and Mao in Yan'an. Mao did not obtain these posts for Jiang Qing. Indeed, he seemed to want her to be even more publicly invisible than she was. Zhou Enlai arranged them. Culture was Jiang Qing's specialty, and when the communist regime, Russian-influenced and very proud of itself, began to reshape China's cultural life, it was natural that she, a former practitioner in that realm, wanted to put her in. It was also inevitable that her relations with Mao, chief architect of the reshaping, should taint her efforts. Jiang approached the films and plays of 1949 and 195L as a French chef with 1 star in the Michelin Guide might approach the kitchens of chefs newly blessed with 3 stars. The pâté had too much liver, the rack of lamb was dry, the chocolate mousse was bitter, of course. In her part-time advisory capacity with the film committee, and on any cultural terrain where she could get a foothold, she wielded the broom of iconoclasm. To Jiang, denunciation of the artistic accomplishments of nearly everyone around her as bourgeois or even feudal was a logical way to try to assert herself in a realm she felt largely shut out of. Censorship? The more the merrier. For each kick in the shins she aimed at a movie of the late 1940s or very early 1950s was a step up the ladder of her own power over the arts. It was also true, as Jiang had written to Tang Na in the 1930s, that she sincerely despised bohemian circles. Having wanted to get into the arts, she nevertheless did not want her life in Shanghai to be defined by the arts. By the 1950s, that feeling of distance had grown. She felt superior to the Bohemians, as a person of power feels she is nearer to the heart of things than a person of ideas. One afternoon in Shanghai, when Jiang was on her way back from land reform at Wuxi, she slipped out of Rao Shushi's control to visit Wu Mei, the actress who had resented her flirting with Zhang Min when Jiang played the lead in Zhang's production of A Doll's House, and Wu Mei smoldered in fury at her small supporting role. Her black limousine crept along Nanchang Street to lane 136. Jiang, in a cheapao and black-rimmed sunglasses, hopped out and went to Wu's door at number 23. Wu Mei received her cordially. She was awed that Jiang was now the chairman's wife, and it was a pleasant relief to find the first lady in a friendly, charming mood. The two had 14 years of news to catch up on. Jiang made 2 requests of Wu Mei. Could Sister Wu, who lived in Shanghai and was well connected with businessmen in the city, find a really good dentist for her, to do a complicated job on the problem of her once broken yellow tooth? And would her fellow actress buy for her some cosmetics, the top quality kind that did not exist in Beijing but could still be found in Shanghai stores that carried Western imported stock from the previous year? Jiang asked Wu to be discreet in these 2 tasks. Wu Mei used her aunt, an employee in the telephone company, to fulfill Jiang's requests. From her new vantage point of high status, Jiang was showing off a bit in front of her old rival, just as she did by trying to contact Tang Na on her visit to Jiang Qing as Mao's wife in 1945. But she probably envied the freedom that Wu Mei and other artist friends from the 1930s enjoyed, compared with her captivity as Mao's political Nora. Jiang also went to see Zhao Dan, who had played opposite her in A Doll's House and whom she had known well enough to flee to his apartment in the middle of one of her quarrels with Tang Na, and Zhang Juanli, who had been best man at her wedding in Hangzhou. She asked them both to dinner at the Jinjiang Club. At this old haunt of hers in the French concession, once a haven for the French upper crust and now for the Chinese communist elite, she treated them both with warmth and respect. "We can all make a new beginning," she said. "I think we can work together, in the new era, to achieve new heights in the performing arts." But Jiang never followed up. On later trips to Shanghai, she asked these senior men of the theater to small parties. Again she charmed them. Again she spoke earnestly of how they could all cooperate. But it was only a performance to show Zhao Dan and Zhang Juanli who she was now. At the same time, it betrayed a wild hope that she still could be Lan Ping, creating and expressing herself as these 2 actor-directors were able to do. If she had anything concrete in mind by talking of working together, she was thinking of making these former Shanghai colleagues serve her. "She merely wanted lackeys," said one who knew the contents of her talks with Zhao and Zheng. The only way Jiang could deal with her aching envy of these beautiful birds of the theater was to cage them under her control. But Zhao and Zheng knew her too well to accept her vague offer to cooperate. And when they had meetings with Zhou Enlai on cultural matters and joined committees on the arts that were under Zhou's supervision, Jiang Qing was furious. The subtle mix of emotions in her spirit turned into pure hatred. If these old colleagues of hers would not look up to her and would not help her ease the ache of her envy of them by flattering her, then she would turn against them. On the alleged need to reform Peking opera, Jiang had already fired a few shots at the end of 1949 at Yan'an. Ding Ling and others had talked about the need to give modern settings to the stylized old librettos. But the task was not easy and the war effort diverted them. After the People's Republic of China was founded, there was an inclination, as the new leaders filed into the great auditoriums for festive theatrical events, to enjoy the established glories of Chinese tradition and to believe they were rendered valid for the new era simply by being executed and watched by communist figures. But not to Jiang Qing's. She saw an opportunity to brand Mei as attached to the old. In the name of a new order, she felt able to represent, because her husband was its chief power holder. Using a classic technique of the Chinese Communist court, she invited pliant intellectuals to write memos critical of Mei's feudalism, which she then tried to coordinate and deploy. Mei was especially furious at Jiang's crusade against him, because in the 1920s he had himself tried to modernize Peking opera, updating the stories and using contemporary costumes. But he had come to the conclusion that one could not fiddle with the ancient and produce something modern, that an opera about kings had to be an opera about kings, that history and current themes would never be married in the Chinese theater. Jiang Qing did not yet have enough influence to discredit Mei Lanfang, much less to topple him. She managed to ban 2 of his operas, but Mei sailed on with little damage into the patriotic-minded decade of the 1950s, much to Jiang's disgust. Along came a wonderful movie, Inside Story of the Qing Dynasty Court, full of color and action and passion, set in the era of the Empress Dowager and the Boxer Rebellion. Audiences in Shanghai and Nanjing greeted it with enthusiasm in the spring of 1949. Inside Story was made in Hong Kong by Kunlun Studios from a 1943 play by Yao Xinnong. The communists held full political power, but not the power to make an overnight transformation in Chinese culture. Pre-communist and imported films and books and products of all kinds simply could not be dispensed with. Still, for Jiang Qing, foreign things and the fruits of the capitalist era were luscious targets. A movie made in decadent Hong Kong, a movie that prettified the intrigues of dynastic China, treated the foreign intervention in China in 1900 as a reasonable act, and cast a slur on the militant young Boxer resistors. A movie that utterly failed to engage in class analysis. In her bid to get attention by carving out irresistible territory, she was like a junior delegate at a Christian coalition meeting who wildly bangs the drum about licentious influences in Hollywood and the high schools, sure that the standpoint will be judged correct, hopeful that the net effect will be admiration for the drumbeater. Jiang Qing had not always felt that class analysis should underlie all works of art, nor was the Shanghai she had reveled in during the 1930s less decadent than Hong Kong. But the words she spat out against Inside Story were not the point. One can understand the leftism of Jiang Qing only by translating 2 key political concepts into the meaning they had within her personal universe. Communism meant power, class struggle meant revenge. Here was the point of Jiang Qing's iconoclasm in the years from 1949 through 1951. Didn't she think about the effect of her behavior on the ordinary men and women who liked the color and action and passion of Inside Story? Her priority did not lie in such considerations. From the pinnacle of power, as Jiang Qing was starting to find out, the lives of ordinary people are not a vivid reality, and the purpose of the moment, which is lent excitement by the high stakes of power, is very easily seen as its own justification. Using persuasion and her status as Mao's wife, Jiang Qing succeeded during 1950 in convening a meeting of cultural figures, chaired by Lu Dingyi, head of the propaganda department of the party, to discuss Inside Story of the Qing Dynasty Court. Writers, historians, and arts administrators gathered apprehensively in Jiang's own apartment at South and Central Lakes. Everyone in the room knew she was bent on banning Inside Story. One after the other, the cultural figures spoke up for the historical and entertainment merit of the movie. No less a force than Liu Shaoqi, second to Mao in the hierarchy, was quoted as approving the patriotic thrust of the plot. Furious, Jiang Qing at first lapsed into total silence and later shouted that Inside Story was in no sense patriotic, but actually traitorous. This being communist China, there was no question of taking a vote, or even of trying to pluck a formal decision out of a delicate political minefield. Jiang instructed 2 historians to write an attack on the movie, but they dragged their feet in time-honored Chinese style and never really came up with a finished, satisfactory document. Probably Jiang Qing converted no one to the view that Inside Story of the Qing Dynasty Court was a poisonous weed. Yet, by denouncing it and instilling a certain amount of fear in all minor officials who had anything to do with it or its distribution, Jiang Qing managed to hang a question mark over the movie's future. For a time, it was largely withdrawn, though it later reappeared, and an opera version became popular in 1954, as did a revival of the original play in 1957. Jiang Qing's drive against Inside Story was a performance by a cast of 1, and in the face of Mao's indifference, it had very limited success. So little was Mao involved that in 1954 he was able to say, "We haven't criticized Inside Story yet," a stinging remark in Jiang Qing's ears. But during 1951, Jiang hurled herself against another movie, The Story of Wu Sun, and this time, with Mao's backing, she won a major victory. Wu Sun was a famous beggar from Jiang Qing's own province of Shandong who rose to become a philanthropist by proxy and establish a network of schools. Like a Chinese Vinoba Bhave, the Indian moralist who persuaded the rich to donate land to the poor, Wu Sun sought contributions from the well-off for education. The pleasant, slightly treacle movie about his success story came out of a pre-1949 Hong Kong studio. Edited under the supervision of Zhou Yang and Xia Yan, Jiang's senior colleagues from the Shanghai arts world of the 1930s, now cultural decision-makers, it was screened to huge, appreciative audiences in Beijing, Shanghai, and Tianjin during the first months of 1951, and more than 40 articles praising it appeared in the media of these three cities. On seeing it, Jiang Qing was disturbed. Her passion against Wusun was genuine, at least in part. She hated paternalism and the softness of spirit that it both built upon and evoked. She called the movie a trash can full of bourgeois reformism. In communist parlance, that means it exalted a do-gooder instead of exalting class struggle aimed at structural change. Though it seemed that no one listened to her in those days, Jiang Qing resolved to try to blacken the name of Wusun, and the movie about him, learning some lessons from her difficult experience with inside story of the Qing dynasty court. Her first efforts were not encouraging, perhaps because her methods were angular, perhaps because some party leaders had put out the word once more that she should be kept totally out of public life. When she went to see Zhou Yang, second in command at the Culture Ministry, and told him she felt the story of Wusun was reformist, he did not take her seriously. "I can put up with a little reformism," he drawled, as if to a tedious child. Later, aroused, he spoke sharply. "Who are you to make such an attack?" Jiang lost her temper. "Go ahead with your reformism," she shouted as she slammed the door in his face. In Jiang Qing's own account, Mao, at first, did not support her either, and she had to walk out on him, too, when he said he disapproved of her crusade. But Jiang, speaking in 1972, was exaggerating her own efforts and understating the importance of Mao's eventual support. She says she wrote an article denouncing the movie, which, when published, disarmed the enemy and essentially put an end to the movie's run. There is no record of an article by Jiang Qing being published, but she did inspire critical articles by others in April 1951. Then she, indeed, disarmed the enemy by persuading Mao in May 1951 to pen a scoffing editorial in People's Daily. Jiang appealed to Mao's pride in his own principles. Were not Zhou Yang and Xia Yan slipping back from the standards of Mao's talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art? Was not this Confucian do-gooder Wu Sun the very antithesis of the Maoist man of the coming collectivist age? The chairman, who in this period rarely stepped down from Olympian generality to comment on a particular current work of art, panned the movie, complained of ideological confusion in our country's cultural circles, and ominously demanded to know where on earth is the Marxism that certain communists claim to have grasped. Zhou Yang retreated. Jiang Qing was on the offensive. It is not difficult to understand why many cultural decision-makers came to resent Jiang Qing. Herself without senior office, she was using Mao to influence events in accordance with her taste and ambition. At Yan'an and during the Civil War, Jiang had quietly stepped into an issue in order to please Mao. Now, for the first time on a public issue, she had used Mao to satisfy her own wishes. The quest for power and place, as imperious in China as elsewhere, eclipsed the issue of content in these amazing capers over movies, plays, and books. Jiang Qing's call for a new approach to inside story and the story of Wusun was like the decision of a first lady, on moving into the mansion of office, to shift every piece of furniture to a new position, or the impulse of a freshly elected mayor to name a bridge or park in the city after himself. The point was largely to flaunt or consolidate power. For centuries, Chinese politics knew recurrent tension between the court and the bureaucracy, not dissimilar to that between the White House staff and the executive departments in Washington. This was especially true under the founding emperor of a dynasty, whose court tended to be personal. Thanks to Jiang Qing's restlessness, talent, and ambition, the Wu Sun affair was recreating the pattern in communist China. A bureaucratic group found itself pitted against the emperor's group. Zhou Yang was perfectly justified in thinking that, even in consenting to talk with Jiang Qing about the movie, he was making a concession to her. But structural rectitude could, at times, be overcome by household talk at South and Central Lakes. As the 1950s wore on to the 1960s and 1970s, the court bureaucracy tension would rise. Perhaps it was inevitable, given China's traditions, sprawling size, and cultural disposition to factionalism. At any rate, the key figure in the evolution of the pattern was Jiang Qing, and the campaign against the story of Wu Sun was the first jewel in her crown. It was characteristic of Jiang that she rammed home her victory with excessive jabs. Once Mao had committed himself to the principle of the matter, not to support of Jiang's every sally, she decided to form an investigation team and go to Wu Sun's home county to pin down in vivid detail the man's evil record. Mao objected, she said, but she went ahead regardless, her only concession to him being to travel under a false name so that any mistake she made would not make him look like a fool. All the cultural administrators could do was add 2 representatives to the investigation team to keep an eye on Jiang and in desperate circumstances rein her in. But it was Jiang Qing's show. The results were no more in doubt than his applause at the end of a stirring aria. Her first act was to fall ill, and then, spurning assistance, to treat herself with an assortment of drugs, as if her spells and dripping eyes were personal enemies that only she could vanquish. The situation lent itself to fantasy, and Jiang Qing, who hadn't really changed since her girlhood days of rage and dreams and her Shanghai days of finding personal reality within a theatrical plot, felt the thrill of having hit upon a new vocation. The woman leader who braves any storm to save her people. Meeting the local boss of Wu Sun's home county, in territory close to her own birthplace, where she knew the choppy dialect and seemed to gain confidence from each point of association with her upbringing, she grandly declared of the local hero, "Continued veneration of such a man will ultimately destroy our party and our nation." In China, local power and truth are helpless before a démarche from Beijing. The cards were stacked against Wu Sun. Soon, Jiang Qing's notebook recorded first-hand testimony from some terrified old farmer that Wu Sun's lips dripped with saliva, a symbol of his greed, and other such newly minted truths. In her account of the Wu Sun affair, Jiang never mentioned Mao's pivotal article in People's Daily. She spoke of her husband mainly as an obstacle, though his basic agreement with the attack on Wu Sun was the chief reason for the drive's success, as his silence on inside story of the Qing dynasty court had been Jiang's gravest handicap. Jiang Qing was a unique character in world history as in Chinese history, and, yet, there are moments when she reminds us of Eva Perón. If it is the former Argentine First Lady, a political prima donna and folk hero, who more than any other woman in the political life of our times resembles Jiang Qing, it is perhaps because a courtesan's and an actress bent lay behind the almost unstoppable willfulness of both women. Jiang, on her tour of Shandong in search of Wu Sun's scalp and of a leg up for her own political career, showed the same traits of self-dramatization, extreme subjectivity, and a shuttling back and forth between reality and the script that made Eva Perón, and would make Jiang. Passionately followed, deeply reviled, and always the focus of attention. Jiang Qing was not needed, or did not want to be at Mao's side. Soon after shooting a final arrow into Wu Sun's corpse, she began a new enterprise away from Beijing. For 3 months toward the end of 1951, she joined in a further bout of land reform near Wuhan in Hubei province, at the belly button of China. This time, Mao did not oppose Jiang's trip, either because he felt she had done well in Shandong or because he was content to see her far away. But others did oppose it, so she had to use her pseudonym, Li Jin, and when she got to the villages, she found herself hamstrung. It was not her own land reform team that greeted her, but a large one led by Li Xianyan, a senior economic official. When the team was subdivided, Jiang was weighed down by so much supervision that her group consisted of her array of bodyguards and herself. "You divorce me from the masses," she shouted at a bodyguard when she was not allowed to stride out alone to confront a landlord and hear the tale of woe of his poor peasants. Yet, the next moment, she tossed off an elitist remark about the greasy food favored by this same bodyguard, fare that Jiang herself would not have served at my own table. If the farmers cried, the lady from Beijing sat down and cried with them, her tears falling like an imperial blessing on the soil of the Hubei villages. An attack of bronchitis notwithstanding, she threw herself into identifying the tyrants, then distributing their land, furniture, and garments to people who had seldom possessed anything in their lives. She was shocked at the rural backwardness and, at times, condescending toward the peasants. She must teach them broadness of mind, she said. Yet, she was not squeamish, and her analysis of the women's issue was trenchant and enlightened. At the same time, Jiang should hardly have wondered that people found her an enigma. She was never without one of her fur coats, though the people around her, except for the silk-clad landlords, whom it was her purpose to have murdered, were dressed in dull rags. She carried a camera. As lives were snuffed out and others were set afire with hope, she clicked away to get some unusual shots for her album. She could report without shame that some of the peasants, seeing her unfamiliarity with rural life, bluntly said, "Who do you think you are?" As well as being a participant in land reform, she seemed also to be a bemused, delighted spectator of herself in that role. Tigers, like wolves, often figure in the fantasies of Chinese, and Jiang Qing's self-image in Hubei included standing up to a tiger. A rumor went around the area that a tiger was on the loose. Jiang took it upon herself to go out and raise morale and mobilize people to arm themselves with sticks. Lying on her bed in the moonlight, she heard a terrible roar. Her bodyguard was afraid, but Jiang calmed him. "You've nothing to worry about," she managed to say with noblesse oblige's false but necessary confidence. When Jiang's 3 months among the farmers drew to an end, she dared not attend the final celebratory land reform meeting, evidently feeling that, since the people were nearly beside themselves with excitement, they would drown her with gratitude. As she left for Beijing, the peasants, she recalled, thronged around beating gongs and drums. Some of them were crying, and Jiang cried too. Jiang said she was seeking to get close to the masses, but it seemed that what she wanted from the masses was adulation. Try as she did to execute land reform seriously, she managed to seem only like a leading actress out in the paddy fields rehearsing a drama about land reform. During the winter of 1951 and 1952, Jiang rose one big step higher and then was rudely pushed down. Despite its bland name, the General Office of the party's Central Committee is a powerhouse, and soon after her return from Hubei Province Jiang, she was named head of its secretariat. It was easily the most important Communist Party post she had ever held, or would hold until the quite new circumstances of the mid-1960s. The Secretariat of the General Office controls the flow of secret papers in which all key decisions in the governance of China are refracted. Being head of the Secretariat as well as Mao's wife, Jiang was not only watchdog over documents but also the potentially crucial link between the General Office and Mao's personal office. Questions about the transmission of Mao's instructions, the materials to be sent to him, his schedule of meetings with visitors, the destination of the handwritten notes gathered up at the end of each night from his desk, all were in Jiang Qing's province. But she held the job only a few weeks. She later said that the work was more grueling and pressured than she expected, and that she began to suffer from a high fever and a pain in the liver. But a crisis had arisen that was more than medical. Jiang was forced out of the job on the recommendation of her superior, the head of the General Office, Yang Shankin, an able Sichuanese who was to clash with her more than once. That Jiang was relieved at the same time of her other posts on the Film Guidance Committee and on the China-Russia Friendship Association shows that she had struck trouble. Indeed, Mao did not feel able to back her. He went along with Yang's recommendation and merely smoothed the path to a face-saving solution to the crisis. Jiang would do important work, but henceforth she would do it on her own. The problem was twofold. "When Jiang Qing is present," murmured Zhou Yang, "work is difficult." Many people in the bureaucracy agreed with him. Famous for years, Zhou's remark was used as a sword to impale him during the Cultural Revolution. Jiang was difficult when working in a team because of her subjectivism, theatrical ways, and sensitive ego. She was not the kind of person who could sit at a desk for 4 hours and do paperwork step by step. She was not able even to read a document for more than 10 or 15 minutes on end. She needed drama, excitement, and intrigue to keep her spirit alive. Otherwise, she became bored, depressed, and ill. But it was also because she was Mao's wife that she was difficult as a co-worker. Many people still resented her, not for what she was in herself but simply because she radiated some of Mao's reflected glory and so was difficult for the bureaucrats to categorize and handle. Zhou Yang went to see Lin Shaoqi about the problem of Jiang. Zhou did not dislike Jiang. He had not really persecuted and suppressed her in Shanghai, as she insisted on believing. That claim was like the complaint of a seed seeking to sprout that the earth is persecuting and suppressing it. The seed struggles to go beyond the earth. The earth is surprised that the seed is not satisfied with the status quo. But Zhou Yang was perplexed about how to handle Jiang's suggestions or requests in the cultural realm. She sends in dozens of opinions on scripts, Zhou explained to Lu Shaoqi, and it's confusing because no one knows if it's her opinion or Chairman Mao's opinion. Lin listened carefully, as was his habit. At length he told the Vice Minister of Culture to try to raise the issue with Mao himself. Zhou Yang did, no doubt very delicately, and it seems that Jiang's loss of her posts was strongly determined by the Mao-Zhou-Yang conversation. Probably Jiang Qing's appointment to the general office was a mistake from the start. She was pushing too far in her desire for real work, the kind that men did. The party guardians felt she was violating the Yan'an marriage agreement. And by 1952, Mao, his honeymoon with the nation and the party largely over, no longer could stick his neck out on her behalf assuming he wanted to. Even Jiang's presence at Mao's side during receptions, not so unusual in 1950 and 1951, if less common than the presence of Lu Shaoqi's and Zhou Enlai's wives with their husbands, seemed to be a thing of the past by 1952. It was a sign that Jiang's health was not impossibly bad, and that her will was as relentless as ever that, sometime in early 1952, even though the crisis over her role had hardly simmered down, she asked the party for an assignment in the Resist America and Aid Korea campaign. On the surface, it appeared to be a reasonable request. The cause was impeccable, and all available energy was needed to turn back the imperialists. But Jiang Qing was such a hot potato that the issue spiraled up to the Politburo. Comrade Jiang Qing's present task is extremely important, purred Lu Shaoqi, the number 2 figure in the regime. She is, on the party's behalf, taking care of our great leader's personal and nutritional and household needs. Lin, whose own wife, Wang Guangmei, a strong and vivacious woman of whom we will hear more, held posts beyond the home, killed Jiang's request. What work could possibly be more important than that? Under no circumstances should Comrade Jiang Qing be deflected from her highest task entrusted by the party. In twice mentioning that Jiang's duty to Mao was a duty to the party, Lu had effectively reminded everyone of the Yan'an marriage agreement. The year 1952 was a difficult one for Jiang Qing, and it was a harbinger of even tougher ones to follow. The work on her own became work as Mao's secretary. This was a vague category, but it was often employed because Jiang hated to see herself as merely a housewife and because, in a society that lionized the proletariat and was bent on socialist construction, everyone had to be said to have a job. Mao never publicly referred to any help received from Jiang in this period, but Jiang claimed she did research assistance. She scoured the newspapers and magazines and passed on items she thought he should be alerted to. While she was resting, she read aloud to him, as he sat on her bed, from a pile of telegrams and background papers. Mao would send her to visit someone he wanted to keep in touch with but didn't have time to see. In the summer of 1952, she went to the home of Zhang Zhizhong, the former nationalist leader who had come over to the communist side, to bring Mao's greetings and a gift. "Oh, you are twins," Jiang said sweetly to the 2 daughters of General Zhang. "No, Auntie Mao," young Suchu replied. "It's just that we are wearing identical dresses." Jiang Qing did not seem surprised at the form of a dress, though Auntie Mao, Maobomu, was a very traditional term that denied individual identity to a woman. "I very much regret," Jiang Qing said, "that I do not have 2 children, only one a daughter." The Zhangs, in whose house Mao and Jiang stayed during Mao's historic visit to Chongqing, found Jiang's manner unassuming and respectful of their seniority, as they had in 1945. She looked thin but not emaciated. Visitors to the private quarters in South and Central Lakes saw a quiet and domesticated Jiang Qing. It was a Saturday in the spring of 1952 when Zhai Zuojuan, a former aide-de-camp to Mao, called on his old boss. Jiang was in the middle of a game of bridge with Mao Yuanxin, the son of Mao's deceased brother, whom she and Mao had assumed responsibility for since Yan'an days. She welcomed Zhai warmly and without airs, and she brought the 2 girls, her only Na, aged 13, and he Zizhen's Li Min, aged 15, to say hello to the overawed soldier. The family members were all dressed in plain cotton garments and cloth shoes. As the preparations for dinner went ahead, Mao came in from his rooms on the northern side of the compound. At the table, the children ate ravenously of eggs, meat and vegetables as Mao, his meal as usual bolted down quickly, chatted with Zhai, and Jiang played the role of an attentive wife and mother. Jiang pinned high hopes on Li Na, but the 13-year-old was not very attractive. Square-faced and solid, she looked more like her father than her mother. Jiang was not yet able to discern where Li Na's talents and enthusiasms lay. She wondered, at times, if her daughter would grow up to possess the drive that she, Jiang Qing, expected of her. As for Mao, he was even less concerned with his daughters than with his sons, which meant unconcerned. During the years on the road prior to 1949, Jiang was more often than not separated from Li Na. And since then, Jiang's illnesses and absence in Russia made it difficult for mother and daughter to draw closer to each other. One day when Jiang Qing accompanied Mao to a large reception on the balcony of the Gate of Heavenly Peace, who should be there but Li Liuru, Mao's chief of staff from Yan'an days. Jiang hated the very sight of Li after their terrible clash of 1942. She didn't have the heavyweight status to flounce out in protest at Li's presence. Yet, she did not feel she had to be civil to him either. She and Mao noticed Li Liuru as they sat watching a parade below and listening to the regimented cries of joy that wafted up to the verandas of power. Later, when the mandarins rose from their armchairs and began to circulate, Li drew near and said pleasantly, "And how is Comrade Jiang Qing?" Jiang stiffened, glared at him, and kept her mouth closed. Mao came over to rescue the occasion with a few lofty remarks. The storm of the winter of 1951 and 195 was not over. Jiang's work at home for Mao was taken away from her in 1952, she claimed, as certain leaders decided she should go to Moscow for another medical cure. Something else happened, we find, to precipitate Jiang Qing's transfer to Russia for what turned out to be a year of unhappy exile. During 1952, she again tried some feats of cultural iconoclasm, hoping to repeat her success in squelching e-story of Wu Sun. She set in motion the devising of a modern Peking opera on the life of Song Jingshi, a bandit in Shandong who had rebelled as Wu Sun failed to rebel, and whom she had come to admire during her investigation of Wu Sun. But Zhou Yang felt it was substandard and would not permit its completion. Later a film was made about Song Jingshi, but no mention of Jiang occurs in the credits. She helped with the production in a Shanghai movie studio of another military extravaganza, 1,000 Battles, but it ran into severe controversy. Two other theatrical brainwaves of hers, the Liaoshan campaign and the Haohai campaign, also were aborted by Zhou Yang and his cohorts. Too broad and simply inappropriate, said Zhou Yang crisply of these efforts to make operas out of famous Civil War military battles. In none of these ventures did Jiang Qing enjoy Mao's backing, and in all of them she ran into political and artistic opposition. The pressure on Jiang Qing to stay out of public life was, to a degree, part of the pressure on all Chinese women in the 1950s to disappear into the home and raise babies. Gone were the fluid days on the road of revolution when men and women knew a certain equality. A stress on social issues, including the women's issue, gave way to a stress on organizational stability, of which a conservative conception of the family was a foundation. Perhaps it was a question of the iron laws of a revolution's growth into middle age, for a similar subsidence of feminism occurred in Russia in the 1920s. Alexandra Kollontais' avant-garde spirit of independence, and her view that having sex should be as casual as drinking a glass of water, gave way to the family-minded values of the Stalin era. And it turned out that Kollontai herself was not only the Soviet Union's first female ambassador, but also its last for decades. Jiang Qing was never much of a feminist, certainly not a Kollontai, but she was affected by the changed mood of the 1950s. If a Chinese woman was to rise to prominence, it could not be as a private individual with a distinguished career of her own. The communist system centralized power to such a degree that a private career was a virtual impossibility. And whatever the political system, in Chinese culture, there was no sharp division between the private and public spheres. Those professionals who naively felt they could pursue a private career after 1949 either sank into obscurity because they were not trusted by the power holders, or they were struck down as capitalists because their boss lost out in a power struggle to someone else's boss. So culture and the communist system conspired to make politics the only route to prominence for a woman who was to be other than a housewife. And such political women were always one of three types: figureheads, such as Song Qingling, the widow of Sun Yat-sen, chieftains of women's organizations, such as Deng Yingqiao, or women whose grasp on political power was due to their husband's power, such as Yi Kun, the wife of Lin Biao, of whom we will hear more. What was Jiang Qing to do? A private career as an actress was out of the question. Indeed, even the evidence of her past career had to be destroyed to establish a suitable image for the Madame Mao of the 1950s. Prints of her movies, reviews of her performances, articles about her life as an actress, all were gradually tracked down and burned. The role of figurehead was out of the question for Jiang. Figureheads were few and far between, they were born and not made, and Jiang was, in any case, poles apart from a figurehead's temperament. She would rather have been a struggling prostitute with work on her hands than a lofty figurehead pouring tea. A political role in association with her husband, the third type, was also difficult for Jiang Qing for 3 reasons. The party was constantly trying to keep her from any highly visible or powerful public position. Jiang herself was too proud openly to seek a post that came only through her husband's position. And Mao, during the 1950s, gave very little encouragement to her hopes for a public career. Liu Shaoqi did not seem discomforted by Wang Guangmei's public activities, nor Zhou Enlai by Deng Yingqiao's. But at this time, Mao, for reasons that included but also transcended the party's views on the matter, did not want Jiang to have a real job. Zhou Enlai, chatting with the daughter of General Zhang Zhizhong about her career plans, suggested she talk to his wife, Deng Yingqiao, about the possibility of a job at the Federation of Women. Zhang Suchu turned up her nose and said she didn't care for women's work. "You're a woman, and you don't like women's work?" the premier exclaimed. "So the sexes are not equal in your mind." Deng Yingqiao, from an early age, not only claimed equality with men but even felt she had attained it. As her husband's remark to Zhang Suchu suggests, this freed her to work in the Federation of Women without a sense of humiliation. Equality between men and women was believed to be an unquestioned fact, and the work of women's organizations was simply to tidy up a few loose ends. Jiang Qing, who had a tougher upbringing than Deng Yingqiao, felt she could not take equality between men and women as an established fact. Lacking such a serene confidence, she wanted far more than to tidy up an existing edifice. Feeling she had not enjoyed equality, Jiang had a goal that reached beyond the attainment of a theoretical equality for her gender. She burned with an individual ambition. For such a turbulent spirit, the lack of equality could be redressed only by an assertive, vengeful vindication. Sometimes it has seemed that, in China, there are 2 types of women: the Amma type, the vast majority, meek and submissive, and the Empress type, that rare spirit, domineering and full of infinite yearning, who seems to be trying in one lifespan to avenge the fate of every Amma down the centuries. Jiang Qing was the Empress type. Clothes told the story. Jiang Qing looked different from the warhorses of the women's movement. These worthies wore baggy trousers or a dark skirt that could have come from a charity bazaar, a pale polyester blouse that hid any shapes underneath it, and plastic sandals over pastel socks that did nothing to enhance any color combination. Their clothing style, like their short, straight haircuts and their unadorned complexions, seemed a mere copy of how the men looked. Jiang Qing, on the other hand, within the limits of Communist China's regimented culture, always found a way to assert her individuality by her appearance. She would appear in shoes with a modified high heel, Western frocks in an array of colors, and nicely tied scarves. She made careful use of good quality cosmetics, and her hair was always brilliantly groomed. Her spirit being inclined toward struggle as an individual, rather than toward participation in collective feminism, Jiang dressed not to merge with the crowd but to stand out from it. "I did not even have any underclothes," Jiang recalled of her first trip as a nervous teenager to Beijing. Having been deprived, which marked her off from many of the Women's Federation elite, she had a kind of weakness for luxury that girls from rich families did not. In the Jiang Qing who was so proud of her appearance, the little girl Yunhe emerged, happy and vindicated. Jiang was propelled into the sex and power game because that was the game Mao, in his own way, had long played. Jiang was responding to her situation as Mao's wife, just as Deng Yingqiao's sentiments were influenced by the kind of man Zhou Enlai happened to be. As Mao was a more brooding, devious, and ambitious man than Zhou, So Jiang was cast on far stormier seas than Deng was. Jiang was propelled into the sex and power game because that was the game Mao, in his own way, had long played. If Mao took women to be one of the privileges of power, it seemed inevitable that his wife would develop the idea of getting out of her domestic box by the route of political power. Playing the sex and power game meant, indeed, turning one's back on women's solidarity. In Jiang's autobiography as told to Roxanne Witka, there is not a single word about Empress Wu, the Empress Dowager, or other famous female Chinese rulers, nor of Nym Wales, Agnes Smedley, and other such foreign women who were involved in the Chinese Revolution and were known to Jiang. The game Jiang Qing was playing could be played only on her own behalf, not for the cause of women in general. She would use her feminine skills to get where men were, to attain the posts that men attained, almost to be like a man. In her own eyes, Jiang was Mao's secretary. In Mao's eyes, she was really just Mao's woman. For the moment, she was a person in a vacuum, a thoroughbred in search of her species, a Gertrude Stein of the netherworld to which Chinese culture and communist politics consigned such a woman. Given Jiang's personality, Mao's enormous power, and the churning cesspool of politics in communist China, it was an unstable situation, making for recurring tensions, so long as she was not in bed or in Russia or both. The problem facing Lin Shaoqi and Zhou Enlai, who were the prime movers in arranging Jiang's second transfer to Russia, arose, in their opinion, from Jiang's personality, her performance during the Civil War, and the objective dilemma of what to do with the supreme leader's wife. It would have made things much easier for Liu and Zhou if Jiang Qing had a taste for women's work. It probably would have made things easier if Jiang possessed independent political stature. It would have been best if Jiang were content to be Mao's domestic helpmate. But Lin and Zhou knew their prickly friend too well to hope for that. Jiang Qing was Jiang Qing. She was a lurking unit of one, whose charm did not conceal a metallic core of purposefulness. Mao's colleagues needed a box to fit Jiang into, and there seemed to be none until they hit upon the respectful, horrible box of invalid. She must stay as long as possible in Russian hospitals. In the early autumn of 1952, with a pain in the liver and a high fever, Jiang Qing went to Moscow. Few Chinese enjoy living in Russia, especially in the cold seasons, and Jiang had extra reasons to be miserable. She was weak and terribly isolated. The entire stay of 11 months was little more than a sample of her medical and psychiatric history. Her diseases rolled by like tramcars at rush hour. Her mental condition also was shaky. For her fever, the Russian physicians prescribed penicillin. For her liver trouble, a preparation was injected that allowed the extraction of the poisonous matter that had made her bile turn black. She went to Yalta again and, on her return to Moscow, divided her time among the Superior Palace Hospital within the Kremlin walls, a rambling sanatorium in the suburbs, and a country cottage with a tennis court, a nearby pine forest, and a projection room for the movies she loved to watch. Ill as she was, Jiang's life never was in danger, and her complaints were mainly about homesickness, being kept in the dark as to what was going to happen to her next, and the refusal of her requests to go back to Beijing. A step she would not have contemplated if the help of the Russian doctors were a matter of life and death to her. Jiang was in an almost exclusively women's world, and this did not bring out the best in her. Except when being seen by one of her male physicians, she was always in the company of her Russian interpreter, a battleship whom Jiang said looked exactly like Stalin apart from her yellow hair. A polite but apparently dull Chinese assistant interpreter in her 30s, a middle-aged Chinese doctor whose relations with Jiang were at times tense, and other female staff who came and went according to the grinding of the bureaucracy at Beijing's embassy in Moscow and the ebb and flow of Chinese delegations visiting the Soviet Union. The entire entourage was bound tightly together in an existence whose sole purpose was the nurturing of Jiang's body and spirit. A doctor's visit would be followed by a game of bridge, a languid dinner, a walk in the pine forest around the country dacha, followed by a privately screened movie. Always, it was the same little cluster of women, reading each other's minds, trying to think of something fresh and safe to talk about, each one wondering if the others were as bored as she was. In such a hothouse, it was easy for Jiang to find fault with people. She felt this person was whispering a criticism of her behind her back, or that one was lazy, or another one was cheating at bridge by glancing over her shoulder to see what cards she held. Jiang was cut off from Soviet society, and she was hopelessly far away from Chinese society. The maneuvers, the intrigue, the struggles that she loved were all denied to her in the white vacuum of the palace hospital and the stuffed, dark splendor of Stalin's dacha. Not even her fiercest critics, some of her staff members, who later spoke very poorly of her, ever claimed that she developed any amorous attachments during her total of some 2 years in the Soviet Union. Her only child, Li Na, did not accompany her to Russia. When Li Na briefly visited during a school vacation, the situation did not permit an easy communication between mother and daughter. Being an avid reader would have helped, but Jiang liked to learn from experience rather than from the printed page. There were Chinese translations of Stendhal's The Red and the Black and Tolstoy's Anna Karenina on her table, but she did not seem able to concentrate on any book for long. She received briefing packets from the Chinese embassy, but much of the material was about foreign policy, which then, as later, failed to grip her. She could not speak Russian, and relying on interpretation for every word became tedious and claustrophobic. She complained that she had been reduced to the status of a deaf-mute. If her Russian and Chinese interpreters chatted together, Jiang Qing would grow uneasy and start coughing, or ask in a steely voice what topics so absorbed them. Perhaps they were conspiring against her. There is a long tradition of insular members of the Chinese court suspecting that a foreign tongue was a tool being used to undermine them. So it was that Jiang Qing, like the Empress Dowager Cixi a half-century before, convinced herself that staff members uttering strange phrases were talking about her, isolating her, making a target of her. During the long winter months, Jiang became nostalgic for the days of her acting career in Shanghai. She would tell the younger people around her about the movies of the 1930s, which they had never seen. To the older ones, such as her Chinese physician, who had lived in Shanghai, she would insist that regardless of appearances, the purpose of her films always had been revolution, not merely art. And she would reminisce about the actors and directors she had worked with. She was contrasting her Shanghai years of activism, gregariousness, and success with her present stagnation, forced upon her by illness and her clashes with Yang Shankin and other colleagues of Mao. Jiang Qing watched scores of movies while in Russia, most of them European, and she lapped up their romanticism and their display of bold, individual character. Chinese films, being tales of social morality, did not offer these. Forgetting her illness, she would get quite carried away by the adventures of the strong, passionate Western women she saw on the screen. Jiang Qing wanted to be that kind of woman. One day, a box arrived from the Chinese embassy, with items from Beijing requested by Jiang Qing, including dress material she had asked Wang Guangmei to choose. At this time, Jiang's relations with Wang, the elegant and assured wife of the austere Lin Shaoqi, were cordial, and their 2 husbands were close colleagues as China's top 2. Jiang's assistant interpreter opened the box, pulled out the packages, and unrolled the first length of material. Jiang let out a cry of scorn. Duck egg yellow.
Entièrement inwearable.
Tossing it aside, she rummaged for the other pieces. The next was candy pink. My God! So unsophisticated. Jiang also denounced the 3rd piece of material, though its shade, apple green, was one she often favored. In high dudgeon, she declared that Wang Guangmei doesn't know the world and sniped, in one of her classic non-sequiturs, that Wang had been a member of the Communist Party for less than 5 years and got in only because of her marriage to Lin. Jiang Qing loved to make a show of magnanimity when it did not interfere with her line of purpose, and as the women sat among the harvest of items from Beijing, she announced with a winning smile that she was making a gift of the pink material to her assistant interpreter and of the other fabrics to her Russian servants. When Stalin died in March 1953, Jiang Qing heard the news on the radio in her room at the sanatorium, and fellow patients and medical staff were the only people she discussed it with. Doctors and nurses kept telling her that Chairman Mao must attend the funeral. The advice irritated her, for she was quite out of touch with developments in Beijing, and no one had informed her whether her husband was going to come. She could only reply lamely that such a matter would be solemnly decided by the Chinese Communist Party. And if Mao came, would he bother to see her? Perhaps he would scoop her up and take her back to Beijing. Perhaps he might order her to stay for another season of this dubious convalescence in a world of white silence. Mao did not come, as Jiang learned by listening to the mournful radio coverage. Her distant husband wrote a tribute calling Stalin the greatest genius of the present age. But he was the only communist leader in the Soviet bloc who did not attend the rites. Zhou Enlai led the Chinese mourners and served as the only non-Soviet pallbearer. It seems that the premier did not see Jiang while he was in Moscow. On this matter, he would surely be following Mao's instructions. Jiang spent the freezing day of the funeral at the windowsill, marveling at how readily the Russians show their feelings, by comparison with the emotionally shuttered Chinese, and chatting idly with the other invalids about the hole in the world left by the genius death. Jiang's mind took strange leaps, and her emotions were as brittle as the twigs on the snow-clad trees outside her sanatorium window. In her complex efforts to cope with her predicament upon Stalin's death, she convinced herself that many of the world communist leaders who came to Moscow for the funeral died from the cold soon after. This was not the case. However much the notion may have helped Jiang feel less embarrassed at Mao's absence and her separation from him. At the dacha, she would grow hysterical, or silently furious, at the slightest incidents of noise, wind, or glaring light. A massive search would have to be made for the cause of a faint rattle or for an insect rustling in some corner of the dwelling. However benign a breeze, it could put an end to her stroll in the forest or require the immediate addition of extra headgear and a parasol held by a staff member against the offending zephyr. Too much light always seemed to pose a challenge to Jiang's dominance over her own environment. Only in a dim room did she feel in control. Outdoors, a pair of sunglasses gave her better possession of herself. At Yalta, the infinity of the beach was especially bothersome. She would cover herself with a large straw hat and an engulfing shawl and surround herself with umbrellas. She never went into the water. It was as if the open-endedness of nature constituted a threat to her soul. It is easy for staff members in daily proximity to an invalid to see that person's weak points, as some of Jiang's assistants with hindsight did. Yet, it is probably true that Jiang, unhappy with herself, was also so unhappy with everything around her that she was difficult to cope with. Jiang Qing never took solace in religion. She scoffed at China's religious traditions, and, in Moscow, she chuckled with incredulity as she gazed up at the onion-shaped spires of the Eastern Orthodox churches. Unlike many of the women of great influence down the centuries, the biblical figures Joan of Arc, Catherine the Great, Eva Peron, Jiang Qing was utterly secular. Mao, in his later years, talked about God, but Jiang thought it silly even to talk about God, an afterlife, ultimate mysteries, or forgiveness. That religion was non-existent in Jiang Qing's mind meant that naked will held center stage. She acknowledged no supernatural reference, and she made no supernatural appeal. The categories of meaning stopped at the doorstep of her own will. Her life meant what she defined it to mean. Jiang felt Russia was corrupt. Hospital staff had their hands out for tips. Her nurses wore jewelry. There were aristocrats hanging around who liked to talk in French and actually looked up to the West. Yet Jiang's own instincts seemed at least as vain and bourgeois. She was pleased that the Palace Hospital had been chosen as her medical base, because it was where the Soviet elite were treated, and she liked to say that the dacha where she stayed was Stalin's own. She bandied it about that Stalin personally ordered for her a tailor-made nightgown in her favorite shade of green, adding that the patients around her, all attired in regulation white, envied the lovely color and envied, too, her slimness. She went shopping at GUM department store with her entourage, having promised each person a length of dress material at her expense, at least not at their expense. Her mood turned to thunder when she discovered, on paying the bill, that the cost of the piece chosen by her assistant interpreter was a few rubles above the cost of her own selection. "My God, Xiao Run," she rasped. "The material you got today will do you for a lifetime." A little later, when a tailor arrived to discuss styles with the various women, she murmured that, alas, she feared the cloth chosen by Xiao Run would make her look like a bear. In her heart, Jiang Qing liked much of what she glimpsed in Russian culture, the affluence, the romantic music, the variety in clothes, especially the flowing gowns and high-heeled shoes, the stress upon the individual in European tradition. But she felt cut off from it. She knew she could not partake of it, so she condemned it. It was the same mental process that allowed young Chinese of the 1980s to envy the West and still shout anti-Western epithets at super-patriotic demonstrations. Jiang showed disgust at the activities of the Soviet secret police, as if in her own mind the Chinese equivalent was no more than a cheery scout troop or a cloud of handsome young men who fixed the air conditioners at South and Central Lakes and carried her suitcases at Beijing Station. One day, she found herself on a crowded street when, from somewhere above her, March of the Volunteers, the Chinese national anthem at that time, blared out its jerky phrases of optimism and defiance. A Soviet passerby stopped, walked up to her, and, in a friendly way, asked her to convey his greetings to Chairman Mao and his colleagues. As he finished, a security agent grabbed him from behind and pulled him to a car. The irony of Jiang's reaction to Russia was that she learned her anti-Westernism there. Many of Jiang's political enemies of the 1960s were people of some international experience. They had lived in France, Deng Xiaoping. They spoke English, Wang Guangmei. They had been educated in Japan, Xia Yan. One may speculate that Jiang Qing, in her heart, would have enjoyed much of the music, fashion, and theater of the West and Japan if she had seen it on its own terms. Instead, her only experience of the non-Chinese world, her only taste of Europe, was in the capital of world communism, soon to become revisionist and anti-China. In Moscow, alas, she learned just enough about Western culture to know how to attack Deng for bourgeois thoughts, Wang for love of European clothes, and Xia Yan for his defense of art for art's sake. Little else had rubbed off on her by the time she returned to Beijing in the autumn of 1953. The statesman, a Chinese tradition warns, in order to run the country well, must first run his household well. But Mao was too strong-willed to have a tranquil home, and Jiang Qing, no less strong-willed, was, in addition, too ambitious to make the necessary sacrifices for a tranquil home. A great deal of Jiang's limited supply of energy, after her return to Beijing, was spent on family maneuvers and quarrels. Mao's approach to family members was to treat them with a certain detachment. He could toy with them, instruct them, abandon them, lavish time on them. Always he dealt with them as if they were self-reliant individuals. Jiang was different. Family members, to her, were not discrete individuals but troops with a specific allegiance. They had to be for her or against her. If Mao didn't care much about relatives, Jiang cared all too much and made herself the eye of the eternal domestic storm that hovered over South and Central Lakes. She was in a difficult position, as the fourth wife of one of the world's most powerful men, surrounded by remnants of previous marriages and still regarded by many of the political guardians as a semi-prostitute seeking power through sex. An inner coil of resentment added to her difficulties. So many of Mao's relatives spent lengthy periods in the Soviet Union. Mao himself did not, that it was almost as if the Mao family had two bases, Beijing and Moscow. Like Jiang, He Zijian had been there for treatment. How ill he had been we do not know, but in 1948, a decade after the end of her life with Mao and her departure from Yan'an to Russia, she was judged fit enough to come back to China. Wife number 3 returned from Russia just a few months before wife number 4 left for her first stay in Russia. Her hair now white, her face more serene, no longer in charge of the Mao child who had accompanied her when she left Yan'an, He Zijian made a lonely train trip home to face life as the ex-wife of China's leader. She has often been judged as absent from the story of the Mao-Jiang marriage in the 1950s, but this was not quite the case. Where she would reside and what she would do were thorny issues in which Jiang took a quiet interest. He Zijian wished to live in Beijing, but Jiang objected. With Mao no doubt the arbiter, it was decided that he would go to Shanghai, where she was put in a sanatorium for the mentally ill. The mayor of Shanghai, Chen Yi, later China's foreign minister, intervened to ensure she was given good care and to provide her with some financial security, as he did to help He Zijian's sister, He Yi, and her husband, the pair who had suffered for making a fuss in Yan'an about Mao's treatment of Zijian. For the moment He Zijian, at least, was 700 miles away. But Jiang, in her own household at South and Central Lakes, had to reckon with the increasingly assertive presence of He Zijian's daughter. Li Min, now at high school, had, since Yan'an days, been brought up alongside Li Na, Jiang's own daughter, who was 2 years younger and also at high school. But Jiang and Li Min were not getting along well. Jiang discriminated against Li Min. She was made to wash her own clothes, even her own sheets, one relative says, while Li Na was allowed to pass hers to the servants. whether as a unilateral act of spite or because Li Min was starting to show a teenager's dislike for her stepmother. Jiang felt that Li Min, despite her name, quick in action, was not the brightest girl, a judgment with which Mao's doctor concurred. The legacy of Mao's second wife bedeviled Jiang Qing more than that of the third. Yang Kaihui was a party favorite of whom everyone spoke well. Mao had grown extremely solicitous of her surviving relatives in his home province of Hunan. And the two sons of the Maoyang Union were an intermittent presence at the Mao court. Neither Mao Anying nor Mao Anqing had been closely brought up by their father. In the decade away from him following the communist disasters of 1927, they drifted, at one point selling newspapers in Shanghai, at another living in a deserted temple outside which they posted the sign, "We tell stories, 1 penny." For some years they had been in Russia, enrolled as students, in touch both with Kongshan and Hezesian. Anying did well. Anqing, a troubled boy, mostly played chess and pursued a Russian blonde. When the sons returned in the mid-1940s, Mao sent them to a remote village to look after pigs and train donkeys to carry bags of manure. But the pair were after all the only sons of Chairman Mao, which meant a great deal to the Chinese establishment, so much in awe of status and prey to family connections. At the party offices where Anying worked, bureaucrats would invite him to join them in the dining room reserved for high officials. This infuriated Mao, who ordered Anying to eat his lunch in the cafeteria for clerical workers. Tall and refined, Anying was a young man of spirit, as his readiness to tell Jiang Qing she might like to leave Mao suggests, and it happened that, perhaps under Russian influence, he quietly criticized the cult of the leader that was rising around his father. Jiang Qing reported his murmurings to Mao, which led to an inquiry in which Premier Zhou Enlai took part and a written self-criticism from Anying. Perhaps it was not surprising that Jiang began to take a dislike to Anying. As the eldest son, he was in Chinese cultural terms Mao's successor, and Jiang felt that her position next to Mao was threatened by an Anying now an adult, only 7 years younger than she. Mao Anying married a bright girl called Lu Songlin, who soon got a job doing sensitive research work in the army. For a woman to please a man is a noble effort, Lin Yutong wrote in his commentary on Chinese family mores. But for her to please another woman is heroic, and many of them fail. Jiang Qing and Song Lin were not heroic, and they failed spectacularly to please each other. From the beginning, according to Song Lin, Jiang treated her with scorn, sarcasm, and insult. When China entered the Korean War in 1950, Mao Anying was sent to the battlefield. Within weeks, an American air raid killed him. Anying's death brought immense ecstasy to Jiang, said Song Lin. Be that as it may, Jiang failed to attend Anying's funeral. And reportedly Mao said to Song Lin, "Anying is dead." It was absurd for Song Lin to claim that Jiang had conspired to have Anying sent to the perilous Korean front. This was Mao's decision, and the bodyguard Yen Chonglin heard Jiang explicitly oppose Anying's dispatch to Korea. When news of his death came, it was Jiang, together with Mao's longtime aide Yi Zilong, who went to Mao to break the news. Still, Song Lin insists that, soon afterward, Jiang Qing seemed quite airy about the loss. And Li Min, Hezesian's daughter, claimed that her stepmother refused to join in any discussion of the fact and circumstances of Anying's death or in any conversation about his life and character. Jiang brought in her half-sister, whom she had escorted from Jinan to Hebei at the end of 1948, to live at South and Central Lakes. Li Yunlu, considerably older than Jiang, resembled Jiang to a degree. She was tall, with good bearing and a strong face, though she did not wear spectacles as Jiang did, and she lacked Jiang's interest in the arts. Her husband had died before liberation, leaving her with 2 sons, one of whom subsequently died in a swimming accident in Shandong. The other son, Wang Bowen, she brought with her into Mao's household. Li Yunlu was given a nice apartment, though Mao grumbled about her arrival, announcing tersely to Song Lin that Jiang Qing has arranged for Li Yunlu to come and settle at my place. Jiang Qing dominated her half-sister, who lacked Jiang's flair and status, and deployed her to watch out for Jiang's domestic interests. It was natural enough for Li Yunlu to pay more attention to Li Na, Jiang's daughter, than to Li Min, the daughter of the Mao-Hezesian Union, to whom she had no blood relation. Yet, given the tense and complex situation in the compound, Li Yunlu's presence was oil on the flames. Polarization grew.
Jiang Li Unlu kadaldlina.
Li Yunlu, following Jiang's cue, fell into a bad relation with Li Min. Mao, while fairly neutral in the treatment of his two daughters, became especially fond of Song Lin, Anying's widow, whom Jiang and her half-sister detested. Gradually, Song Lin and Li Min drew closer, in Mao's corner, distant from Jiang Qing. One morning, Mao, after working most of the night, came out of his study and suggested that the whole family have lunch together. This seldom occurred, given Mao's work habits and the lines of division, but when Mao proposed it, his word was law. It was a lovely day. The autumn sun glistened on the orange tiles of the palaces and on the shimmering waters of the lakes. Song Lin recalls that everyone was extremely happy as the time for the meal drew near. But in whose apartment should lunch be served? Mao tipped the scales by strolling over to the rooms that Song Lin and Li Min shared and sitting down to chat. The food followed the chairman, and everyone was soon seated at a large round table in an apartment that Jiang regarded almost as enemy territory. Present were Mao and Jiang, the two daughters, Song Lin and Li Yunlu, and Mao Yuanxin, Mao's nephew. Something was wrong with the atmosphere as the spicy chicken and steamed fish arrived. Mao was chatty, Jiang Qing was silent. It fell to Jiang's half-sister to be the hit woman, her mood ever more thunderous. She disagreed with each remark made by Li Min or Song Lin. Suddenly, Li Yunlu pushed back her chair, threw her chopsticks in the air toward Mao, and flounced out of the room. Mao, furious, said nothing, but later, when Song Lin asked him why Li Yunlu had become so angry, he replied, "Simply because I went to the apartment of you and Li Min." That Jiang was a strong-willed person, confined by poor health and party pressures to a domestic realm, set the stage for trouble. At South and Central Lakes, she had to deal with people from Mao's previous marriages, and it was a cardinal problem for her, given Chinese cultural norms and her own ambition, that whereas Mao had sons, she did not. No memoir by Li Yunlu exists, and those by other members of the household are certainly biased against Jiang Qing. Jiang was combative, to be sure, but she saw her struggle as a defensive operation to avoid becoming a helpless appendage to Mao, or worse, his reject, as he Zhejian in her asylum was a previous reject. In China, a smooth exterior in family, social, or political relations often masks an interior of intense passion. Factionalism is more prevalent in China than in the West because, in China, it is essential for everyone to belong to a group. Connections and background and loyalty are of enormous importance, and grudges are harbored with the tenacity of the ages. Mao held immense power, around which passion always swirls. And, in China, more than most places, it is impossible for the top leader's family to remain outside the vortex of power. In America, a family is a few individuals who live together. In China, a family is a social entity whose lines run out to society. Gongjia is a common word for public or state. Gong means public and jia means family. As with the word, so with reality, family abuts into the public realm. The networks, unspoken obligations, and little corruptions that stem from the jia were all fuel to the fire of Jiang Qing's determination to make her mark in the wider realm of Gongjia. If the Communist Party were going to confine her at home, Jiang would use her household power, as Chinese women always did, to compensate for their exclusion from politics. And since it was Mao's household, the realm of the jia was almost by definition the realm of the Gongjia, a great pasture of possibility, where Mao's Nora might no longer be a Nora and no longer be merely Mao's. So lines of allegiance, balances of power, and conspiracy became facts of life in the home of which Jiang Qing was mistress, just as they were in the Chinese power structure which Mao headed. Whatever Jiang's inner feelings about Mao Anying's death, her household power did increase after he was gone. She took the view that Song Lin, the widow, was no longer a Mao Jiang responsibility. Week by week, Jiang put pressure on the young woman to move out of South and Central Lakes. Later, Jiang tried to confiscate Song Lin's pass to enter the compound. Song Lin overheard Mao and Jiang arguing over her future. Jiang insisted that Song Lin's allowance be phased out. Mao angrily announced, "As long as there's a breath in my body, I'm going to take care of her." Chatting with Song Lin in his study, Mao complained about Jiang's nagging and her lack of reverence for Anying's memory. Pacing the mellow old room in agitation, he stopped at a bookshelf of classics and pulled down a volume. As Songlin listened, he read a romantic verse about a tree and a river. The tree, growing old, lost its leaves, declined, and fell. The river, beside which it grew, long its companion, was so sad at the loss that it, too, lost its strength and ran dry of water. Mao appeared to be telling Songlin that even trees and rivers have more feeling for each other than Jiang had for his family members. Songlin eventually married again, persuaded by Mao, she says, who felt this would solve the problem of her bad relation with Jiang. But Songlin and her new husband, though living away from South and Central Lakes, were to clash even more severely with Jiang during the Cultural Revolution. Jiang made a rare foray into public life to reevaluate China's most famous novel, Dream of the Red Chamber. It was the fall of 1954. Her health had picked up, and Mao, harassed by critics within the party, was taking more notice of her than usual. Lying on a sofa in her apartment, she came upon an article in a university journal from her own province of Shandong that said Dream of the Red Chamber, revered by generations of Chinese as a harmless tale of intrigue and lust, was an evil gust of incorrect political ideas. It should be analyzed politically, not simply read as a novel. Jiang Qing agreed, and she saw the possibility of a wonderful fight with Zhou Yang and her other enemies in the cultural establishment. She got hold of Dream and read it as an evangelist might read a racy novel in quest of dirty passages. In its pages, she saw revealed the dagger of iniquity and the scepter of righteousness. It was wrong to read the book as entertainment, she felt. It should be read as a manual on class struggle. The next day, she gingerly approached Mao, passing on the article by the unknowns from Shandong, together with her own apocalyptic commentary. Mao was, at that time, not pleased with the Beijing establishment, and he was in the mood to listen to an outside voice. He said the article on how to approach Dream had a point. He told Jiang to ask People's Daily to reprint it. Jiang Qing, playing the sick heroine roused from her bed by a great cause, drove to the People's Daily offices. The editors said they had received but turned down the attack on Dream eventually published in Shandong. Jiang said that she and Chairman Mao felt that more lively, critical articles by unknown writers, such as this one, ought to be seen in Beijing's premier newspaper. The editors grumbled but said they would run the piece. Jiang could not resist taking the article, still in its Shandong form, to Zhou Yang, to see if she could lasso him in the act of taking a wrong position on Dream. Without telling him of Mao's views and the pressure on People's Daily, she asked him to read it. Zhou and his associates at the party's propaganda department made their judgment. That's written by such small people. How can such small people dare to criticize the established view of the novel? Mao himself pushed by Jiang, she claims, then wrote a memo to members of the government about the evils of Dream, the way its uncritical supporters were poisoning the minds of the young, and the great bourgeois oppression of small people. Mao's words were tough, and it was striking that he linked the case of Dream of the Red Chamber with that of Inside Story of the Qing court and the story of Wu Sun, two earlier crusades of Jiang's. Yet, the outcome of this literary fight was a compromise in part because of the widespread dislike for Jiang, in part because Mao did not pull out all the stops against Dream, a book that he basically admired. People's Daily did not, after all, publish the critical article. It was left to Literary Gazette, an important organ but less prominent than People's Daily, to reprint it. Readers were warned about the novel, but it was not swept from China's literary canon. Jiang had shown her will to dabble in cultural policy when she had the strength to do so. Zhou Yang had expressed, and he spoke for many bureaucrats' irritation with Jiang. And Mao had revealed that, although he could show Jiang the cold shoulder of neglect, he also had it in him to champion her. Mao was gaining some satisfaction from Jiang's cultural iconoclasm. He disliked most of the intellectuals and wanted to see them discomfort. Mao's attitude toward intellectuals was like Jiang's attitude toward actors. In both cases, a colossal ego was bent on arranging toys for its own satisfaction. Mao had not been a top scholar, but he would like to have been one. Jiang had not been a top actress, but she would like to have been one. Each of them Mao effortlessly. Jiang, when she battled fiercely, now turned the impulses of personality into political campaigns. That Mao was more subtle than Jiang in his approach to dream, or more cynical in using literary ammunition for a political purpose, is suggested by an exchange with his niece Wang Herong in 1964. Wang happened to complain to Mao about a classmate who was always reading Dream of the Red Chamber instead of his English grammar. Mao seemed to stiffen. Mao, have you ever read Dream of the Red Chamber? Wang, yes, I have. Mao, which character do you like in this novel? Wang, none. Mao, Dream of the Red Chamber is worth reading. It is a good book. While his niece was busy educating herself to be a cosmopolitan, modern woman, Mao had just read Dream for the 5th time. He told his Dr. Dream was one of China's 3 great contributions to the world. In the midst of the Dream of the Red Chamber affair, a newly buoyant Jiang Qing made a surprise appearance on top of the Gate of Heavenly Peace for the National Day Parade, with its floats, balloons, acrobats, and fireworks. It was the 5th anniversary of the founding of Mao's regime, and Nikita Khrushchev was the special guest. The leaders mingled stiffly on the purple balcony high above the Boulevard of Eternal Peace. Khrushchev looked like a farmer eyeing the crops. Mao, frowning slightly, seemed to have 6 things on his mind. Jiang stood modestly to one side. Zhou Enlai, spotting Jiang by herself, made a move to introduce her to Khrushchev. But Mao snapped back to attention. With the swiftness of a waiter intercepting a falling plate, he glided to his wife's side and steered her away. In a remote corner of the festooned balcony, far from the leader of the Soviet Communist Party and far from a Zhou Enlai, who tried to look as if he had not made a mistake, Mao and Jiang silently watched the colorful wonders of the parade. It is not likely that Mao feared Jiang would divulge state secrets to Khrushchev, or that Khrushchev, through Jiang, would try to bend China nearer to the Soviet position on the Manchurian problem and U.S. policy. Perhaps he was still sensitive to the party's rule about Jiang's role laid down at the time of his marriage, observed in the foreign policy realm so far. At any rate, Mao simply did not like Khrushchev, and he found distasteful the idea of the Soviet leader chuckling in a corner with his wife. He may have heard that at a Kremlin party Khrushchev called Jiang Mao's nice mattress. Jiang, prim and quiet beside her husband on the ramp leading down from the balcony of the Gate of Heavenly Peace, was not yet a full-fledged Madame Mao, a first lady allowed to play a prominent, natural role among the leaders of China on a state occasion. If persecution of Mao had really been Jiang's intention, the chairman's nephew, Mao Yuanxin, would have felt some of Jiang's blows. But Yuanxin, a solid and handsome boy, got along well with Jiang during most of the 1950s. Jiang often took Li Na and Yuanxin boating at the Summer Palace and to children's entertainments. In the household, Jiang singled Yuanxin out for praise and encouraged Li Na to think of him as her own brother. The reason for the close Jiang-Yuanxin bond was simple. In balance of power terms, Yuanxin was her natural ally. His father wasn't Mao, and his mother wasn't one of Jiang's predecessors. Indeed, Jiang, in the measure that she came to think of her position as independent from Mao's, saw Yuanxin as her crown prince. She had no son, alas, but here was the one man in the Mao family who was not really someone else's and who might be cultivated into hers. For now, it was the warm tie of young auntie, as Yuanxin called Jiang, and little P, as Jiang liked to call him. In the late 1950s, Yuanxin fell out with Jiang Qing, and later still he would turn back to her, forming a political bond that nearly lassoed the Chinese state. Mao received a visitor who made Jiang nervous. It was He Yi, the sister of He Zizhen. She and her husband had made a fuss in Yan'an about the Mao-Jiang marriage. He Yi, enthralled to the promise of serpentine family links, proposed to Mao that a search be made in Jiangxi province for the lost son and daughter of the Mao-He Zizhen union. He Yi no doubt had a mixture of motives for this idea, but in Jiang's mind it was simply a scheme to undermine her position. This buzzing insect from a past era was reasoning that since Jiang had no son, and of the 2 sons of Mao and Yang Kaihui, one was dead and the other mentally troubled, to find a son of He Zizhen would be to introduce into the power games of Mao's household the trump card of a successor to Mao. Moreover, to find and bring to the Mao court any of the Mao-He children who were unaccounted for, one boy apparently died in Russia, and Li Min was in Beijing, would do no harm to He Yi and her relatives, all of whom were waiting in the wings for crumbs from the table of the Mao dynasty. How enthusiastic Mao was about He Yi's suggestion is not clear, but he did not discourage her. After many interviews in Jiangxi, where during the long march Mao and He Zetian had left 2 or 3 of their children with peasant famines, a teenage boy was found. He was brought to Beijing to be inspected and quizzed. But he turned out not to be one of the missing children. Today you bring one son, Jiang Qing blazed at He. Tomorrow another. God knows how many you'll scrape up. In the end, for whatever blend of reasons, no further children of the Mao-He marriage arrived at South and Central Lakes. The array of young pawns remained the same as before. Song Lin eventually did move out, going to Russia to study in 1955. The son of Jiang's half-sister, Wang Bowen, happened to be setting off for Moscow at the same time. Mao, hearing from Song Lin that the standard issue of clothes for those going abroad, Chugua did not include a heavy coat, which was essential in Russia, gave both Song Lin and Wang Bowen some money to buy one. When she heard about this from her half-sister, Jiang flew into a rage. "She's his family. Bowen is my family," the staff heard her shout. "It's I who'll give him the money for his coat." With no family member did Jiang Qing have more difficulty than Anqing. Aged 26 at the time of his brother Anying's death in Korea, Anqing, already a troubled personality, was nevertheless a skilled translator between Chinese and Russian. He took a post at People's Daily, but his brittle behavior brought problems. One day, chatting with some guards, he said, "You say Chairman Mao is great. Well, I'm his son. Am I great too or not?" Later, he worked as a translator in the Marxism-Leninism Institute under the Party Central Committee. A dispute occurred in the office. Tempers were lost, blows exchanged, and Anqing made repercussions inevitable by delivering hair-raisingly obscene insults to the face of his boss. Mao and Jiang stepped in to bring Anqing to South and Central Lakes. Anqing, like Anying, had seldom lived at home and supervised his self-criticism. Whether Jiang kept him confined to a cell normally used to house one of her monkeys, as alleged by Anqing's future wife, is not certain. She did quarrel with him a good deal until Mao, who seemed non-committal toward his son, decided Anqing should be sent to another city for psychiatric treatment. For a blend of reasons, including an almost complete lack of parental love in his upbringing, the recent death of his brother, the impossible strain and intrigue that engulfed everyone in the Mao family, and Mao's coldness and Jiang's hostility, Anqing from the age of 27 was seriously ill mentally. At his hospital in Dalian, the Manchurian port city, Anqing was not cured of his mental disorders. But he did fall in love with a pretty nurse called Su. It annoyed Jiang that Anqing was promiscuous with women, and she opposed the affair between Anqing and Nurse Su. Jiang's particular point from the larder of her homestyle medical and psychological lore was that a mentally handicapped person could not make a valid choice of partner. Anqing suffered from the disadvantage that his Chinese was less than fluent because of his long period in Russia. To Jiang's shrill attacks, he would respond only with a shrug or a smile, hoping that whatever she had said was not too important, and this made Jiang furious. Anqing was transferred from Dalian to a hospital in Russia that offered an alternative treatment. Jiang's detractors claim she sent Anqing to Moscow for treatment against his will, to get him out of the way, just as Jiang says her enemies sent her to Moscow for treatment against her will. Probably the decision to transfer Anqing, as with 2 or 3 of Jiang's own journeys to Russia, was a combination of bureaucratic process, medical opinion, and Mao's blessing. But Jiang did struggle successfully against the plan for Nurse Su to accompany Anqing to Moscow. From Moscow, Anqing wrote letters to Nurse Su, but Jiang managed to intercept many of them. During 1954, the bureaucratic wheels once more were geared up to send Su to join Anqing, but again Jiang was able to frustrate the plan, and the next year the poor nurse, her own health now impaired, gave up on Mao's son and married a Dalian man. Meanwhile, Anqing, fluent in Russian and in lovemaking if not in all of his mental processes, had grown passionately fond of a Moscow nurse. If a Chinese pairs off with a foreigner, even from a friendly country, there is opposition to the match from the Chinese side. Liu Shaoqi's eldest son had recently fallen in love with a Russian girl but had not been permitted by his father and the party to marry her. We shall hear more of this. But Jiang became a loud champion of the idea that Anqing should marry the Russian nurse.